very, I don't know what the word is, twisted
Uh,
view of women. And I've left you, Jana, before. Maybe you can read some of those concepts on there. These are actual quotes from Aristotle about women.
all right. Women should marry when they were about 18 years of age and men at 7 and 30. Okay, so that's the guy is twice the age of the woman.
Right.
Then they are in the prime of life and the decline in the powers of both will coincide. The male is by nature more expert at leading than the female, and the elder and complete male than the younger and incomplete female.
Yeah. And this idea of male leadership and women submitting to that.
This is
has carried
good.
on.
Women are defective by nature.
Yeah.
Oh, Aristotle.
Ouch. Yeah. And look at this last line down here.
Let's see. Oh dear. The reason is that the female is, as it were, a deformed male.
Wow.
Okay. I'm glad that I didn't have Aristotle as one of my tutors.
Don't you know it? The first session, we're going to look at women in the Bible and what it says about women's leadership and what the indications are in it. We're going to talk a little bit about bibliography, what's out there, and so forth. The second session is going to be about this period from between the Bible and about 380 AD when Christianity became the religion of the empire. And talk about the role of women during that time, during the age of the martyrs, as they call it. After that, the third session is going to be going from about 380 all the way through the Middle Ages to around 1500.
Okay.
And so we're going to look at the rise of monasticism, in the convents, and were they good or were they bad, and what role did women have?
Right.
Then after that, we're going to look at the Reformation period from 1500 to about 1800. Okay, so it goes beyond the Reformation period.
Yeah.
But how did that change women? How did it impact women? And it was really substantial. And then beginning in the fifth session, we're going to look at what Kenneth Scott Latourette, the great Yale scholar, calls the Great Century of Christian expansion, and all the women's involvement, the way they moved missions around the world, and how they led in social reforms. Because there were a lot of social reforms, even leading to the women's movement towards suffrage in the 19th century. And then session 6, we're going to be in the 20th century. And we're going to talk about just the powerful impact that the way women used media and other things to really start taking some steps forward, their involvement in the suffrage movement, for example. The last session is going to be a free-for-all.
Yeah, super. That sounds like a really comprehensive study, and I hope you're going to take good notes on it, because I have a feeling that there might be a book that comes out of this, Eric Fruget's latest book, because, by the way, this gentleman is also an established and very good author. You'll enjoy reading some of the things he's written.
One of the things I'm enjoying about this is I've already distributed 8 books about women leaders to women, because I want them to tell the stories of these women.
Good.
And so they'll be doing that during the study also.
Great.
And
so you'll have women's voices
leading
out.
It's not me. This is not a lecture series.
You're facilitating. I am fascinated by this study, and I think you're going to have some really interesting conversations, and I think people are going to think.
We're going to have fun.
Yeah, you all.
It's going to be fun.
You definitely will. And so if people want to get in on this, there's an opportunity to sign up through calvarybaptistchurch.com and to go look at the women's ministry page, and it's on Zoom, and it's on Mondays at 10:45, basically 10:45 to noon on Mondays from the 24th of January, 7 weeks up to March
7th.
March 7th, right. So, wow, what a interesting and worthwhile topic to explore.
I tell people this all the time, and this is a true story. Of her love for others, I would come home after working at KU, and she'd say, you need to go to this address and install a washer and dryer. And I would say,
Great.
well, who is this? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Well, it's just somebody needs a washer and dryer installed, and so I'm sending you.
I am really pleased to be here with my friend Jimbo McKinley from the Tack House Pub restaurant. You need to go and visit it and eat its wonderful food. And Jimbo and I were just talking about this dream that you and your wife had for many years of opening one, and then you did it. Mm-hmm. You did it, you opened it, or you bought it in June of this year.
I did.
So tell me.
June of last year.
Or June of last year. Here we are in a pandemic.
Yeah,
you turn around, you work for Kentucky Utilities full-time,
yeah,
and you buy this restaurant. Tell me more.
Yeah, probably not the best decision to buy a restaurant coming out of a pandemic. I kind of thought we were coming out of a pandemic, but it wasn't really about, you know, the investment per se. Mm-hmm. It was more about the dream that Ann and I had, and more about honoring her, doing something that, you know, might keep a little part of her with me at all times.
Yeah.
We started to talk about it, and she was like, well, I think you need to start with a food truck. And I'm like, I don't want to do a food truck because that's way too much work. Because you know, you got to pack it, break it down, move it, always trying to find a spot, you know, that kind of thing. And I really didn't want to do that. I said, so I was trying to talk her out of that. So we had been going to Tack House, I don't know. She had been going a lot before me because I don't know exactly what year it was, probably 2008 or so. It used to be called Coffee Pub.
Okay.
And it was a place that her and some of her girlfriends found, and she said, you got to go with me to Coffee Pub. And I'm like, and no offense, but I was like, that's a chick place. That's for you girls. And I don't want, you know, I'm not a coffee per se guy, you know. She goes, no, they got great food. You'll like it. And so I broke down and went with her, and I fell in love. It was great breakfast. I fell in love with it, and so we started going. And of course, they later changed the name to Tack House. So yeah, we loved it. We ate there all the time, and of course, again, we made the little notes. It's like, all right, this is great. You know, I don't think I'd change anything. I like this. You know, it's like, you know, the way they were doing things. The waitresses, they were nice, and unfortunately, in June of 2020, my wife passed away, and so I continue to go to Tack House, but in March, I'm not exactly sure when, somewhere in that time frame, of course, all restaurants were pretty much shut down.
Right.
So I went to Tack House every day, talked to the owner, helped her with to-go orders. I would do Facebook Live videos trying to get people to come, and only because I loved the place and I didn't want it to close.
Yeah.
And the reason I didn't, it was therapy for me. Right. I went there to not be alone. When you're at home and your kids are gone and you're alone, and that was hard. And so I would go to Tack House, and I'd go at 8 o'clock in the morning and stay till closing at 2 to be around people. Yeah. And then when they opened back up, you know, I'd be there about every day. Any day that I wasn't working. If I was working at KU, then obviously I couldn't be there. But so I was sitting there one day, and Erin, the owner, came up to me, and she said, Jimbo, you eat here all the time. You ought to just buy this place. And I looked at her, and I said, okay, is it for sale? And that kind of threw her back a little bit, and she's like, thought about it for a second. She goes, well, I guess it could be. Yeah. You know, not knowing anything about a restaurant or a business per se, I got a hold of a friend of mine, Kathy Chase, and invited her to eat with me brunch on a Sunday there. So they had to wait. So we were sitting in her car, and I was like, Kathy, I said, look, I've known you've owned businesses and you own your own pharmacy and you've done business all your life. I said, I want to get some advice from you. I said, I've been talking to the owner about buying this restaurant. She turned and looked at me and said, let's do it. June 2nd of 2021, we purchased the tack house and have been running it ever since. So it's been good. The same people still come.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of regulars that come.
You do, because I've tried to get in there at noon before, and it's packed. You have to get there early.
You do sometimes. Weekends especially. Weekends.
Yeah.
The cook, Manuel, and his wife Veronica, they've been there the whole time that I think they've been there for 14 years.
Wow.
And they do an excellent job.
Cinnamon rolls. I have to call out cinnamon rolls. That's a personal favorite.
The bourbon bun is
Yeah.
on the menu, and it is a highly
good.
sought after item. It is.
When we talk about Go Be Good, the cinnamon roll is the good in Go Be Good today. Okay?
Yes, there you go.
At the tack house.
It is that.
The other thing I loved about it is, you were talking earlier about that community feel. And as soon as you walk in, you can just tell this is a warm, inviting atmosphere. And I love the touches of Kentucky culture that are so much a part of it. And they're natural, they're beautiful, they fit so well.
Well, the tack house, the property that it sits on, I believe it was the old farmhouse of the area there. The building is, I believe, close to 100 years old. I'm not exactly sure of the time
Big
frame.
beams and the ceiling,
But
the wood,
the hardwood
brick.
floors,
It's
everything,
beautiful.
and it
Yeah.
at one time was it was a tack house where they made saddles and different things. We have a lot of regulars that come, and a lot of big name regulars. John Y. Brown, the former governor, is he loves our restaurant. He's there quite often when he can get there. I just left to come here, and another icon in Kentucky radio and TV, Sue Wiley, was
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
She eats there often.
Your dream of a restaurant had been something that, was it a 10-year-old dream, a 20-year-old dream? How long did that have been a dream?
Probably 40-something years. In high school, I worked for Burger Broil. It was on Harrodsburg Road. It is now, I think the actual site now is Taco Bell. McDonald's moved in there, but then they moved down a little bit. But yeah, it was there that I worked in high school, and the owner would come in and he made the chili himself, and it was an awesome place. It was good food, and of course all the high school. And I was like, I'd like to have one of these one day. When I was a kid, my aunt would take me to High Acres Pharmacy. Used to be on the north end of Lexington, and it was pharmacy that had the little restaurant inside
Have a
it.
soda fountain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I always loved that, and everybody that came in, the waitresses would just yell, "Hey Joe, hey Fred, hey whatever, how's so?" It was just the community.
Yeah.
And I always was attracted to that, and I was like, one of these days I'm gonna have something like that. And every time that Ann and I traveled, and we would try to eat at local mom and pops.
Yes.
We never, why travel and eat somewhere that you have in Lexington? Why eat at a chain? Because
Yeah.
you've got that at home.
Let's try something different.
So we would always try to find these hole-in-the-wall mom and pops, and we found a few, and we'd sit there and we'd look at the menu, and then we'd look at how they're doing it, and we'd say, well, I don't think we'd want to do this, but I like
could
what they're
do
doing
that.
over here. I think,
Yeah.
that would look good.
I know that you and Ann had a very special, very, very special marriage,
We did.
relationship, friendship. I mean, a heart-soul connection.
We started dating in high school. So,
Yeah.
we junior year of high school, and
Yeah.
we hadn't been separated and to our death. So.
Right. And you named your company Triple Hearts LLC after her hearts. Tell us about that.
I did. When she died, we had a celebration of life, and kind of the eulogy, I kind of described my wife as having three hearts. First and foremost, she had a heart for Lord Jesus Christ. You know how many mission trips, and she was very big on missions. And her second heart was for her family. She was, you know, her three boys, Michael, Thomas, and Christopher. You know, she was all about family.
Yeah.
And the last heart I described her was for others.
Yes.
She was always, she was diagnosed with cancer twice. And through that, she had her own kind of ministry that she did. And if anybody knows her, she was very crafty.
Yes.
She would make her own cards.
Yes.
She would make invitation. Didn't matter. She made all kinds of cards. I still have a bunch of them. She would always make me from church. I had to bring the prayer list home from church. And it doesn't matter who was on it. She would write a card and send it. And over the years, even after her death, people would post on Facebook. Rick Reams. I've got a friend from high school, but they would post and show, they kept all the cards that she would send them. And and with the prayer cards.
So your beautiful wife, Ann, who she and I taught Sunday school together for many years with high school there, made a set for me in 2004 when my husband was deployed to Afghanistan. She made a set for me. She made a set for him. And these have been so special to me. I still get these out on a regular basis. They sit right there in my drawer, and I go to them when I'm stressed. And I think of her, and I think of how not only, you're right about those three hearts, and that third heart, when you talk about love for others, Jimbo, her love was for those who others might not think were so lovable.
Exactly.
It was those people who other people might say, well, they're really messed up. And her heart was for them just as much as it was.
Very much so.
It was a beautiful thing, and I'm so blessed by her, and I'm so blessed by your continued memory of her and how you continue to honor her, even though, you know, life does go on. And that's one reason I'm so excited that, you know, this thing that was therapy for you, that was a restaurant, has now become more than that. It's become a new beginning, a new job, a new business. That's really exciting.
It is. I have pictures of her in the restaurant, so I got a little bit of her there to make her feel like, you know, she's, that dream was not just my dream, it was our dream. You know, people have asked me, are you going to open up other locations? Are you going to do dinner? And, you know, I think about it and I'm like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, Tack House has a following. It has its niche, and its niche is breakfast and lunch. And the atmosphere, it has its own little niche. And I think people love the restaurant the way it is, and in everything from the ambiance to the food to the wait staff, everything. So I really don't want to mess with it. I want to keep it the same, and that way maybe it'll stay around for for many years to come. So.
I have a feeling it will. I have a feeling there are a lot of people who are going to continue, and maybe people who haven't been there yet are going to come visit.
Well, we have new people all the time, and they this is our first time. So usually I tell my staff, if they say this is their first time and they need time we offer them the bourbon bun. Free of charge there, give it to them, and it's like, oh, and then so they kind of get some, it kind of gets, well, that bun just kind of makes them stick. They keep cutting, they're like, we're coming back, so.
Good.
But.
I'm sure they will, I'm sure they will.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song. 'Cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy.
Great.
Very happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one core.
Bro, wow.
Internet without BS.
I tell people this all the time, and this is a true story. Of her love for others, I would come home after working at KU, and she'd say, you need to go to this address and install a washer and dryer. And I would say,
Great.
well, who is this? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Well, it's just somebody needs a washer and dryer installed, and so I'm sending you.
I am really pleased to be here with my friend Jimbo McKinley from the Tack House Pub restaurant. You need to go and visit it and eat its wonderful food. And Jimbo and I were just talking about this dream that you and your wife had for many years of opening one, and then you did it. Mm-hmm. You did it, you opened it, or you bought it in June of this year.
I did.
So tell
June
me,
of last year.
or June of last year. Here we are in a pandemic.
Yeah,
you turn around, you work for Kentucky Utilities full-time,
Yeah.
and you buy this restaurant. Tell me more.
Yeah, probably not the best decision to buy a restaurant coming out of a pandemic. I kind of thought we were coming out of a pandemic, but it wasn't really a...
Of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You need to be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they are 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
A strong sense of tradition, culture, and history shaped the character of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. As America's oldest English settlement, west of the Allegheny Mountains and Kentucky's oldest town, Harrodsburg is well known for its numerous historical sites. An air of Southern hospitality weaves its way throughout the town, where visitors are invited to sit a spell or admire the historic architecture that accents downtown. A visit to Old Fort Harrod State Park transports you back to the town's early history as costumed craftspeople perform pioneer tasks such as weaving, basketry, and blacksmithing. Fort Harrod is home to the Lincoln Marriage Temple, which houses the original log cabin where Abraham Lincoln's parents were married in 1806. It also boasts an impressive collection of Civil War artifacts, guns, Native American artifacts, and Lincoln memorabilia. Each year, the fort throws a birthday party for the city of Harrodsburg, a family-friendly gathering with live music and a birthday cake. The town will celebrate a landmark birth date in 2024 when Harrodsburg turns 250 years old. There's no better place to experience Kentucky's signature welcome than at the gracious Beaumont Inn, Kentucky's oldest family-operated country inn. Named an American classic by the prestigious James Beard Foundation in 2015, the Beaumont Inn blends the best of traditional Kentucky hospitality, age-old family recipes, and historic charm, with modern amenities sure to make any traveler feel right at home. A personalized bourbon tasting with the innkeeper is the perfect way to become acquainted with Kentucky's finest bourbons. Be sure to sample the Beaumont's very own bourbon, Kentucky Owl. A short walk from the inn, visitors will find themselves on historic Main Street at the heart of downtown Harrodsburg, greeted by a streetscape filled with buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. A visit to Dedmon Drugstore will invoke a bygone era. Dating to 1860, this charming building maintains all of its original cherry cabinetry and soda fountain. Next, enjoy a self-guided walking tour through Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, America's largest restored Shaker community. This 3,000-acre landmark discovery destination is filled with dynamic and interactive programming, while still preserving the heritage and story of the Kentucky Shakers. Here you can visit the Historic Center, the farm, the Nature Preserve, browse the shops at Shaker Village, enjoy classic Southern cuisine at the trustees table, or board the authentic Dixie Belle sternwheeler for an up-close view of one of the most unique ecosystems in the country. Hungry for more? Join Central Kentucky Tours. These tours are a great way to savor the landscape, culture, and intrigue of the Bluegrass region. Harrodsburg combines the best the Bluegrass State has to offer: stunning scenery and signature Southern hospitality. A visit to Harrodsburg will truly fill you with Kentucky's unbridled spirit. Come find out what makes Harrodsburg the coolest place in history.
I remember we met a doctor as we were carrying the harp in, and he wanted to know what we were there for, and I explained, and he said, "Oh, can you come every day?"
I'm Jana Gillum with Go Be Good, and I am so excited to have you here today to meet the Harp Lady. Do you recognize this person? If you have potentially been in the hospital at St. Joe's or Baptist Health or even recently Cardinal Hill, you may have encountered her and her lovely harp music, which brings therapy and peace to people. Jan, how in the world did you get started playing the harp?
Well, it's something I always wanted to do, but kept putting off until I was 60 years old.
Oh my goodness, that's a long time. That's a long dream in the making.
Yes, it was a dream. And besides all of that, we were missionaries in the Philippines. And as I was seeking the Lord's will and reading the Psalms, the verses about the harp just kept jumping out and speaking to me. And I said, Lord, do you really want me to play the harp? If you do, you will have to provide one in this land of guitars in the Philippines. Everybody plays the guitar.
Yes, they do. That's true.
Well, I read the want ads in the paper and prayed, and within 2 weeks, someone was selling a brand new American harp,
Wow.
a small harp. Well, I called the man, who turned out to be Japanese and could hardly speak English. And he told me all about the harp, and I thought, this is just too much.
Mm-hmm.
And I waited a year
Wow.
while I investigated a little bit more about what a harp is, never having seen one, and called the man back convinced that maybe he still had the harp, and he did. And this time he had reduced it. It was half price. Went to see the harp. I plucked one string and I was hooked and bought it. And then I asked this man, who was a famous harpist. I didn't know that, but I asked him if he would teach me. And he had never taught anybody. But he said, well, okay.
And though you didn't speak his language and he really didn't speak yours, you formed this common bond over the harp. And how long did you take lessons from him?
About 4 years.
Oh, that's great. So you took 4 years of lessons from this famous Japanese harpist, and then you started putting that to work in the community. Tell me how that went.
Well, I asked the Lord, now that I know a little bit about playing the harp, what do I do? And before one of my harp lessons, I turned on the TV, and there was a clip of a string group playing in England at a hospital. And the patients said, oh, this sounds so well, it makes us feel better than the medicine that we're taking.
Okay.
And I said, well, that's it. Well, we went once a week, and we found out that these people came from the mountains, from different areas of the Philippines, and they spoke different languages. But we always had someone in our group that could speak their language.
Oh, that's a little bit of a miracle right there.
Oh, yes, it was.
Yeah.
And so we could share Bible verses with them. We took Bible study material and passed it out. The people were so responsive.
So you served in Southeast Asia for almost 40 years and then retired to Lexington, Kentucky of all places, where you have continued to play the harp and share your music not only through Lexington singers but in hospitals in the area. So tell me a little bit about playing in Lexington.
Our daughter lived in Lexington. She wanted us to come and retire there. When we came here, I knew that I wanted to play the harp in a hospital.
You arrived from the Philippines and you didn't really know anybody in Lexington. How in the world did you make the connections to be able to walk into a hospital and say, I'm the harp lady, I'm here to play? How did that all come about?
Well, when I applied to Baptist Health, they were the first hospital I approached. I didn't even have the harp yet. I had ordered it, but I said, I play the harp and I would like to play in your hospital. And the volunteer director kind of raised his eyebrows because he had never heard of a music therapist. He said, well, let me go and take a survey and see what the staff says about you playing the harp. And so I didn't have to wait very long. I was just praying that I would get it so I could play Christmas music. And the first time I took it to the hospital, was St. Joe. And I played for a lady who was very ill with leukemia. But she was able to go home for Christmas. And so when I came back after the Christmas vacation, I asked about her, and they said, the nurses said, yes, she was able to have Christmas with her family, but then she died.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, there's something poignant about being in the hospital, especially at Christmas time. And I know that Christmas music for people can really be a way to get some peace and some comfort. And you love Christmas. You've shared with me that's one of your favorite times of the year. And you've written a book that deals with the Christmas story. So tell us a little bit about that.
I was always fascinated with the Christmas story. Christmas season is my favorite season of the year. And I always wondered about the shepherds and how they reacted to seeing an angel, actually an angel up in the sky, telling them about the birth of Jesus. I always wondered about filling in the gaps in the story, you know, what happened behind the scenes.
There are a lot of nuances to the Christmas story and the situation around Christ's birth that people aren't even aware of, that are actually historically accurate and they're in the Bible. And I love that that's part of what you've brought out in your book, not only in your research and going to Israel, but some of those surrounding circumstances. For example, the grieving mothers. When King Herod learned that a boy child had been born, he wanted to make sure that child was eradicated. And to do so, he wiped out an entire generation of little boys who were in that age group. And you refer to that in the book, which I think is something very powerful and very meaningful.
Yes, in the scripture, there are only a few sentences that describe that. But as a woman, I react to that and feel that there should be a little bit more emphasis because it was such a tragic thing. And I found out in our trip to Israel that there were about 20 babies killed. And so I felt like I should deal with this in the book because people do deal with death, and especially little children or babies.
And at the holidays, I mean, there's sometimes an undercurrent that people may be experiencing around you that, you know, everybody's happy on the outside, but there are undercurrents of sorrow that people are experiencing, and I think connecting emotionally with a story can sometimes help release some of that needs to be released, or to name those things that need to be named so that they can, you know, start to be healed. So I really appreciate how you've done that in the book. I love the title. Shepherds find their shepherd. I think that's great, referring to Jesus as the great shepherd.
Yes.
And it seems to me like this might be a terrific book for somebody to give to someone for a Christmas gift. And I imagine you have a few available.
I just happen to have
Just have a couple that
right
you might
here.
be able to
I'd be glad
make available.
Mail them out to anybody that wants to order
We'll
one.
make sure that the information is available for anyone who would like to order this as a gift. But I love the book. I love the gift that you have given to people your whole life. You married a minister. The two of you went overseas. You served in Southeast Asia for 40 years. You came back to the U.S. You served your community in a volunteer capacity, and you just don't quit. And I find that to be really inspiring, and I'm really proud of you. And the other thing I want to share with everybody is, this is my mom.
And I'm proud of my daughter.
So Merry Christmas from Go Be Good. Go be good, like my mom.
Count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic. and let the gig begin. Go to GoKinetic.com for details.
member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a member, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365. become a member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they are 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there, and we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast, and they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
The important thing to remember is that sometimes you might not feel like you belong, or that whatever you're offering doesn't belong, but you just have to find your people. You have to find the person that's actually desperately needing to hear what you have to say, or needs to see what you have presented. And it's taken me a couple of years to realize that.
Mel, I am so glad to be here today. It's almost like a reunion, right?
It is, yeah.
We've had a lot of fun working together several years ago, but we started working together because you had already done some significant work from an art perspective that was symbolizing or helping you express some healing that you needed, or that you felt you needed from early on, that resulted in these amazing images. And actually, you just came off of a great Comic-Con where a lot of people were responding emotionally to what you've put on paper. Those folks that are under 50 or 40 who don't have kids that are in Comic-Con, tell us, what is Comic-Con?
So Comic-Con is a, comic convention. Mostly used to be just for comics, but now it's pop culture, anime, TV shows, sci-fi, anything that can pique the interest.
Yeah.
So what I do, I go there and I have my art and I have my books, which is a sci-fi series, so that kind of helps to, it's not entirely with what everybody does, but it's still,
it fits.
It fits.
It fits.
I can find a little wedge, a little margin I can fit in there,
Yeah.
and I've done pretty well.
Like several years ago, you and I connected through your mom, and you were the illustrator on the book that I wrote and you did the images for, Jana Gillum, Mel Snyder, The Little Book for Big Dreamers. I had been looking for somebody to help me illustrate a book that I had already completed, and you had pictures in here, because it's sci-fi, that struck me as, this is somebody I need to talk to. And what was fun was talking to your mom and reading through the script of my book and watching her just totally get into it. And so we decided we should meet. And you and I think I handed you some pages and said, pick the one you like the best, and where did it go from there?
I remember you gave me, you said 3,
Yeah.
because it was funny because Mama had talked about it. She came home, she was like, so there's somebody who looked at your art and they want to do a book with you. And I was like, okay. It caught me off guard, because I was like, it was completely different genre from what she told me about. And I was like, you know what, fine, I'll just go ahead and go for it. And I remember flipping through your notebook when we met at the cafe.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it, and I could just see the images start to come into my head. And I was like, I know exactly what I want to do for these. So I picked my 3, and I got my canvas paper, and I got to work as soon as I could.
Yeah. I think one of the first images that you showed me that you had done had to do with dreams. And I was struck by the translucence piece of it. I mean, I loved how you had this person speaking a dream into existence, and it was just gorgeous. And something else that you did that I never asked you to do, you just did it, was you made the whole book multicultural. All the way through, you had people of different ages, people from different backgrounds, and it just made it so rich. And it was just, the collaborative process was just a bunch of fun.
I just remember, when you were talking about, when we started the project, and you talked about how you wanted the dream book to apply to everyone, and I thought, okay, we'll have it apply to everyone. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure that anywhere somebody turned a page, no matter their age or cultural background or situation, they could flip through and say, oh, hey, that's me.
Yeah.
I could also be in there too. I can also have a dream. And that was kind of nice, because when we talked about that, I thought about that, and I thought, okay, I can inculcate this too.
Yeah. This is an interesting way to actually talk about a collaborative process where you work with somebody else. And the weird thing is that I could be your grandmother. And how interesting to have generational differences that still have so much in common, because we just clicked on this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we took this, I brought it, I just had to bring it.
You brought it,
I brought
yay.
it. So we storyboarded out every page where we knew there was going to be an illustration. And then we just basically worked through it. And we said, okay, what goes here? What goes here? What goes here?
All my doodles and notes that I put in between there.
and it was just a wonderful, we met probably
once
a week for
yeah.
6 months and worked through and got the illustrations together. And I don't know how you felt about it, but on my side, it was just so rewarding. It was like, somebody was putting music to my words.
For me, it was, I don't know, it felt very refreshing because I got to try something new. And I got to unlock an artistic corner of my mind, per se, because I did not use color. I, was mostly monochromatic art, and painting was still relatively new to me. So doing the black and white arts and then the colorful arts was nice because it gave me a chance to experience what it was like to artistically depict what was in someone else's mind. When I actually started settling down with the pen and paper, I was about 13, 14. That's when I really started drawing consistently. And I had started writing from earlier, actually. I think I was about 11. And I just had a book idea and I just jotted it down. And I mean, I could get lost in the pages. Ironically, a couple of years into my drawing years, my mom got me an acrylic paint set, and she says, "Here, I want you to try this." And I said, "No, I don't want to paint. I don't like paint. It's messy, and I don't like it." And so it sat on my desk for a year, and then eventually I picked up a paintbrush, and now I'm doing paint. And, I feel like if it wasn't for that either, this never would have happened because it's so much different with the colors. It has a different impact, and the style that I accumulated from the painting process also helped it too. I went to the first Comic-Con, I believe it was about 2017, 2018, and I remember I had just got it for my books because, my family was like, well, you should give it a try, you never know, somebody might, have an interest in it. And I was like, I don't really think so. I was like, I don't really know who would be interested in that sort of thing, but I guess we can give it a shot. So I brought my books, and then my mom was like, you have a lot of paintings. Why don't you try to bring some of those too? It's like, okay. And the paintings sold fast. And I would have people come back. Like, I remember there was this one painting I did that was a constellation Aquarius. And it sold on the first day. And 3 people came back and they were like, it sold. No, I really wanted that one. And at that moment I was like, I think I could keep doing this consistently.
Yeah. One of the things that, as we developed our relationship, you shared that, this, in some way, you felt like it was helping you.
It did help me to, and it makes me sound funny because, I'm still in my 20s, but it gave me a look on youth. The concept of having a dream, that childlike wonder and feeling joy, which was something that I had kind of forgotten about, in the years that had gone by. So it gave me a chance to just feel that type of excitement again that I had felt like I had been missing.
I think of one of the figures that you did that was a painting that was similar to the Japanese broken pottery that's fixed with gold.
The
you made
kintsukuroi.
it. Yes. Say it again.
Kintsukuroi.
Thank you. And you made it like a figure that had the healing of gold. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I would imagine that people are drawn to that.
Yeah, that's one I actually need to redo and make prints of. My mom's told me, she's like, you need to do that again. I've done a couple other ones that are similar to that in a sense. I'm sure you remember post-traumatic growth, which is the girl that has the flowers coming out of the cracks on her body. And another one that I recently did has a woman that's covered in like tape and like gauze, and on the tape that's covering her, it has, I hope one day I can call myself beautiful. And that was one of the pieces that I did earlier last year to depict the struggles that I had with body dysmorphia and anorexia. So struggling with self-image. And it was crazy because I had the prints of those at Comic-Con, and they sold a lot. They sold a lot. And it was so nice to see other people just take a look at them and just run their hands over the writing and just look at it, and they say, wow, I understand this. You know, or I know someone who understands this. And there was a lady that told me, she's like, I'm in my 50s and I'm barely coming to terms with myself now. And there would be some people that would be in their 20s or even in their teens, you know. And it was just so nice to see that there's other people that can relate to what I'm putting out for them.
Yeah. One of the things that I loved about your books was, you know, one, they were just fun to read. I'm a sci-fi. I love sci-fi, and so it was fun to read sci-fi written by somebody your age, and I was so impressed by it. And not only did you write it, it hung together, the story was great, you had these fun illustrations, you did your own font. You had your own language. You had these wonderful names, you know, that I could never hope to pronounce, but I loved them because they felt real. You know, you went in and you made this world. And so we've got volume 1, we've got volume 2, and you're about to finish volume 3, right?
Volume 3 is on its way.
Can I ask how old you were when you started writing volume 1?
13, I think.
I was thinking it was at fairly tender age.
Yeah. I worked on that for quite a few years, and I had like 5 revisions before I actually published it, because I remember I was 18 when I published the first one.
So tell us about the story, because people need to know.
Okay, so it is a New World sci-fi series, which is one of the things that people like about it, because there's no humans whatsoever. It's a completely new alien world. And it involves the planet Gisawek. And the residents are in a very prosperous military-based empire. The main character, Zafarius, is a soldier. And she has been, inculcated in her the command to become the strongest, to serve her planet, to do whatever she can to protect it. But throughout her life, she starts to have doubts because of things that she sees. One day she comes across something in her military base that confirms her doubts, and brings her to realize that it's not only that her world has been changed already, but something else is going to happen to make it change for the worse. The psychological aspect of trauma, mostly with war depictions, and trying to understand someone personally. So overcoming hardship, characters that have mental disabilities, physical disabilities, and trying to find people that they can bond with as a family, whether related or not, in order to go through certain experiences and to endure and come out on the other side victorious. That was something that I really wanted to inculcate into the story.
I want to make sure people know how to contact you or be able to acquire your work or maybe commission you or whatever. How do they get in touch with Mel Snyder?
Well, like I said, I do have my public events that I'm going back to now, so I am constantly posting on my social media. My website is msbooksandart.com. It is the same for my Instagram, my Facebook, and I do have a Twitter. It's Mel Snyder. So those are my contacts that I have right now. I am working on getting an Etsy page put up, which I will have linked in my website, as well as a Redbubble, and that also has my print on there too.
Great, good. So if you're looking for an upcoming gift that you know is going to be really meaningful, you may want to check out what Mel Snyder has going on, and it applies for all people of all ages.
Whether it be for yourself or for someone else.
Yeah, good.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song. 'Cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy.
Great.
Very
happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one core.
Bro, wow.
Internet without BS.
The important thing to remember is that sometimes you might not feel like you belong, or that whatever you're offering doesn't belong, but you just have to find your people. You have to find the person that's actually desperately needing to hear what you have to say, or needs to see what you have presented. And it's taken me a couple of years to realize that.
Mel, I am so glad to be here today. It's almost like a reunion, right?
It is, yeah.
We've had a lot of fun working together several years ago, but we started working together because you had already done some significant work from an art perspective that was symbolizing or helping you express some healing that you needed, or that you felt you needed from early on, that resulted in these amazing images. And actually you just came off of a great Comic-Con where a lot of people were responding emotionally to what you've put on paper. Those folks that are under 50 or 40 who don't have kids that are in Comic-Con, tell us, what is Comic-Con?
To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. different types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
A strong sense of tradition, culture, and history shaped the character of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. As America's oldest English settlement, west of the Allegheny Mountains and Kentucky's oldest town, Harrodsburg is well known for its numerous historical sites. An air of Southern hospitality weaves its way throughout the town, where visitors are invited to sit a spell or admire the historic architecture that accents downtown. A visit to Old Fort Harrod State Park transports you back to the town's early history as costumed craftspeople perform pioneer tasks such as weaving, basketry, and blacksmithing. Fort Harrod is home to the Lincoln Marriage Temple, which houses the original log cabin where Abraham Lincoln's parents were married in 1806. It also boasts an impressive collection of Civil War artifacts, guns, Native American artifacts, and Lincoln memorabilia. Each year, the fort throws a birthday party for the city of Harrodsburg, a family-friendly gathering with live music and a birthday cake. The town will celebrate a landmark birth date in 2024 when Harrodsburg turns 250 years old. There's no better place to experience Kentucky's signature welcome than at the gracious Beaumont Inn, Kentucky's oldest family-operated country inn. Named an American classic by the prestigious James Beard Foundation in 2015, the Beaumont Inn blends the best of traditional Kentucky hospitality, age-old family recipes, and historic charm, with modern amenities sure to make any traveler feel right at home. A personalized bourbon tasting with the innkeeper is the perfect way to become acquainted with Kentucky's finest bourbons. Be sure to sample the Beaumont's very own bourbon, Kentucky Owl. A short walk from the inn, visitors will find themselves on historic Main Street at the heart of downtown Harrodsburg, greeted by a streetscape filled with buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. A visit to Dedmon Drugstore will invoke a bygone era. Dating to 1860, this charming building maintains all of its original cherry cabinetry and soda fountain. Next, enjoy a self-guided walking tour through Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, America's largest restored Shaker community. This 3,000-acre landmark discovery destination is filled with dynamic and interactive programming, while still preserving the heritage and story of the Kentucky Shakers. Here you can visit the Historic Center, the farm, the Nature Preserve, browse the shops at Shaker Village, enjoy classic Southern cuisine at the trustees table, or board the authentic Dixie Belle sternwheeler for an up-close view of one of the most unique ecosystems in the country. Hungry for more? Join Central Kentucky Tours. These tours are a great way to savor the landscape, culture, and intrigue of the Bluegrass region. Harrodsburg combines the best the Bluegrass State has to offer: stunning scenery and signature Southern hospitality. A visit to Harrodsburg will truly fill you with Kentucky's unbridled spirit. Come find out what makes Harrodsburg the coolest place in history.
I think when you love anybody, you want them healed. And so many people are sick and so kind of just focus on sickness all the time. And I know that part of the sickness is affected by our attitudes, because our mouth, our words, either like you get poison or you get good things from your words.
So really pleased to be here on Go Be Good with Patty Grace Shiflett, who is not only an author, she's also a person who supports the philanthropic mission of the YMCA.
That's a hard word to say, and I have to stop and pause before I do it each time because it is a hard word.
Oh.
So I had written for things off and on there, and then as I was studying in my quiet time with him, I kept hearing him say that he wanted me to write a book, and I said, Lord, do you know how old I am? Mm-hmm. Because I thought it's too late to write a book. Mm-hmm. And I thought I don't want to go knocking on doors getting it published either.
Right.
But you either obey God or you don't obey him. So I thought, well, okay, and what's the name of this book, Lord? And he had given me the name years before that, and I used it for a Bible study, which is fine. So I started writing down some things, and then it was like I was flooded with information. So when I started getting the downloads, I knew I had to get serious with doing that. All the different chapters that I was going to write on, it all came as a download. And when I got finished, when I'd wake up in the morning, I would go in and write so I wouldn't forget it, because you do forget quickly. It's almost like a dream, you forget. And I don't think I changed a single chapter after that, because it was so vivid. Everything was so vivid. I felt such an urgency to get it written, because when I'd be in my quiet time, it seemed like the Lord would say, "Look up, your salvation draws near." And I'm thinking, what is that? Your salvation draws near, and that's not something you hear in your head a whole lot. And what he was telling me is there's an urgency to get the word out for people. And the three reasons that I wrote the book, the first one was obedience. I had a dream a long time ago, and in the dream he said to me, bottom line, some of the things I ask you to do may not make much sense. I just want your obedience. Well, it doesn't make much sense to write a book at 79, does it? So that was one of them. The second thing was to encourage people. I knew that people need encouragement. I think one of the things he gave me as a gift in this lifetime is to encourage people. So the book encourages. And then the third thing is, if you were going to die and you wanted to leave somebody with something that you wanted them to remember about you, well, Jesus said, the last thing that he said was, go in all the world and share the good news, the gospel. So those three things are the three reasons I wrote the book.
When I hear you speak this way, it sounds like you have a really personal relationship with God. Yes. And a lot of people don't. And so if somebody doesn't, and you were trying to give them some pointers for how, which I think is a lot of what your book is about, because I read it.
Yes.
But how would you give them some, hey, here's how to do this, because God loves you. How would you do that?
Well, I think that life is an exciting journey. And I feel like that I'm like a prospector looking for gold. And so I'm seeking God's gold and changing it for the dross in my life. And as I allow him to work in my life, it makes a new me, and then I can get on his road instead of my own. So what I'm trying to do in the book is to share with people how to get in his presence. And I have specifics on that, because sometimes I spent a lot of time with that, asking God to show me how to get people in the presence. I'm seeking God's gold and changing it for the dross in my life. And as I allow him to work in my life, it makes a new me, and then I can get on his road instead of my own. So what I'm trying to do in the book is to share with people how to get in his presence. And I have specifics on that, because sometimes I spent a lot of time with that, asking God to show me how to get people in the presence. And there's several chapters on that. And I think that I have to go back and read my own chapters. Isn't that interesting? Because I think he shows me directly and others simple ways to do this, to incorporate him into life.
What are some examples of those simple ways?
I have a specific place that I make an appointment with him, and I go there and I spend time. It's kind of an altar, I guess, because I was reading last week about how important the altar is, and that's really what your altar is, to go have a specific place to go talk to him and get quiet and shut out the world. Those are the two biggest: have an appointment and shut out the world, and get really still and listen, and everybody can hear his voice. He tells us that we can, and sometimes it manifests in what we can actually hear, and other times it's like a gut level feeling. Sometimes it's your conscience, different things, but he does talk to us. And when we're in danger and so forth, he stops us sometimes. So we do experience him whether we want to believe it or not.
You had a stroke in the middle of writing this. Where were you in your process? Had you already finished the first draft? Or
No.
How far along
I
were
hadn't
you?
finished the first draft, but I was close. But I still didn't have it finished. So I had to I didn't know anything for 4 weeks. And God was always so faithful. And I just asked him and he provided. So that's what happened with that. I continued with it until it was done, and then I had it published. I spoke to a group, an older group at church just last week, and what I said to them was, if you think you're too old to get anything done, you're not. God's not through with you, and I knew he wasn't through with me because I was still living.
You're asked to be a speaker on a regular basis, and so people can have you come in and encourage them live, right?
Right, and I really, really enjoyed that. I didn't really start out with that, it just kind of evolved. But I love leaving them with something that they didn't have when I got there. It's mostly based on my book.
Right.
And the newspaper articles that I write for the Bourbon County Citizen in Paris. And I really enjoyed that.
She also supports the mission of the YMCA and helps people understand what contributions, monetary contributions, can make to our community. And you're specifically involved over at the North Side Y on Loudon, and you've been a dedicated member there for quite a few
14 years.
14 years. This year of all years, the Y is important, but tell me why the Y, in your opinion.
Okay, what we've been through, pretty obvious. Everybody's been through what we've been through. And many of us have neglected our physical, and that's an important part of it. But it goes past the physical. We know that you go there to exercise, but the side effects of everything else is so vital to our day-to-day. The camaraderie, the activities they have, the fact that it includes the whole family. But they also have the silver sneakers, which I'm very passionate about. And having that, I can see what it means to single, like widows and widowers, and just single people, or couples, whatever.
As you were saying earlier, when you think of the different generations that are impacted, it's everything from people who are in that Silver Sneakers program all the way down to little children who may be from a single family, a single mom home or a single dad home, and they just need that little extra bit of care.
Yes.
You know, or they're able to go to that summer camp while their parents are working, and parents know this is a good, safe place where my kid can be in a positive environment, really learn something while I go do my job.
We all need the fellowship. We need to come in contact with each other. We've been so isolated for so long, and we're not meant to be isolated. We are meant to have fellowship, and we are meant to know each other and be very social. I love being a part of something that I can share the Lord with, and let them know how important it is to me, that it's important to them. And they're passionate about it. And if you need a prayer or what else, we can do that. I mean, and we welcome whomever. There's not an isolation with that. You can bring in people and let them join in, and it doesn't have to be just Christian, but it is based on Christian principles.
The C in YMCA is actually Christian.
It is.
I think a lot of people have
and
forgotten that.
very unusual that you have that nowadays.
Right. There is actually a dedicated person at the North Side Y by the name of Tom Carey, and his job is to help people say, oh yeah, I want to become a member of this, and he'll give them on tour, he'll show them the facilities, and he's also the person, if somebody wanted to make a contribution, to reach out to, and he'll make sure that those funds are going to those much needed causes that the Y supports in our community.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song, 'cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy.
Great.
Very happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one cord.
Bro, wow.
Internet without BS.
To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. businesses welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the Chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the Chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365. a member of the Chamber of Commerce? It's very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a member, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they are 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
I love telling stories like this because that's exactly what Go Be Good is about, is when you highlight people that are doing good in the community, I think it can inspire others. So who knows who's watching this that may be in another place that says, oh, we should do that too. So I'm really, really happy to be on Go Be Good with Katie Keys. And Katie is somebody who's been doing something really interesting in the neighborhood where you live and around the city that has to do with addressing food issues or hunger issues. And it's called the Little Free Pantry of Lexington. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so how did you get started with that? What was the interest?
Well, actually, it was my 10-year-old. He's 12 now, but a couple years back, we lived downtown on Main Street across from Salvation Army. And he noticed that there were a lot of people that were asking for food, that were hungry, and he wanted to figure out a way to solve that problem.
Wow.
And so that summer we did a lemonade stand, and he raised a little bit of money, and we built a wooden structure in our front yard and stocked it with food. And I think right after that was kind of when the world shut down with COVID.
Yeah.
And he would sit at our dining room table, which is in our front room, and he would see people out the window getting food out of there. And he would get very upset if we didn't have food to put in there. So that was when we worked to raise a little bit of money to buy groceries and keep it stocked. And we wanted to do other locations around the city and fill in other areas. We reached out to the Herald Leader and got their old newspaper machines that were no longer needed, and we rehabbed those, and we started to build a network around the city. So
That is such a creative idea.
it made me really proud of him. It's something that I try to instill in my kids, to be a part of the community and a fabric of the community. And so for him to recognize that need and do something to address it just was a really proud moment for me as a mom.
Absolutely. Because I think what's cool is that in just 2 years, you've seen it mushroom from, you had a box in your front yard to 19 locations around Lexington.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really uplifting and inspiring how much the community has embraced it, and really fun to see how many people are involved. Like, we have Girl Scout troops that have both built boxes and steward the boxes, church youth groups, businesses, just different people that have embraced them. It's really exciting.
No, that's great.
Connecting and sharing on social media is really important. It helps amplify the conversation. It helps let people who do have resources know where they are. There might be a pantry near their home, near their work, near their kids' school, on the commute, that they could drop items off in. And also people that need the help, it lets them know where they can access it. One of the things that we did to raise money for the Little Free Pantry and to buy groceries, in fall of 2020, my son and I, the 10-year-old, rode from Cincinnati, Ohio to Cleveland, Ohio on our bikes.
Wow.
Yeah, we took everything. We took everything that we needed with us. He was doing his virtual schooling in the mornings, and then we would ride our bikes through the afternoon, and it took us 5 days.
How many miles a day would you do?
So on Saturday, we wanted to do a century, so we went 107 miles on the Saturday.
Wow.
But other days we would go 60 miles or
Yeah.
kind of just ride till we were tired. And so before we went, he went to Aldi and he wrote down the prices of different things like pepperoni sticks or fruit gummies or granola bars, things that he wanted to stock the pantry with. And so he would have people sponsor us a penny per mile or 5 cents per mile, and he let them know how many pepperoni sticks that would buy for the free pantry. And so that was one of our fundraising activities.
Was this something that was part of your upbringing, or what is it in you that your son, because I know it was kind of his idea, but the apple does not fall far from the tree, right? So what about your upbringing that may have contributed to this too?
I don't know, perhaps growing up in different countries, growing up and seeing a lot of poverty and disparity, economic disparity between different groups. There's just a lot of excess out there. There's a lot of people with extra resources, and there's a lot of people who need those resources. And so being able to kind of make those connections and match those things up has always felt important to me.
I love that too, because we do have social systems that try to address that, but a lot of times people fall through the safety net, and this is an informal way that just gets right to the point of, here is the food, here's a person who needs it, and they connect.
Right. For me, it's been about removing any barriers to access and just kind of meeting people like exactly where they are. And also removing any stigmas from it. Some people aren't comfortable going to a food bank, or they don't have the right ID or pay stubs or rental agreement or all the things that they need to access it. So it's just about meeting them where they are.
The kinds of things that you find are really helpful in those boxes. So if you were telling somebody who was interested in stocking one, what are the top, 2 or 3 or 4 things that you think would be must-haves?
So especially in the downtown community, you have a lot of people that are houseless or sheltered, and so anything that is ready to eat is ideal. So granola bars, bottled water, cans of food with Pop-Tops.
Yes.
In the wintertime, it's really great to do gloves or warm socks. Protein is something that people aren't necessarily getting a lot of from shelters, so we love to do things like peanut butter and pepperoni sticks, cans of tuna fish. We have a couple community partners that give to us every week, so that keeps a nice supply of food coming in. And then we've had one-time donations from Aldi, Meijer, Trader Joe's. They've been great supporters as well.
Good. So if you were to start over and do this all again, is there anything you would do differently about getting it started or getting it going, or maybe some lessons learned along the way?
I think just not being afraid to ask. I think a lot of times you're worried about hearing the word no, but you'll hear it a lot less often than you think you will. People can really identify and get excited about what you're doing, and you'll hear it a lot less often than you think. And even if you do hear no, it'll be no, but here is another connection. Here is another resource that might work for you.
I think that's great. I love that in 2 years you've gone from 1 to 19, and are there new ones out there right now, or how's that growing?
Yeah, so we actually just placed 3 new pantries.
So you've got one over in the West 6th complex at Food Chain you feel is a really good location, and
yeah,
you have
be
a
a really
couple
good
more.
union with what they do, because they give out groceries and meals on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings to anyone that needs it. We also have one in the New Life Day Center on Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Good.
And also we're excited to be adding one to Integrity Architecture on Palumbo Drive. We really needed one in that area of town, and so we're excited to add that as well. So
what does it take to get one up and going, right? Because it's one thing to place the shelter or to place the pantry, but then to actually, as you called it, steward it.
Yeah, so we're always looking for business owners to host them, and also people or groups to steward them, to keep an eye on them, to help stock them, to reach out to us if they need extra help in keeping them filled, let us know any issues with them. Eventually, and it's kind of fun to watch, they sort of become like a living, breathing part of the community that they're in. The neighborhoods really adopt them. But that can take a little bit for people to find out that they're there. So initially, we need a lot of help from the community to keep eyes on them and keep them stocked. I think the more immersed you become in the community, the more you realize how much need there is and how much, I think, unexpected need there is. We live downtown where there is a large houseless and sheltered population, but we also have these where there are, everyone does have a roof over their head in areas of Lexington, but there is still a lot of food insecurity in those households, even where you would not expect it. Even in what would be considered more high-end neighborhoods, there are a lot of people struggling right now. Inflation, food prices have gone way up, and people's paychecks haven't necessarily risen to match. So there's a lot of hunger.
Yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
You just never know, who might have a situation going on that this little bit of help can, if nothing else, be encouraging to them to say, the world is not such a terrible place. Somebody out there cares. What would you like to see happen? How can people, what are other different things or more that you need to move this forward even?
Yeah, absolutely. So we still have some areas of Lexington that we would like to make sure, areas where there's need, where we would like there to be access. So on our Facebook page, we have a link to a Google map, and there are areas of Lexington that are very much in need. I would say Winchester Road corridor is one area that I'm really trying to find a property owner on that will would like to host a box with us.
Okay, whoever's on Winchester Road corridor, reach out. Look up Katie Keys and Little Free Pantry of Lexington on Facebook.
Yeah, definitely. Food donations are wonderful. Either, people picking out a few things when they're at the grocery store each week and kind of putting that intention into it and pouring that love back out is amazing. Or if you are a resource or have a resource, owning a business or a restaurant or something like that, there's often a lot of extra that can be shared. Yeah. We also have a Venmo account, the Little Free Pantry, or at Little Free Pantry on Venmo. And we are a 501c3, so any donations are tax deductible.
That's great. That is great. One of the things I also have had fun with Katie today, she is our first official mystery guest. We had somebody donate the underwriting of this particular segment to have a Little Free Pantry of Lexington on, and Katie has no idea who that person is. So we're going to shout out to the mystery donor.
Oh, I thought you were going to shout out who they were.
No, because it's no longer a mystery. But if there's something good happening in your part of the world that you want to be on this video show, we want them here. And if you want to contribute to that or you want to be a sponsor, please, follow the lead of this person who has made it possible for Katie to be here today. I had never met Katie before. And so what a cool way to meet you and to share what you're doing and inspire other people, not only here in Lexington to get involved in what you're doing, but to start in their own community, because there are needs everywhere. And I think what you're doing is really cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
member of the Chamber of Commerce, it's very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there, and we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast, and they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
A strong sense of tradition, culture, and history shaped the character of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. As America's oldest English settlement west of the Allegheny Mountains and Kentucky's oldest town, Harrodsburg is well known for its numerous historical sites. An air of Southern hospitality weaves its way throughout the town, where visitors are invited to sit a spell or admire the historic architecture that accents downtown. A visit to Old Fort Harrod State Park transports you back to the town's early history as costumed craftspeople perform pioneer tasks such as weaving, basketry, and blacksmithing. Fort Harrod is home to the Lincoln Marriage Temple, which houses the original log cabin where Abraham Lincoln's parents were married in 1806. It also boasts an impressive collection of Civil War artifacts, guns, Native American artifacts, and Lincoln memorabilia. Each year, the fort throws a birthday party for the city of Harrodsburg, a family-friendly gathering with live music and a birthday cake. The town will celebrate a landmark birth date in 2024 when Harrodsburg turns 250 years old. There's no better place to experience Kentucky's signature welcome than at the gracious Beaumont Inn, Kentucky's oldest family-operated country inn. Named an American classic by the prestigious James Beard Foundation in 2015, the Beaumont Inn blends the best of traditional Kentucky hospitality, age-old family recipes, and historic charm, with modern amenities sure to make any traveler feel right at home. A personalized bourbon tasting with the innkeeper is the perfect way to become acquainted with Kentucky's finest bourbons. Be sure to sample the Beaumont's very own bourbon, Kentucky Owl. A short walk from the inn, visitors will find themselves on historic Main Street at the heart of downtown Harrodsburg, greeted by a streetscape filled with buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. A visit to Dedmon Drugstore will invoke a bygone era. Dating to 1860, this charming building maintains all of its original cherry cabinetry and soda fountain. Next, enjoy a self-guided walking tour through Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, America's largest restored Shaker community. This 3,000-acre landmark discovery destination is filled with dynamic and interactive programming, while still preserving the heritage and story of the Kentucky Shakers. Here you can visit the Historic Center, the farm, the Nature Preserve, browse the shops at Shaker Village, enjoy classic Southern cuisine at the trustees table, or board the authentic Dixie Belle sternwheeler for an up-close view of one of the most unique ecosystems in the country. Hungry for more? Join Central Kentucky Tours. These tours are a great way to savor the landscape, culture, and intrigue of the Bluegrass region. Harrodsburg combines the best the Bluegrass State has to offer: stunning scenery and signature Southern hospitality. A visit to Harrodsburg will truly fill you with Kentucky's unbridled spirit. Come find out what makes Harrodsburg the coolest place in history.
Check it out. With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand anywhere. Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
She is the one. Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Some people hear in color, or you hear things like that. Is that when you think of colors, do
I
they
feel
produce,
it.
you feel colors?
I feel it.
What is that? Can you describe any of that?
No.
I am really happy to be here with my good friend Faith Matthews-Mueller, who I've known a long time.
A long time.
Very long time, since childhood. And I love what she is doing. She is on Go Be Good because she's my dear friend, but she's on Go Be Good because she's doing good, beautiful art.
Thank you.
Yes. Faith has been a speech pathologist for many years.
20 years.
And
a little
then,
over 20 years.
And then you retired out. And you're doing
did.
art full time.
I did. I stopped being a speech language pathologist due to mental and physical health issues. And it became necessary for me to stop, which was a challenge, giving up that part of your identity. But I found a new identity.
Yes, you did.
And a new outlet for my creativity with my painting.
And I was just curious how you started doing this type of painting. What was it that moved you that direction?
I think I first started maybe 10 years ago. It was just this spontaneous impulse to express myself through paint and color. And I didn't have any canvases. I had a few paints. I had brown paper wrapping, brown wrapping paper.
Yeah.
So I took this roll of brown wrapping paper and tore off maybe a 3 or 4 foot section and laid it down on the kitchen floor and held it down with like a purse and soup cans or whatever. And I just started painting. And out came what I consider a self-portrait.
Wow.
An emotional and mental self-portrait. I called it Das Spiel des Lebens. And my husband is German. I speak Kleine.
All right. So what
Very
does
little.
that title mean in
Das
English?
Spiel des Lebens means the game of life or the play of life. That's it.
Wow.
That is the name of this piece. And then I rolled it up and stuck it in a paint tube. And it sat in my guest bedroom for maybe 10 years. And I came across it about a year ago, unrolled it, and thought, I need to do something with this. I need to preserve this. And that's what got me started back into painting.
You had a really great career in speech therapy, and I know you helped a lot of people. But at the same time, you had all of this art inside you that was just waiting to come out. So how did you get from there to here? Tell me a little bit about that journey, because transitions are never easy.
No, and they often express themselves in ways you don't expect. I grew up as a musician,
right,
as a dancer.
Yes.
So I've always had these these creative outlets and this need, not a want, it was a need to express myself creatively. You know, working full time as a speech language pathologist, there really wasn't a lot of time to really express those things. And it was almost like those aspects of me were subdued a little bit. And you know, I was dealing with, throughout my whole life, with such severe depression that it's really hard to share that part of you with people. It's something you want to hide. And I spent my whole life doing that, trying to hide who I was.
And taking care of other people.
Taking care of other people. And it got to the point where I could not handle and cope with the stress of work anymore. I loved working with my patients, and I loved giving them a second chance at life, helping their lives, giving them more quality of life. That was very meaningful. But it just got to the point where I couldn't emotionally handle the stress of life. My depression was so overwhelming, and then I had other physical issues that were limiting me physically. And it just got to the point where I told my husband, I can't. I can't keep doing this. Is it okay if I stop?
Which sounds like it's been almost therapeutic.
Oh, it has, from an emotional standpoint, it has been cathartic. Very therapeutic. I put my music on I listen to a Hungarian guitarist.
Wow.
When I play. When I paint. And I just feel the color.
It's beautiful. It almost reminds me of...
And these aren't gentle strokes. These are... and the movement and the textures. This is an aurora borealis.
Oh, wow.
A friend of mine who lives in Alaska saw my artwork on Facebook and said, I love your art. Would you paint me an aurora?
I love the way it layers and how the texture plays between the layers to bring out different tones.
Yes.
And I can just imagine you with your fingers just covered in paint,
Covered
having
in
fun
paint.
doing this.
Covered in paint.
It's
I have
beautiful.
to keep clearing off the paint. Go to the next section, clear off the paint. Go to the next section.
You're in your
clear
happy
off the
place
paint.
doing that. I can see it.
I am so totally in my happy place.
That's great.
And once again, you're not supposed to touch your paintings to get the oils on them, but they're so textured that I just want to. I'm very tactile. It's completely different than some of my other artworks that are based on feel and emotion that the colors bring to me, and then trying to express those emotions through color and texture. This was a piece that I did in memory of a dear lifelong friend, Carol. You knew Carol? So I wanted to do a piece that was in her memory, that shows the depth of her character and beauty. And she loved pinks and roses. Roses, her husband told me that roses were her favorite color. So this is the miniature version of the original that I made that her husband actually ended up buying from me.
Wow, I'm sure that's just a
that meant so much to me.
Special piece to him.
That he wanted the original. I mean, it couldn't have gone.
That's the right place for it.
That was the right place for it.
I love this project because, one, I love cellos. I had a child who played a cello for a while, and you had a friend who started seeing your art and said, paint my cello.
Yes.
That's so
Yes, she
cool.
says, I have a cello I want you to paint. And I
Yeah.
thought, well, maybe she means someday in the future she might want me to paint a
Right,
cello.
and you didn't just like paint the cello, you painted the entire cello because
all
it's
sides.
It is a dimensional
it is
piece of art.
It is three-dimensional.
Right.
Every aspect of this cello is painted. She said, I love your art. I want you to paint my cello. I'm like, okay. And then when she actually showed up with it, I was like, okay, I need a little bit more guidance. She's like, no, just paint whatever you want. I just love your artwork. I'm like, no, really. You don't want me to just paint whatever I want, because I might like it, but you might not.
Right.
So I asked her to send me some pictures of things that inspired her. So I picked the one that spoke to me, and it had these lavenders and these indigo blues in it, and it was a sun rising. So I've got about at least six different mixes and colors of blues and indigos and purples. And then the reflection of the sun and the sunrise in the water, a little bit of the yellow, and then a little bit of the orange, blended through here. And each section of the water has a different feel. This is the deep water. This is almost like it's a sandbar. And so it's shallower, so there's more reflection of the sunrise. And then here it's back to deeper water. You were talking about, you know, how my technique evolved. One of my favorite paintings is when I actually totally immersed myself in nature and color and paint by putting paint on a canvas in the rain.
Wow. Yeah.
In the rain, because I wanted to see what would happen to the paint as the rain fell on it and made it blend, which was something that, you know, I had control over where the paint went on the canvas.
Right.
But I then had no control over what the paint did in response to the rain, other than tilting the canvas in certain directions to get it to blend until the way I liked it.
So people can buy paintings from you
Yes.
or commission paintings
They
from
can
you?
buy. Some people want to see the ones I have posted on Facebook, and they ask if they can buy it. I've had other people commission works for me. I want a painting. Sometimes it's just, I want a painting of anything.
Right.
And sometimes it's, I want a painting of an aurora. I want a painting of I want one of your rain paintings.
Right. Is Facebook the best way to get a hold of you?
Facebook is a really good way to get a hold of me. That's where a lot of people have seen my work. That's where I post a lot of my work.
Yeah, that's where I saw it. I started seeing these wonderful things. I mean, we were connected anyway, and it's like, wait, look at this, and look at that. This is so cool. This is somebody I know, and she's making these beautiful things. So, yeah, I'm so happy.
Yes, I started a Facebook page just to post my pictures of my artwork.
Good.
Is even though I've dealt with depression my whole life, when someone expresses interest in my artwork, it's so self-affirming.
Sure.
And it just gives me this sense of peace that someone appreciates the beauty that I see in the beauty in my paintings, but that someone else does too, and that it speaks to them. And it has helped me heal. And I am emotionally in the best place I've ever been, and it's a good feeling.
Good. Some people hear in color, or you hear things like that. Is that when you think of colors, do
I
they
feel
produce,
it.
you feel colors?
I feel it.
What is that? Can you describe any of that?
No.
I am really happy to be here with my good friend Faith Matthews-Mueller, who I've known a long time.
A long time.
Very long time, since childhood. And I love what she is doing. She is on Go Be Good because she's my dear friend, but she's on Go Be Good because she's doing good, beautiful art.
Thank you.
Yes. Faith has been a speech pathologist for many years.
20 years.
And
a
then
little over 20 years.
And then you retired out, and you're doing
did.
art full time.
I did. I stopped being a speech language pathologist due to mental and physical health issues. And it became necessary for me to stop, which was a challenge, giving up that part of your identity. But I found a new identity.
Yes, you did.
And a new outlet for my creativity with my painting.
And I was just curious how you
To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a member, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Businesses welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there, and we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast, and they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, they're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
A strong sense of tradition, culture, and history shaped the character of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. As America's oldest English settlement, west of the Allegheny Mountains and Kentucky's oldest town, Harrodsburg is well known for its numerous historical sites. An air of Southern hospitality weaves its way throughout the town, where visitors are invited to sit a spell or admire the historic architecture that accents downtown. A visit to Old Fort Harrod State Park transports you back to the town's early history as costumed craftspeople perform pioneer tasks such as weaving, basketry, and blacksmithing. Fort Harrod is home to the Lincoln Marriage Temple, which houses the original log cabin where Abraham Lincoln's parents were married in 1806. It also boasts an impressive collection of Civil War artifacts, guns, Native American artifacts, and Lincoln memorabilia. Each year, the fort throws a birthday party for the city of Harrodsburg, a family-friendly gathering with live music and a birthday cake. The town will celebrate a landmark birth date in 2024 when Harrodsburg turns 250 years old. There's no better place to experience Kentucky's signature welcome than at the gracious Beaumont Inn, Kentucky's oldest family-operated country inn. Named an American classic by the prestigious James Beard Foundation in 2015, the Beaumont Inn blends the best of traditional Kentucky hospitality, age-old family recipes, and historic charm, with modern amenities sure to make any traveler feel right at home. A personalized bourbon tasting with the innkeeper is the perfect way to become acquainted with Kentucky's finest bourbons. Be sure to sample the Beaumont's very own bourbon, Kentucky Owl. A short walk from the inn, visitors will find themselves on historic Main Street at the heart of downtown Harrodsburg, greeted by a streetscape filled with buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. A visit to Dedmon Drugstore will invoke a bygone era. Dating to 1860, this charming building maintains all of its original cherry cabinetry and soda fountain. Next, enjoy a self-guided walking tour through Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, America's largest restored Shaker community. This 3,000-acre landmark discovery destination is filled with dynamic and interactive programming while still preserving the heritage and story of the Kentucky Shakers. Here you can visit the Historic Center, the farm, the nature preserve, browse the shops at Shaker Village, enjoy classic Southern cuisine at the trustees table, or board the authentic Dixie Belle sternwheeler for an up-close view of one of the most unique ecosystems in the country. Hungry for more? Join Central Kentucky Tours. These tours are a great way to savor the landscape, culture, and intrigue of the Bluegrass region. Harrodsburg combines the best the Bluegrass State has to offer: stunning scenery and signature Southern hospitality. A visit to Harrodsburg will truly fill you with Kentucky's unbridled spirit. Come find out what makes Harrodsburg the coolest place in history.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and it's designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. It's a little wet out there, though. So if you plan on doing, a little bit of something this morning, it's going to be just a little bit wet. So you may want to kind of wait until a little bit later or something. But the farmers market in Mercer is open first day today. The farmers market in Danville, they're open today. Probably got the umbrellas up though in Danville because, like I said, it's still sprinkling just a little bit, but things are going to work itself out. And next week, oh Lord, look like we got really nice sunshine most of the week next week, so everything will get a chance to dry out. So that's good. And for me, when it rains like this, it just gives me opportunity to sit down and relax. Because for the last 2 weeks, it's been really busy and, but exciting, because the one project that I've been working on is just about complete. We've put in probably about 25 to 30 bushes and shrubs and trees and flowers and you name it, we've put it in. And now we're going to have mulch. That'll be, I think, this Wednesday. So pretty excited about that. I have one more thing I have to do. I have to lay down some landscape paper in this one area where there's some plants. And but I think all the digging is done. So now we're going to put the mulch down come Wednesday, so I'm going to go over there first chance I get and put that down, and that'll kind of bring that to a close. But it's been a fun, busy, couple of weeks, because each time I've gone over there, I've spent anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, in the course of a day to get all the plants in and get it looking right. You name it, I think I've done it. But like I say, it's been fun, and now I'm moving on to let's see, Edna Tolliver, getting that finished, getting that garden ready to go. Also, let's see here, the Centenary Church, they started their community garden last Saturday morning. I think they still may have some plots available for people to dig in, and working with Center College, the Environmental Studies program at KSD, working with the professor there and some of the students, trying to help a student who's not going home for summer, trying to give him something to do. And we're just waiting on the answer for his housing, and I was going to, through the grant, give him a stipend for working through the summer. Let's see, Batewood Homes, they're finally going to get their sidewalk into the garden. I'm going to meet the gentleman, was going to do it this week, but it's rained most of the week, so we didn't get a chance to do that. But hopefully next week we'll get to meet with them and walk through exactly where the sidewalk needs to go. And that one will be going in probably in the next couple of weeks, so that'll be great. That'd be another thing off my plate. And let's see here, I've helped Lexington Avenue Christian Church with their, help them get the soil they need, the wood they needed, all the things they need in order to get their church garden going. I'm working with a child care that has kids anywhere from 6 to 8 years old. Start a little garden at their at their daycare or after school program. So we're working on that, and things are good. Everybody's planting. I've been in all kinds of greenhouses. I went through, I went to Mercer County the other day and stopped in several different greenhouses and talked to them, see what they had. Bought me some plants, and it's been a fun buying season, for plants. And plants are, they're a little more expensive than they have been over the last couple of years, but that's understandable because of transportation cost and fertilizer and all these other things that are hung up with the Russian invasion and all those things that are going on. China, there's because of COVID over there, and now the ships are backed up in China. So if you've ordered anything from China, don't look forward to getting to it anytime soon, because that has slowed way down. So try to buy things local, try to buy things within the United States, that so this way you can get your whatever it is on time, because the economy is supposed to be moving. It's moving pretty well. 400,000 people got jobs, and the unemployment rate is down to up a little bit, I guess, from 3.4 to 3.5. So if you're looking for a job, there's lots of jobs out there. So just find the one that's suited for you. If you're looking for better income, it's out there. If you're looking to make a change, it's out there. So there's plenty for you to do. So go ahead and make that happen. Let's see. Today we're going to talk about because we're going into the second week of May. Let's see, the first week of May says...
Here's Matt's real-world HVAC success story from Kentucky Community and Technical College.
Let's see, for May, let's see here. Lay your stakes for your tomatoes, plant your herbs, turn your compost. That was week 1. Week 2 is transplant your peppers, your tomatoes, your melons, squash and your cucumbers. That's what you should be doing this week coming up. So get all those things together, because the heat is coming. If you look at the weather for next week, 70s and 80s, 82 I think is for our area. So go ahead and get those things together and get them out there, and don't expect any frost anytime soon. So get those.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
Okay, we're back in the garden. And like I said, today, the farmer's market in Mercer County is open. First Saturday, and the farmer's market in Danville is open. And there's quite a few vendors out there. So go buy up all their stuff so this way they don't have to take it home, because they probably have to get up real early, or they stayed up late last night trying to prepare it because of the weather. So go out there and buy up everything they got, so this way they don't have to take it home, and try something new. There's, like I said, there's a lot of different vendors out there that have different things. They got coffee, they got seeds, they got plants, they got flowers, they've got, there's some of everything there. So be sure to go to the farmers markets and help those farmers out, because you can't get any local than that, because most of these farmers live 5 or 10 miles out from where the farmers markets are at, and we want to make sure that they're taken care of. So buy it up as local as possible to help those guys out. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. If you got questions, I'm sure they'll be able to answer most of your questions, or they can guide you to where ever who the person is that to help out with your questions. So be sure to take care of that today, and go out and try to enjoy the best you can, because I think it's probably stopped raining, but it's got a little wind. It's got a little chill out there this morning. Made me put on a windbreaker this morning to try to fight some of that chill off. Okay, well, look, my time's about up. Man, how time flies when you're having fun. Look, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here and go do some things that I got to do. But you have yourself a great weekend, and I'll be talking to you soon. I will talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
Check it out. With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand anywhere. Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Each morning the sun rises over the bluegrass. I know I made the right decision to pack my bags and leave the city life behind. When I moved to Mercer County, I discovered the true meaning of my old Kentucky home. My name is Jennifer Miranda, and this is my Kentucky story. Right now we're heading to the closest and largest town in the county, Harrodsburg, population 8,377. And nestled right in the heart of downtown is Old Fort Harrod State Park. When you pull through the giant gates, you know you are about to get a glimpse into an important part of American history. We've just arrived at Old Fort Harrod State Park. You can see the gates behind me here. Are you ready to go back to 1774? Pioneer James Harrod led an expedition of 37 explorers from Virginia to this area, and on June 16, 1774, Harrodstown became the first pioneer settlement in Kentucky. With the protection of the fort, the community steadily grew into what is now present-day Harrodsburg. I spoke with one of the fort's reenactors and asked this question: what drives you to dress up in period costume and talk to strangers about the old ways? The answer was simple. So today's generation understands the struggles our forefathers had to endure to survive here. Just outside the fort, I found one of the most fascinating things, the Lincoln Marriage Temple. The brick church-like structure was built back in 1931 to protect the precious contents inside that have a very special connection to Abraham Lincoln, our nation's 16th president. What you are looking at is the early 1800s cabin where Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks were married. Bet you didn't know that was right here in my town. I never knew what the phrase Kentucky Proud meant until I moved to this area. But after immersing myself here in Mercer County, I can call myself a proud Kentuckian. All right, guys, let's go off to the next adventure. Here we go.
With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand anywhere. Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Really nice hydrangea in it, and it's at $26, and but it had been marked through, and which means it was on discount. So I just happened to see the lady who works there, and I said, "Hey, is this discounted?" She said, "Yeah, it ain't been quite treated right, and looking kind of pitiful." I said, "So how much is it?" She said, "Well, how much did you say it was?" I said, 26. She said, "Well, I think it's under $13, and this hydrangea is probably about 2 foot tall. Got some really strong stalks on it. Looks like it's going to flower here in the next few weeks." And I get up to the counter, and the same lady I went to the day before. She said, "You're back?" I said, "I am." I said, I'm here to look at the lonely plants, and I found one. And this hydrangea is, it says 26 but marked out, and I got it for $12. And like I said, this is a large hydrangea in a 2-gallon container. So I think I got it for $12, and I bought a bag of soil, and I bought a couple other plants, and so I said, "Well, okay, let's go ahead and do the discount." So she did the discount, and I said, "Okay, I also need a military discount." And she said, "Military discount? It's already cheap." I said, "Well, can we get it any cheaper?" So I think she knocked off like another $3 for being, having a military discount. So I ended up getting a bag of soil and the plant, and 2 other small plants for think it was $26. So the price I would have paid full price for the hydrangea, plus the 2 plants and a little bit of soil. I ended up paying $26, but I got to plant the soil and a couple extra plants to help me out. And so if you're in the military, be sure to use the military discount. If you're a nonprofit, be sure to use your nonprofit status. That saves you taxes. So use all of that. Because when they see me come in, they know because I always tell them, now why would I pay full price when I don't have to? So I have these discounts, and I enjoy using them because it saves me money. So that's something to keep in mind. Like I say, if you're military, if you're a nonprofit, if they allow nonprofits to put their information in for when they purchase things, go ahead and put it in. Because like I said, that'll save you money, save you taxes. Let's see, even if you haven't planted your sweet corn, your vining crops, your cucumbers, you can continue to plant them through all of May in just about every state. Now's the time to plant the crops that are particularly sensitive to cold and frost, which includes your tomatoes, your peppers, eggplant, your okra. It's really important to make sure that you keep weather aware, just in case there is a temperature drop. Let's see, to protect your plants from frost, use a planter. Say if you got fairly large sized pots, or if you've got milk jugs, or if you've got something just to cover those plants for the really cool nights, which I don't think we're going to have much of anymore, but just in case it does, make sure that you cover them up, for that 8 hours or 6 hours, whatever it might be. So this way you can protect your plants. As the plant grows, lightly turn the soil around the plant to control weeds. Layer it with straw, newspaper, cardboard, plastic mulch between the plants, to control the weeds. And this plant that I was working at, we used a lot of cardboard. All the plants that he got in over the last, say, month, we used it in the flower bed. And this is really thick cardboard. So we laid it down every place we got, had an opportunity. And then, like I say, at the other places, like I said, we used landscape paper to cover those weeds up, to make sure that the weeds are at bay. Like I said, still might be a few weeds that pop in, but I think we can, handle those because there's very few spots uncovered. So make sure that you're trying to keep the battle down, because if you don't, what happens is you'll be fighting weeds, all summer long, and that's not what you want, because that's what stops people from doing gardening, or in vegetables or your flowers, because you're constantly out there fighting weeds, and you want to get to a point where it's minimal amount of weeds in your garden. And the best way to do that is either use cardboard or something similar, newspaper, thick layers of newspaper, or thick layers of whatever else you can find to block that sun away from that grass, to kill those weeds, because we want the weeds dead. So this way we don't have to come back and be weeding every 2 or 3 days. Tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic. and let the gig begin. Go to GoKinetic.com for details.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. Yesterday was so nice outside. Was able to do, quite a few things, and the rain came through last night. Should be able to do a few things today because at least there won't be no more rain for at least 48 hours anyway. I think Monday is going to start raining and a couple of days next week. But, if you had things that you wanted to do, today's another great day to get out there and do it. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about, because I have people ask me all the time, what should I be doing in my garden for, say this month, and, and I can't remember everything, but thankfully, at the Boyle County extension office, I was able to pick up what they call a garden calendar, something that that Alexis she had put together, and I go out there and I grab goodies every now and then when I'm going to do some things. And this garden calendar is a monthly calendar. Let me see here if I can show that for those of you who are watching on CCTV or CKYTV, the live stream. There's a little calendar that that I was able to pick up, and the thing is great. It's a calendar that tells you what you should be doing every week as we get closer to the growing season. A lot of people started in January, and they've been at it ever since. You know, greenhouses have been rocking and rolling, and people have been, getting themselves together, getting their plants grown, and it's been amazing. Last 2 or 3 months, the amount of work that goes into getting gardens ready. Okay, say for this month. Okay, say the first week of April, should be doing seed peppers, your tomatoes, your melons, your squashes, your cucumbers, the transplants. Turn your compost, because the more you turn your compost, the faster it turns into that good, rich soil to go back into your garden. Say the second week was update your, if you're taking notes, which you should be, on what you've planted, when you plant it, where you plant it, all those kind of things. There's on the side, it's called Garden Notes, and all you need is a erasable marker, and you write in your notes each week. Okay, for the third week, which is right about now, you prepare your trellises, your stakes for your cucumbers, your beans, and you turn your compost. That's a theme that you that you're going to hear quite often, because you have to turn that compost in order to get it, keep it nice and hot in there, and it's breaking down, and the bugs and the worms are doing their things. Excuse me. So that's the third week, is like I say, prepare your trellises or your stakes for your cucumbers and your beans, and turn your compost. Okay, the last week of April, because if you're trying to start your seed right about that time, it's almost too late. So the best thing to do is to buy your herb transplants. These do well in pots or directly in the soil. So you probably start buying your tomato transplants and other things. This morning, I'm going out to, after I leave, I'm going out to the Bull County FFA. I got invited to come out and purchase plants a couple of days before the public. And there's people who have been working with the FFA out there for, over the winter, and they've been helping out the students, all kinds of different things. So I get to go out and purchase a few things, but the sale actually starts on Monday. It came out in the Danville paper. It must have been Friday. And so I'm going out to that and buy some transplants, things that I'm going to need to go around Constitution Square, the McDowell House, and other projects that I'm doing. So I'm going to go out and buy some of those and get those ready to go. And so we're getting down to where I think one day next week it might even touch 80. So we're approaching this real spring season of nice warm weather. You can put your plants out, because there's even going to be a couple of frost days. I think there's going to be maybe some frost, maybe like a 33s and some maybe 35 a couple of those nights. So just be prepared to cover whatever it is that you've planted. But like I say, but you need to have some type of journal of what you're doing. So this way you can go back and you say, okay, I did this in week 1, I did this in week 2. It's a lot easier than trying to do it by the day. So it's easier just to plan it, a week at a time, and you can put your notes in, and then you can, then you'll know, because usually what I tell people at the end of the season, you take, take a picture, so this way you can look at it and see where you're at. If you don't like what you've seen at the end of the season, that gives you all winter long or all through the fall or whatever to make changes. So this way you can have your yard to, in the best condition that you can get it. And like saying, you don't need $1 million. All you need is a few plants, particular plants, that kind of brings a little pop, 2 hydrangeas, or you put in more bulbs, your tulips for your fall, because they've got spring, summer, and fall bulbs. You can buy those, that instantly come up and give you the color that you're looking for. So just go out there and just don't go with a credit card. Because if you go with a credit card, that means you spend more. You say put 20, 30, 50 bucks in your pocket. You go out there and you see what you can buy. And what you're going to do is you want to make sure that you're getting the best deal for that, that whatever money that you take out there, so this way you can get more. Say if you see something that's on sale or discounted, because I went out and I bought some house plants that I put in my office. Must have been at Walmart or someplace, and these plants were, they had already flowered, which was fine with me, but they only cost me 95 cents. So it was easier for me to go ahead and spend 95 cents on 2 of those, and next time around when it flowers, I'll be there to see it, and it'll just keep going. My my snake plant looks as green and kind of a yellowish color. I think I paid 75 cents for that. It's probably about about 10 inches tall now, but I only paid 75 cents. So go out there and look for those prices that make life easy, and because if you've only got $20, but you can buy, say, $5 worth of discounted plants or something like that, you're getting a better deal, because you're going to get to see the colors from the flowers. You're going to get to see those for a long time to come. So just make sure that you're out there. And when you're out there, like say you, try to get the best deal. Because I'm going in, I'm not trying to pay full price for anything. It's just like seeds and anything else. I go and I try to find the best deal that I can, for the money that I have, because I'm not rich, but if I can look rich, by just some of the things that, that I buy, because it'll have, like say, the colors that you need, and it'll come back 2 or 3 times in your perennials. You buy the right bushes or shrubs, like say, you'll get to see those colors for year after year after year that you won't have to spend. And once you get all those things in place, you can go back and you can buy annuals, to fill in the gaps. So this way, everything will continue to look good. And when those bushes and shrubs aren't flowering, you've got, your annuals that are blooming, or it has the color that you need. And your neighbor's going to think you've spent a lot of money on it, but you actually didn't. You just got smarter in your buying. So let's see here. Some of the other questions, when it comes to growing your garden, best thing I can tell you is that grow whatever it is that you eat on a regular basis, say your tomatoes, your lettuce, your broccoli, or your cabbages, or carrots, or whatever it is. Those are the things that you want to buy. And if you want to experiment a little bit, you can buy something a little bit different. Because, if you buy things that you're not going to eat, it's just going to end up in the compost pile, or you're going to throw it away. So just make sure that whatever you're planting is that you're planning to eat. And like say, do the research for the plants that you're going to put in. Because, sometimes people, they go on vacation and they come back and they've bought plants down in Florida or out in California or different places like that. You have to make sure that it's going to survive here. And about the only way that it will survive is that because, say, in Florida is hot, California is hot, Arizona, all those different places, the temperature is a lot different. So some of those plants, I think they call them tropical plants, which means that they can't handle the cold, they can't handle the frost. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're buying those things that you can either leave outside or you bring in when it gets cold. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
Okay, we're back in the garden, and like I say, it's going to be a nice day out there. Looks like from here, it looks like the sun is up and starting to rise. Somewhere in the 50s or so it's not going to be a too bad of a day. So if you need to get a few things done before Easter, today is going to be a great day to go ahead and get a lot of those things out of the way so you don't have to worry about it on Sunday. Today I've been talking a little bit about about garden preparation, and I've talked about planning your garden. You know, you can put it on paper, a journal, on the back of anything. You know, wherever you can find a place to put notes, just put it where you can see it. The other thing is to make sure that when you decide where you're going to put your garden at, you want to make sure that you're putting it in a nice sunny place. If your garden is going to be more shade, try the other side of the house. Just kind of figure out where the sun comes up and where you can get the most shade out of it, or most sun out of it, I'm sorry. So that way that'll help you out, because your tomatoes, your peppers, your squash, your beans, and all those things, they need lots of sunshine. And like I say, it's going to be one day towards maybe next weekend, I think it's going to be almost 80. So that's kind of where you want it. The other thing is to make sure that you're putting it near a water source. Don't put it so far back that you got to have a 200-foot water hose every time you need to go out and water your garden. Try to keep it as close as possible, so this way when you walk out the back door and you need a head of lettuce, or you need some herbs, or you need something like that, you can just walk out the door within a few feet, and you'll be able to snip it, cut it, or pick it in order to take it back inside and eat it. That's about the best you can do when it comes to fresh vegetables, because that's why they call it fresh, you know, because you're picking it from the vine and you bring it in house and you're using it. Make sure it's a well-drained area. You know, you don't want to put it where there's a pond every time it rains. That's not the place where you want it, because a lot of your food and things are going to rot. So as I said earlier, plant only with what you're going to eat. Don't go out and plow up the whole backyard if you're only going to eat a few things. So make it small, and you can always add to it the following year. A lot of times what happens is come July and August and things like that, when it starts getting hot, people, they stop weeding. They stop, going out to the garden very often. And if they do, they just go out there and they pick it, and they say, oh, I'll get the weeds next time. Because what'll happen is the weeds will take over your garden. Like I say, you can put cardboard down in between the rows. You can, build raised boxes, and even raised beds. They have tendency to get weeds in it too, because when you cut grass, weed seed goes up into your box, and you'll sometime have to pull those out. But if you laid out your box like you needed to, put a weed barrier or cardboard or something down up underneath it, you can just reach in there and just pluck those out. But if you just let it continue to grow, like I say, you'll end up with all kinds of weeds. So make sure that you're planning for that, but only plant what you're going to eat, so that way it won't go to waste. And you want to plant those vegetables where you can get the most of them, the best of everything, because, say, tomatoes, they usually give you 30, 40 tomatoes, and they just continue to come back for a long time to come. Your peppers, they'll continue to produce. Your lettuce is usually one time. Your cabbage is usually one time. So, and if you eat a lot of cabbage, just make sure that you plant 5 or 6 or 7, however how many you think you're going to need. Or you start off with 3 or 4, and then as you pull them out, you put new seeds in. So just make sure that you're kind of keeping up with things you like. Oh, I just pulled up the last 2 cabbages. Maybe I should put some more in. Now, cabbages and the brassicas, as they call them, a lot of times they only need, say, 4 to 6 hours of sun instead of 6 or 8 hours of 90-degree weather. They usually don't do very well, so try to make sure that wherever you put those at, there's a little bit of shade that would help you out. Let's see. Looks like my time is about up, but I'll be back on Tuesday with Rick, and Rick and Joe, and then I'll be back on Thursday, and then we'll get busy again next Saturday. Well, happy Easter to everyone. Go out and enjoy, and have yourself a great day. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand anywhere. Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Welcome to Gardening with James. You will learn how to start your own garden, learn watering techniques, how and what to compost, eat better, which leads to a healthier lifestyle. This show is packed full of frugal tips and information, as well as interviews from around the country designed to make gardening easier and fun for the entire family. Call James now with your questions and problems at 734-4321. A gardener himself who has planted gardens from San Francisco to Kentucky. Let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
At Constitution Square, let's see, last week we did about 3 truckloads of mulch around the trees, and then the weather got crazy, so we waited until this week. So yesterday morning, 2 more truckloads came up and put mulch around the trees. It was badly needed. So we got that project out the way with the help of the Danville Garden Club. Martha K. Wood and her crew came up, about 5 or 6 ladies. They was out there with their shovels and had their little wagons, everything. You know, they was out there working it with us. So we really appreciate that help because it won't be too much longer. We should be doing some planting, of our flowers, and that's always fun. We're going to have the FFA come back, and they'll be doing it again probably here in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I think it's 975 vinca plants, because last year we had something a little bit different, but this year it'll be vinca, and we're going to get those in, and the students, they'll be coming up, on a regular basis during the summer, to water the plants and maintain like they did last year, and they did a really great job. If you haven't been out to the Bull County FFA flower sale, stop in. They still have plenty of plants. The things have been going well, because I think they had like 1,200 varieties of different plants, and all that money goes back to the Future Farmers of America and the students, for their for the work that they do in there. So stop by and support that. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, I went to been going to a new client's house, and yesterday was, I guess I put in about 4 hours over there, and we put in, I guess about 7 or 8 plants. We cut out the design with the lawnmower. We put a water hose, because when you're designing things, it's kind of hard to, put that design in your head and then put it on the ground a lot of times. And what he did, we strung 2 water hoses together, and we just laid it out in the yard exactly the way we want it. Came back with a lawnmower and cut that grass down really short so we could see the design. And once we got the design cut, he had some bushes and shrubs that had came in, and so we start putting those in place. And then we moved some yucca plants. He has some really nice yucca plants, and they was up close to the house, but he wants to put a tree in that spot. So so I dug out all the yucca plants and put them on another side of the house where he's going to put a bird bath. I made like a half moon, and with the yucca plants, and in the center he's going to put a bird bath in there. So this way, we can fix that part up. And so I guess I was over there about 3 or 4 hours, and we got quite a bit done. Going back this morning to put in some more plants, and just as I done, I was pretty much wore out by that time, and I'm getting ready to leave, and I hear this beep, beep, beep. Here's FedEx with a truckload of plants that this guy has ordered, and I think we got 15 packages, and there's trees, bushes, shrubs, mondo grass, monkey grass, all kinds of different things that showed up. So so he unboxed them last night, and so this way they can get some fresh air. And I guess that's the tip also, is that if you order plants from online, you make sure that when those packages get there, open up those packages, let them get some air, and excuse me, and water them real good. So this way they can catch up, because a lot of times, like say they ride for 2 or 3 days, and they've been either in the back of a van, or they've been in a truck, or different weather in between here and wherever they got them from. So you have to make sure that you open up those packages to make sure that they get some air. Don't wait till the next morning. All right, let's try that again. But so when you get those, you want to just make sure that that you open up those packages so your plants can get some air, and then start putting them in as soon as possible. Because today, like I said, I've got like about 15 packages of all different types of plants, and but for me, it's that time of the year. It's time to get at it and make folks happy. So this way, when folks, when they come past their yard, they can see new designs, and he also wants, like say, some nice color, and that's one of the things that you do have to have. If you're going to do a design, make sure you put some color in there. Everything don't have to be flashy, but add a couple of accents in there, in your border, or a tree or a bush. Or something that has a little pop, and like I said, a lot of times you can do that. Pretty simple. Just have to plan it out and think about it, and like I said, when you get your plants, you want to make sure that the plants those are the ones you want, and then you take those plants and you set them in the places that you want it to go. Get them all set out. So this way you can kind of stand back and take a look and see if that's where you want to plant those plants. So it's nothing worse than getting half of them in, then you change your mind, then you got to pull them out and move them and put them someplace else. So really take the time to make sure that that's what you want, and that can make life a lot easier and help you out. Let's see here. Let's see. This is week 3, I think, of April, and so this week you're supposed to be preparing your trellises, your stakes for your cucumbers, your beans, and like saying, and turn that compost. If you've got compost, a compost bin, make sure that you're turning it. The more you turn it, the faster your compost will be, and
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
We're back in in the garden. It's going to be a really nice garden out there today. Garden sunshine. Ground is still kind of moist, so this way you can dig. Because, like I said, yesterday, I probably dug about 15 holes, and it was pretty easy. Just put a nice little pressure on it, and like I said, it went down, and I was pretty happy with that. Like I said, bushes and shrubs. I guess one of the first tips or other tips I'll give is when you buy plants from anywhere, that come in black pots or they call them 1 inch, 4 inch, 7 inch pots, whatever it might be. You want to make sure that when you, before you try to get that plant out, don't just pull in the middle of it, because like I say, you just may rip it out from the bottom where your roots are at. So what you want to do is, like I say, hit it all the way around that container, and loosen up that soil, lean it forward, and then you can pull the whole thing out. And then after you do that, you want to make sure that you either take a knife or spade or whatever it is that you got. You want to make sure that you poke some holes in the side, tear off a little bit on the bottom. I would recommend maybe a couple inches off the bottom of it, especially if they're the big plants, because they get root bound sitting inside those pots, after months of it growing. So you want to make sure that you pull them at least a couple inches, stab a couple holes in the side, and then stick it into the ground, because otherwise, once it gets into the ground, like I say, it could become root bound in the ground, because because all those roots are encircling that pot. So you'll make sure you want to break some of that up, so this way it'll force the roots to go elsewhere besides in a circle. So I guess that would be another one. And then you want to make sure that you water those plants really good, and you're probably going to want to water them probably. If it rains, that's a different story. That gives you a day off. But I would say every other day, go out and water those plants. If you have them in pots or buckets or whatever it might be, like so, you may have to water them a little more regular, because the water does drain out the bottom. So make sure that you're watering it after you put those plants in, and set yourself an alarm on your phone or something, and so this way, either you're going to work and water them, or you come home and water them. But you want to make sure, especially once we get up to the 75, 80, 85 degree temperatures, you want to water those plants because the roots haven't been established yet. So water them real good, like every other day, unless it rains, and then you can wait maybe a day or two. But just make sure that you water them, because a lot of people, what happens is they'll buy plants and they'll stick them in the ground, and then they may water them that one day. Then they get busy, or they'll go on vacation or something like that, and then when they come back, the plants are looking sad. That's because they haven't had any water except for maybe when it rained. So you have to water those plants, because I hate to see you, put all that time and effort in it and spend the money, and then your plants die on you. So and some of the plants, like say if you're doing like jade and snake plants and some of those things, those kind of plants, like say somewhere along the line, they'll need a little bit of water also. I know they call them desert plants, but if you don't water them at all and you just depending on the rain, then even some of those plants can die from lack of water. So all the plants, no matter whether vegetables, flowers, succulents, or bushes or shrubs, in the beginning, they're going to need water. And you don't want to wait till they start drooping, to water it. You want to, because then it becomes inconsistent. And like say, so that it puts a lot of stress on your plants. So make sure that you're watering them, making sure that you're taking care of your babies. That's what I like to call them, because usually after each bush or shrub or whatever it is I put in the ground, I usually tell it, grow, baby, grow. And hopefully that'll help. You know, sometimes if I've got my headphones on, you might find me out there singing to the plants. So just try to enjoy it, because the amount of time that you put in there, could be, 2 or 3 days a week, just getting in to make sure that your yard is the way it's supposed to. If you haven't cleaned out your yard, or all those leaves and things up around your house, or cut those bushes back, now's a great time to start trying to get those in place, trimming those bushes, trimming those trees. And if you're putting new plants in, like say, you make sure that you put it where you want it. And on the tag for the bushes, shrubs, trees, vegetables, it'll tell you, pretty much how you need to water it, when you need to water it. It'll tell you if you need to fertilize it, put some type of fertilizer. And I would look for some type of natural way to fertilize your plants, because fertilizers, they're about to go up. Price is going to go up on that, because that's all come from Russia. So find a natural way to make sure that your plants are fertilized, and just take care of them, and they'll take care of you, and they'll make you look good. Well, my time is about it. Until next Saturday. Next Saturday, and I'll be in here Tuesday, and I'll be with Rick on Thursday. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song. 'Cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy.
Great.
Very happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one cord.
Bro, wow.
Internet without BS.
My name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room, and they can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our one bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and it's designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. With your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another really cold Saturday morning in the garden. As we've been hearing, about the weather, we was fortunate enough not to get the amount of ice that we were supposed to. So that made me happy, and I'm sure it made a lot of other people happy. So, but we made it to the weekend. The Cats play today, and all kinds of good stuff that's happening. So. Get out there and try to enjoy yourself. But I would wait until maybe 9, 10, maybe 11 o'clock, start getting out and doing things. And if you need to take your vehicle this morning, be sure to warm it up. Make sure that you can see all the way around you, so this way you won't have an accident. So, just be prepared and be safe out there. This morning I have a guest, Mr. Chase Porter from Southern States. Chase, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
How you doing?
I'm good. Glad to have you on here this morning.
Me as well. Thanks for having me.
Oh, anytime, man. Anytime people do good things, as I promised, I will always be sure to give them free airtime. And the reason why I said that is because I met Chase last week, and I heard that he had some seeds that he was giving away, and I made a call, went by to see him, and he came through with a bunch of seeds that going out to the churches and schools and anybody that's growing food. We're trying to start another seed library, trying to get one going there in Mercer County. So this way you folks can go in there and just grab them up just like you would a book, and we really, truly appreciate that. Chase, give us a little bit about yourself, where you already said you work at Southern States, but how did you come up on working at Southern States?
Well, so I've worked for Southern States in the past, actually. I worked at the feed mill, so I've worked in feed manufacturing for about 7 years now. I worked for Southern States for a few years and Alltech for about 4 years. And, I'm just looking for I was looking for a few things. I was looking for something a little closer to home. So I live in Harrodsburg, and I was commuting to Nicholasville and for Alltech, and this is much closer. So I'm also just trying to get more involved in the community and meet more and more people and make a difference. My setting at Alltech was very is a factory, and it's manufacturing, and so this is the way I get to meet people and meet farmers and be involved in agriculture in a bigger way. I've actually got an 80-acre farm here in Harrodsburg and raising feeder cattle, and so it all kind of made sense for me and what I'm trying to do.
Oh, well, that's good stuff because we always kind of go back to our roots, things that we truly like to do, and and that kind of, you being in manufacturing, having a farm, that's a little bit different. Plus, you had to travel, so it had to make it had to be a little tougher because you gotta make that travel every day.
Yes, sir. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm learning a lot still. This is I'm about to start my second month, I guess, with here at the store, but I'm really excited about it. There's something new every day, every week. We've got different seasons to think about, and we're getting ready for the growing season now. Even though there's snow on the ground and it's icy and it's cold, we're prepping for it now, trying to think about what everyone's going to need. What are our farmers, gardeners? What's everybody going to need this year? And we're trying to get that ordered and have a plan. So.
Okay. So now, most farmers, what would farmers need right about this time of the season to get prepared?
Most people are booking some contracts on fertilize, and we're talking about bulk seed, chemicals, crop protectants, things like that. We're getting in most of that here in about 2 weeks. We're bringing in, we kind of bringing in bulk, and we'll start kind of contracting it out. If you contract it out, normally you get a better price on a lot of these things.
Oh, okay. And now when it comes to people who aren't farmers, do you guys do y'all try to kind of balance that somehow? Because I know that you have the garden vegetable seeds also. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, glad you asked. We actually have we've got things like burpee seeds. We have them ordered. Flowers, herbs, garden seed. We're going to get some Bonnie plants. Like myself, I have a very small garden, so we grow tomatoes and potatoes and onions, that kind of stuff, peppers, cucumbers, green beans. We're going to have all that, sweet corn. We're going to have all that here available. And I did want to make a point that if there's ever a time where you're unsure about what we have, or if there's something that you want, just give us a call or come see me, and I can look to see if we can get it. Normally it's about a 5-day lead time on some of this stuff. So if you start planning now, or even in the next month, there's plenty of time. We have plenty of time to start planning. I can get this in for you. So we're here to help. We're here to get what you need, and we also have bringing in baby chicks next month. We're gonna have we're gonna have what we call chick days, and we're gonna have a sale on cattle mineral, and we're gonna have much more. We've got all the supplies. When you ask about non-farmers, we have just general rural living supplies. All right, so we have tools, and we have some clothing. We do propane. All right, so I know most people know it's probably by propane, and we have all kinds of accessories. Right now, that's a big mover. Everybody's coming in, filling propane, buying tanks, hoses, regulators, that kind of stuff. So we're keeping all that stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, let me get my break out the way. You just hang in there just a minute and play. We got to pay some bills, and we'll come right back, and we'll probably have about another 10 minutes and let you finish saying whatever you have to say.
Sir.
All right. So hang in there. So we're going to go ahead and get our break out the way, and we'll come back and we'll talk to Chase Porter from Southern States.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
Okay, we're back. We're back in the garden with Chase Porter from Southern States. Chase, still there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. So tell us a little bit more about Southern States and what you would like to get out to the people today.
Yeah, so I was thinking about some of the things, the other things that we offer, and I'm still new, so I've actually learned a few things that we do offer as of last week.
Okay.
One of those is we rent out a drill for seed drill.
Mm-hmm.
We do have spray tubes, so we'll be doing some. We can come spray for you. We have fertilizer buggies. We can rent them out to you. We can come and spread it ourselves. It's up to you. So we have those services that we offer. I did want to talk about a Facebook page that I'm starting next week. So I've been working with our corporate office on that. They're going to get me some resources to start a Facebook page. That way, things like this week when it was we had this storm coming through, I could tell you if we're going to be closed early or if we're going to, what we have to offer to help you. For example, we did close at 2:00 on Thursday. That's been good to let everybody know on a Facebook page. And whenever some of these things come in, I can put them out there like the chicks and just kind of keep everyone in the loop of what's going on. That way you don't have to always make the trip in to see what's new. But I do want to kind of keep things fresh, and I want to bring in new things and new ideas. But that Facebook page is going to be a good way to connect with customers. So I should be starting that sometime Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there's a lot of companies that use Facebook to keep people up to date with what's going on, the opens and closings and new things that are coming out and the new services that you have. And so keeping up with the times is really important because everybody's online, everybody's got a phone, and most people, they can get to a website in a heartbeat. So it's kind of nice to have that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a website for Southern States, but this is going to be a localized page just for Harrodsburg. So that's the goal there, is to get our Harrodsburg customers. And we do actually, kind of reach out to other counties. We deliver propane to Lawrenceburg and Versailles and Nicholasville. So we have customers come from other counties to our stores. So trying to reach all of them. I did also want to mention that we're open to some events. If it's like a small livestock swap or something like that, I've been getting some ideas like that, and if I get enough interest in some events, whether it be garden, agriculture, or really just anything that somebody needs some space for, or somebody needs a good spot. We're right here off 127, and this is a great spot for catching people to come off the road and advertise. So if anybody has some events, come see us, and maybe we can arrange it on a Saturday morning or something like that. We are open right now, so we're open Monday through Friday and half a day on Saturdays. So just another thing I want to throw out there is trying to get more. It doesn't always have to be about Southern States. It can be. We're looking to collaborate.
Okay. Yeah, because as we talked before we came on there, it's kind of nice to be able to work in the community and get to know people, and because when you work in the community and you have more access to people, and so that's kind of nice that you guys are opening up and trying to get the community more involved.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's we have we have a really good spot here off the bypass off 127. So good spot to catch a lot of people, and we have plenty of space, and we and a lot of opportunities here. So,
what do you have a phone number for the people to call if they need something?
Oh yeah, it's 859. Hold on, James. I'm gonna have to get that.
Okay.
I don't have it off. I don't have the last 4 digits offhand. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I've been trying to memorize two new phone numbers. I don't have that one yet.
One is a 300 and let's say 300, and one is a 304. I'm like you right now. I can't remember the number.
Yeah, that's my cell phone. So.
Okay. We have a few more minutes. Anything else you want to get out?
I think I've covered it. I think, again, if there's any questions for anybody about what we carry, you might be surprised about what all we have. We have a lot of different SKUs of a lot of different products, services. It's not always on the showroom floor. We don't have a huge showroom floor, so there's we have things in the warehouse and things on our lot. We have a lot of room out back, so there's again, just reach out. We can't fit everything on the showroom floor. Just ask, and I assure you we can get it for you. So.
Okay. And what kind of cows do you have?
I've got feeders. I go from about 5 weight to 7 weight. I do it about twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
I buy them in singles and doubles, and try to sell them as a lot load. Put about 200 pounds on them. So it just varies. It varies. It's always I only do steers.
You only do steers, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now,
so I'm looking to expand that at some point too, and do cow calf. I might start that in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
I might start with some bred cows and calve them out next spring. But as of right now, I'm just doing feeders and trying to focus on that, and it seems to be working out for me.
Okay. And what is your best vegetable?
What is that again?
Your vegetable. What is the best vegetable that you grow?
Did I grow?
Yeah, you said you had a small garden.
It's not. I guess it's not technically a vegetable, but I'm really good at growing watermelons.
Okay.
So just vining plants in general, I've done pretty well with them in my past. I had an internship at one point at a watermelon farm years ago, and I really learned a lot. When that's all you do for a summer is grow watermelon.
Yeah, get good at
watermelon. Yeah, you get pretty good. So I've kind of carried that knowledge, and I do the sugar babies, the seedless sugar babies, and those are really good. Watermelons are different because you got to water them, you got to irrigate them constantly, fertilize. Especially here in Central Kentucky, it's not the most ideal place with our soil being a pretty basic soil. But if you give them enough care, you can grow some watermelons around here, and I'd say that's my niche. But I've pretty much grown just about anything.
Because you gave out some great tips when it came to the watermelon, because you do have to water it, you do have to have some space, and it definitely needs the sunshine. I mean, because I know they take a little while to grow, but in the end, it's pretty worth it. But I've only heard of maybe a few people who have a watermelon farm, and how many watermelons is that about?
How many did I grow, or what?
Yeah, I mean, as far as how many can you get out of, say?
You can get about 2 per plant, and you have to have pollinators. So every third plant, if you're doing seedless, you got to have a pollinator, which is a male. So you don't harvest that fruit, but I think whenever I kind of had the most watermelons. I think I had about 3,300 plants. That was about 2 acres worth.
Okay.
And that was a few years ago. I'm doing very small fields now, while I've got a lot going on. I'm also in school on top of all this. I'm getting my master's degree, so
you the man.
I've kind of scaled back on the produce and the gardening for now. But the other thing about watermelons is black plastic. So that's the only way I've ever had success with watermelons and cantaloupes. Honestly, it just about boosts everything I've ever grown, especially vining plants, cucumbers as well. I've grown cucumbers in black plastic, and I've done the drip tape irrigation with a pump. You can actually mix in some water soluble fertilize with your through your drip irrigation, and really only put that fertilizer in water where you want it, not where the weeds are.
Right.
But so that's to me a must if you're going to do watermelons.
Okay. Well, look, our time has run out, but I do appreciate you coming on and get you back on here one of these days so you can tell us a little bit more about, how to do some gardening and some of the other tips. But I do appreciate the seeds, and I do appreciate you taking the time to be on the show this morning. And I'll stay in touch.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been great.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, that's Chase Porter from Southern States. My time is up. I'll get back to you guys next week. Have yourself a great weekend. Be safe. Go Cats. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold. Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now. 321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. The weather is nice. I was able to actually come out the house with a t-shirt on this morning, so that's pretty good. It's going to warm up throughout the day, and so if there's anything out there that you wanted to go out and do, the weather's going to be good. Should be a decent afternoon, and you know, this week has been really busy. I've worked at elementary school, a church, 2 or 3 different yards. I've learned quite a bit this week, just on gardens and flowers, and trying to do, trying to bring back those memories of about 15 years ago out there in California, Quesada Gardens. All those memories have been coming back about, how to make things work, and it's been a lot of fun. I still make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but the great thing about it is that if I can see whatever my mistake is within a day or two instead of a week or two, like I used to when I was a little bit younger and trying to get into it. So that's been fun also, trying to learn from my mistakes and trying to get community gardens in, vegetable gardens, trying to figure out how to go about saving money on because there's a lot of people now who are doing raised beds, and that's going to be my topic this morning, about raised beds. And raised beds are great. They're convenient, for people who have bad backs, who are just not able to, just plow up or have a tiller or anything. So this morning I'm talking a little bit about trying to fill a 18-inch box of, because it could cost you anywhere from $200 to $300 to, trying to fill a raised bed. So what you have to do is think about the things that you have around your yard. You have leaves, you have, different branches of, dead sticks, and, if you've got a compost bin, you could throw some of that in there, because you're not going to be using the bottom half. I would say that first 9 inches. Say if it's a 18-inch box, what you want to do is try to fill the bottom of the 18-inch box with all kinds of just natural stuff that you have laying around the yard. You want to put that in the bottom. And while you're at it, go out and pay $7.95 for a bale of straw, and layer that in there really good, about 3 or 4 inches high, on top of maybe, if you've got some composted soil, and then you come back, you can put some topsoil on top of that, and then, because what you want is your last 4 to 5 inches, you want that to be, say, in composted soil of some kind, whatever growing material that you're going to use. You want that on the very top, say up to about 2 or 3 inches from the top, so this way when you water it doesn't spill over or anything like that. But I was watching a YouTube video last night on how some other people fill their boxes, and there's probably 8 different ways to do it. And like say, this one guy, he had 18 inches. He had 6 18-inch boxes, and they was probably like a 3 by 6 or something like that. and he used everything he could find in his yard, say from pine needles to pine cones to, he used cardboard, he used, like I said, the broken sticks and grass clippings. Because if you've cut your grass and say you got a bagger on the back of your lawnmower, what you can do is you can cut your grass, turn around, and when it gets full, take it off, go put it in that raised bed. You can make a nice thick layer in there for that. Because what you want to do is you want to build all the nutrients that you can get, natural nutrients that you can get into that bottom half, and this way you can just have the really good soil on top. Because if you go out and you try to spend $300, say on 4 boxes, that's $1,200 that you done spent on just soil. And if you do it the other way, you might be able to do it for say 45, maybe $50, which is the better way to do it because you have all the natural stuff on the bottom, and you've got the last 6 to 8 inches on top of the good stuff. Because this guy, what he was doing sometime is he would buy it by the truckload. Now, if you got the money, hey, that's one thing. But like I said, what he did. A couple of times was he just got a truckload for say $300 to fill all his beds. But what he found out was as time went on, that soil started breaking down, and now you got to go out and spend another $200 or $300 to keep that box full all the time. Well, you can avoid that by just what they call, it's called lasagna gardening. You start from the bottom with all the natural things that you have around your yard, and just start filling it. And in the end, you'll be better off, and your garden will have everything that it needs, except for your plants. And then after you do that, you're ready to plant the same day. Say for $45 or $50 compared to $300 or even $200. That's quite a bit. Don't spend all your money in. Don't spend all the money on the bottom. Spend the money on the top. That's how you do that, because if you're doing carrots may grow 6, 8, 10 inches. So you want to make sure that at least you have enough. Just using a carrot as an example. Because if you got a nice sized carrot and it's say 10 inches, you want to make sure that top 10 inches, 8.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're we're back. We're back in the garden, and like I said, today I've been talking about trying to save money. Excuse me, trying to save money on raised beds, because like I said, there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. Probably the top 10 ways are expensive, because you're going out and you're buying all this premium soil and all this good stuff, and you're putting it on the bottom. That's not where you need it. You need it on top. You know, put your fillers in there, like say your grass clippings, leaves, anything you got left over from the winter that looks like it's still going to break down. It's kind of like, let's say, composting in your bed, but it's actually called, I forgot already, lasagna, a lasagna garden. A lasagna garden is putting all the fillers in the bottom and put your premium stuff on top. So this way, your seeds, your starter plants have a really good start. And like I say, because you know, when you think about it, because I've seen people who have like 8, 10 beds, and you know, and they've spent that money. I'm almost disappointed that they spent it. But, you know, somewhere along the line, I did have a chance to talk to them about how they was doing it and how they could save some money. And they said, I wish I'd have did that first, because I spent $500 just on soil. You know, because and this one spot that I went to, the elementary school, they've got 30 by 30 size plastic bins, and they've got 6 of them. And so I went over there to, you know, start cleaning them out, trying to get things together. And after I got it cleaned out, I found out that only maybe 15 inches of the box was it had soil in it. The other 15 inches didn't. There was nothing. It was just empty space. So first thing I did was I went over to Southern States, and like I said, I paid. I think it was a total of $14 for 2 bales of straw, and I came back and I put that in there, and they had a bunch of leaves that was nearby, so I got my rake and I raked it all up and I put that on top, and then I was able to come back with the soil that they needed, and it raised it right up, right where I needed to be, because I thought I was going to need 2 bags of soil to go in there, but come to find out, I only needed 1.5 bags. So that raised those 3 bins exactly where they needed to be, and I had went out and got the school a 2 metal bins, the horse troughs. It was 100 gallon, and you know, when it came to 100 gallon, how am I going to fill that up? It wasn't going to be with soil, all that soil, because I knew it was going to cost an arm and a leg. But I was just using the stuff that was around the school to put on the bottom, to get it up there to where it needed to be. And I was able to do that for, say, $15 instead of 35 or 40, filling a 100 gallon bin up, actually 2 of them, with natural material on the bottom, and the last, like say, 2 or 3 inches, you know, from the top. Yes, that's where I raised it to. The last 2 inches on top of a 100 gallon bin, and like I said, it cost me about $15 to get all the stuff in there that I needed. So that saved quite a bit of money. So that was pretty amazing after I got to doing it, and then started watching some more videos about how they did it. So that was pretty neat. So really think about what you're doing when it comes to your beds, and try to save money. I was let's see, this week I was able to get permission from the housing authority to put a 75-foot long sidewalk, 75-foot by 4-foot sidewalk from the back of their office into the Batewood Gardens. It'll go under the fence, all the way to the handicap bed that we have to the back, and we got some other great ideas after that goes in to put some small raised beds along the sidewalk, so people who are in wheelchairs they could roll by, and they could just roll up to a bed and plant on the way back there to the handicap bin that we have back there. Because like I said, one side is 29 inches, the other side is 48, and those it's been 3 years, and that box is looking really good because we was able to get a grant to have someone make it, and they use 4x4s to build this box, and it's 3 foot by 18 foot long. So that bed is still looking great. So we're really happy with that. But the Kentucky Adapt folks who are part of this, like I say, a lot of them in wheelchairs, and they just cannot get out to that garden because you have to cut through the grass. And excuse me. So I found someone who's really good at it, and they're going to start here in the next week or so putting that garden in. So the folks from Kentucky Adapt, they gave me permission. The Housing Authority gave permission to make sure that this happens. So this way, those folks can get out there. So we're really happy with that. And let's see, Centenary Methodist Church out there at Millennium Park, their garden kickoff starts at 11 o'clock. So I know it's a long way from Mercer County. But if you know somebody in the area that's closer who wants to do a little bit of gardening, Centenary Methodist Church has 10 by 10 plots, free. All you got to do is just come out there and work it. They'll give you the information that you need to get started and how everything is going to work. But so far they've got at least 15 people that are signed up for a 10 by 10 plot, and like I said, they're just working out the details on how to finish that up. And but if you know somebody that's in the area near Millennium Park here in Danville, they have a space for you. Family, a family plot. If you need one that's a little bit smaller, I'm sure they can accommodate that too, because I think they're trying to get at least 25 people to get some type of plot in there. So this way, on the backside, what they're going to do is they're going to grow food that will go to Salvation Armies and different places that need food. So it's a really exciting week that we've had, and from this point on, things just going to get a little bit busier. Well, look, my time is just about up. Hope you folks have a great weekend, and it's all about trying to save money. Don't spend a lot of money before you get your first tomato.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50.
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room, and they can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our 1-bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
Welcome to Gardening with James. You will learn how to start your own garden, learn watering techniques, how and what to compost, eat better, which leads to a healthier lifestyle. This show is packed full of frugal tips and information, as well as interviews from around the country designed to make gardening easier and fun for the entire family. Call James now with your questions and problems at 734-4321. A gardener himself who has planted gardens from San Francisco to Kentucky. Let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross. Kentucky, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
I guess if I turn the mic up, that would help. Well, good morning, everybody. Another great Saturday morning. Plenty of sunshine out here. We're going into a week full of sunshine. No rain. Temperature is going to be just right. So whatever it is that you plan to do, you'll have the opportunity to do it. It's a Labor Day weekend, so a lot of people have already taken off and gone to wherever they're going. And we just ask that you be safe and come back here safe and, keep your distance, because the virus isn't going away, so we have to make sure that we do everything we can when you come back home, that you keep your family safe. And we want to see them around for a long time. So just be sure to do that. And today we got another guest. Her name is Ashley Accord. And Ashley, she does rabbits, and she's got goats, she's got chickens, she's got all kinds of stuff. Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing pretty good today.
Okay, first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself and where the farm is at.
Okay, it's at 450 Waterworks Road, and that is where we have been raising rabbits for about 4 years. We do pedigreed show rabbits, and we also do pet quality rabbits. We raise 3 different breeds. We do double main line heads, French Angora, and English Angora. And the French and English Angora are also known as fiber or wooler rabbits, and we harvest the wool off of the rabbits and do different things with it. It can be spun into yarn, it can be felted, which was never really our intention. We really mainly just started out for my son, who is autistic and needed a project, so we joined 4-H, and that's how the rabbits became a part of my life.
Yeah, because going back just a little bit, I met Ashley at Bakewood Homes, and I'd already started doing gardening with James, and they have a community garden down there, the same one that I've been working with over the last couple of years. And Ashley is a gardener. I mean, she had flowers up around her yard, and her and her friends, they did quite a bit in the garden, because now you went from community gardening to a small project.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you end up in rabbits.
Yes.
And because when I first seen the now, what's your Facebook page?
It's Lazy Mane Rabbitries.
Yeah.
And you can go on Facebook and type in just Lazy Mane Rabbitries. We also have several groups that are just for wooling, for people who are wanting to learn about wooling. But the main Facebook page that you can go on and look at our animals and look at our stock and look at our pets is Lazy Mane Rabbitries on Facebook.
Yeah, and now the ones that I seen online, was it lion face?
Lion heads.
Lion heads.
They're called double mane lion heads. They are a small breed rabbit. They are a dwarf-sized rabbit. They only get 3 to 5 pounds. And the good thing about most of our rabbits is we litter train all of our rabbits. We train them on equine litter pellets, so they are litter trained, so they can be an inside animal or an outside animal. We try to be versatile because we work with 4-H. We know some kids don't like to get their hands dirty, and don't like to clean cages. And so,
yeah, that's right.
So we like to make it where the animals can fit into several different homes and areas, so that way it's not as much work for some people. But we have the lion heads, which are a showable breed. They are 3 to 5 pounds, and then we also do the French and English Angora, which are a large breed rabbit, they can get anywhere from 9 to 12 pounds, which are a little bit larger.
Yeah.
And they do require at least about an hour to an hour and a half a week of maintenance just with the grooming.
Yeah.
And brushing the hair and pulling the extra excess hair off. Because once the hair gets too long, it can get matted.
Right.
And so you don't want them to get matted. You want them to have a full, fluffy, furry show coat. You want it to be as long and as fluffy and as vibrant as you can get it.
Because now you work with the 4-H, and your rabbits have won, seems like, many awards.
Yeah. We started with in Mercer County. My son Lucas joined Mercer County 4-H, and which was he was starting a new school. They were really accepting there, and he started 4-H. The animals were the rabbits were really good for him because it took the focus off of him.
That's right.
And he could take the rabbits in, and that would be the first thing that everybody would kind of concentrate on. We have shown and we have done several best of breeds and best in show. We are active members of ARBO, which is the American Rabbit Breeders Association. We are also active members of the North American Lionhead Rabbit Breeders Association and the Kentucky State Rabbit Breeders Association.
Wow.
We have participated in about 8 counties, and we've had several of our rabbits actually compete against each other.
Okay.
And I think Liliana Miller from Pendleton County actually we have donated several rabbits to Pendleton County, so that way she could get the experience in showing. And so if there's people that are listening that have children that want to take an interest in 4-H and 4-H rabbit showing, we are willing to donate an animal to their program. And we know sometimes housing is a situation where they can't do that, so if they need us to provide an animal for them to show at one of the ARBA shows, we will provide the animal, and we will take the animal and go with them to kind of stand behind them and listen to what the judges have to say, because we always learn too.
Well, good stuff, because I know that because, like I said, Lucas, he has autism, and him and animals, they seem to get along real well.
Yes, they're very, animals have done a lot for him. We started out with cats, and then he wanted something a little different, and whenever he heard about 4-H rabbitry, it just something triggered, and we started going to the 4-H meetings, and it felt really accepted.
Yeah.
I really advocate for the 4-H in every county. We have worked with several counties. We have bunnies that are actually therapy support bunnies in several school systems. We have 4 in Lawrenceburg school systems. We have 2 in Lexington school systems, and we have 4 in Georgetown school systems.
Okay.
And so we're getting around.
Yeah, because I because I'm just amazed that, and when I talked to you the other day, you was telling me that, because you go from a simple gardener to rabbits, and then you tell me that you helped birth 17 goats.
Yes, and that was from experience that I got from working with and working at the farm in Danville. They have several different types of livestock that I had never really been around, but I've learned that if you kind of open up your boundaries,
that's right,
you can learn a lot from different situations, even if it's not your ideal situation.
That's right.
Like I tell people with rabbits, 4 years ago, if you would have told me that I was going to be one of the most known rabbit breeders in Kentucky, I would have laughed, because I never seen myself as a rabbit breeder. But I get a lot out of it. I have met so many great people. through our rabbits. I have yet to go to the Kentucky State Fair, but I do know that Liliana showed at the State Fair last year and got second. And it's fun not only for kids that are involved in 4-H, but they also have the American Rabbit Breeders Association has different shows set up all over the United States. You can go on their websites. The Kentucky State Rabbit Breeders site has a list of all their shows, and when they have those, with COVID, it has kind of put that to a stop. But some places are actually doing virtual rabbit shows where you can enter in pictures of your rabbit and then put the information of the rabbit in. I've yet to participate in one of those. But there are options, and that's one good thing with the rabbit community that I've learned is people are always willing to help you learn something new about rabbits. I tell people with rabbits, the only way you can learn is through experience.
Gotta have one.
Yes, and so you have to own one or have to have one or be around one in order to get experience from that. And I think with the rabbit, what changed me from going from being a gardener to being a rabbit breeder was I knew I could utilize the manure in my garden.
That's right.
And
there we go. Rabbit manure.
Yes.
That's right.
So that's why.
If you have a question for James, call him at 734-4321 or email James at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Now, let's go back in the garden with James.
All right, and we're back. And today, like I say, we are talking to Miss Ashley Accord about rabbits. And like I say, but, the weekend is going to be great. The week is going to be really nice. So get out there and get creative, and, listening to Ashley going from one thing through another. But the skills that they learned on the way is just amazing, because even during hard times, it's really important if you can't get exactly what you want, but you can get something, make the change, learn the skill, and you may be able to come back to whatever it is that you loved in the first place. But during hard times, you have to make changes, and you have to do the things that you have to do in order to, feed your family. And, you just got to work real hard and be open-minded. But, Ashley, while we was off air, I was, we was talking, and I said, now, if somebody wants a rabbit, what are some of the things that when they get this rabbit, what would they get?
Well, the first thing you need to do when you get your rabbit is make sure that you have rabbits are very social animals, but making sure that they have a cage just for them. A lot of our clients choose to let their rabbits be free-range rabbits, where we litter box train them. They just put a litter box in certain areas of the house where the rabbit chooses, kind of. You kind of got to let him choose his area and then put his droppings and stuff back in the litter box so he knows where he's supposed to go. But we try to socialize our animals with people and other animals, cats and dogs and things, so that way they get used to, I tell a lot of our kids, hold your animal as much as possible. That will create a better pet.
Yes.
And so you will see me out sometimes in Danville, and I might be at Hobby Lobby or Lowe's or Hallmark. And a lot of those places are pet friendly with animals. Even Walmart has allowed us to bring our rabbits in. But we do that to socialize those animals, because when you have pedigreed show animals, they have to be socialized to a certain extent to where they have to be able to travel. And so if you see me walking down the street and I have one on the leash, he may be learning his leash training skills. It's good for them to know boundaries. And with leash training, that's one way we teach them boundaries, is with the leash training.
Because because there's a picture on your Facebook page, and I just happened to think about it. I said, now, I could have swore I seen a rabbit on a leash, and you was like, we leash train them so this way, they can get used to the leash. You can contain them a whole lot better. Because when they go to the shows, or if you just out and about, you can set them down and they'll do well on the leash. So
Yes.
that works.
Yep, and I try to tell people, with rabbits and leashes, you kind of got to let them lead you.
Yeah.
Because if not, they will kind of stub up like a donkey or a goat. They just won't go.
Right.
But if you let them lead you, they usually will go in the direction that you will plan on going anyway, because it's an open path.
Yeah.
But we like for them to be able to be socialized. Not all animals, not all rabbits are show rabbits and show material.
Yeah.
But the more that you open them up and you let them socialize and you let them experience going out or riding in the car and listening to the radio, you desensitize them to
Right.
where they're not as jumpy and they won't scratch you. I have a lot of kids that are very afraid of holding animals or holding the rabbits, and I always tell them, I hold them like a football.
Yeah.
If you hold them like a football, they won't go anywhere. And the first way to calm a rabbit down is to cover their eyes, to cover their head.
Yeah.
If you cover their eyes and cover their head, they won't scratch, they won't kick, they won't try to get away because they can't see.
Yeah.
So it kind of desensitizes them to where they calm down and you have time to get a handle on the situation.
Yeah, because now, it just seems strange that, before I forget, because now the other important thing was that domesticated rabbit and a wild rabbit knows the difference between what to eat and what not to eat.
Yes, a domestic rabbit is usually, they are always given their food from their owner, and a wild rabbit, they are taught from a very young age to go out and forage and find what they need for their diet. A domestic rabbit and a wild rabbit cannot tell the difference. A wild rabbit can tell the difference between a toxic plant and a non-toxic plant, whereas a domestic rabbit, which is a pet, cannot tell the difference between a toxic plant and a non-toxic plant. Any plant that comes from a bulb is toxic to a rabbit. So if it is a lily, a daylily, it is probably toxic. It is toxic to a rabbit. Any bulb plant is toxic to rabbits. But a wild rabbit will know not to eat that in the wild, but a domestic rabbit will more than likely eat that plant and then pass.
Okay.
I guess that's one of those good gifts that God gives.
That's right.
That's why we're all made a little different.
That's
I guess.
right. Okay, and the last thing is you can't take it to a vet. You've got to take it to where?
An exotic vet. Even though we are in rural Kentucky and there are a lot of vets around here, they have to be seen by an exotic vet because a rabbit's heartbeat is so fast. They are considered an exotic animal. We use pennyroyal out of Lexington, and then we do have some vets that are here local in Danville and Stanford. They will see them and they will do their annual evaluations, but most of the vets around here aren't prepared to care for rabbits because they are considered exotic.
Right.
And so I always try to give our clients some good reputable vets to go to before they leave, so that way if something happens and they need a vet, they know that they have to be seen by an exotic vet and they don't take that precious time looking for a vet and not being able to care for the rabbit because it was a vet and not an exotic vet.
And there is a difference.
Yes.
There is a difference. Well, our time is about up, but I do appreciate you coming in today and talking rabbits. And now, what's the name of the farm?
It's Lazy Mane Rabbitries on Facebook.
Okay.
And we are located at 450 Waterworks Road. We are at the farm in Danville. We do schedule appointments, so if you'd like to schedule an appointment to come and look at the rabbits or schedule a visit, you can give us a look on Facebook, or you can go to the farm and look on their Facebook page and schedule a farm tour with their Facebook page. But our Facebook, if you would like to, if you're interested in or would like to look at rabbits or are interested in showing, or if you just need, some questions answered, I tell people we have several sisters rabbitries. We have Hillbilly Hoppers in Waynesburg. We have Miracle Rabbitry in Frankfort. We have Hippity Hop Rabbitry in Versailles. We pretty much work as a system.
Right.
And if I don't have a breed or a rabbit that someone wants, I always refer them to good, reputable breeders, so that way. But our phone number is 859-209-0300. And our Facebook page is Lazy Main Rabbitries.
Well, we appreciate you coming in. And
thank you for having us.
And definitely educating me on some things that I didn't know about rabbits. And Jason, he was like, is rabbitry a real word? So we all learned something here today.
Yes.
But I do thank you for coming in. And
Thank you for
like I said,
having
we'll have to get you back on here, and you're going to have to bring some rabbits next time.
I sure will.
Yeah,
I sure will.
That's right.
Thank
Okay, folks. Well, our time is about up. If your needs been met, share it with someone and to come back to you tenfold. Have yourself a great, great weekend. Talk to you next time. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James. If you have a question for James, email him at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Now until next week, may the sun shine on your garden.
name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living, if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room, and they can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our 1-bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now. 321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. The weather is nice. I was able to actually come out the house with a t-shirt on this morning, so that's pretty good. It's going to warm up throughout the day, and so if there's anything out there that you wanted to go out and do, the weather's going to be good. Should be a decent afternoon, and you know, this week has been really busy. I've worked at elementary school, church, 2 or 3 different yards. I've learned quite a bit this week, just on gardens and flowers, and trying to do, trying to bring back those memories of about 15 years ago out there in California, Quesada Gardens. All those memories have been coming back about, how to make things work, and it's been a lot of fun. I still make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but the great thing about it is that if I can see whatever my mistake is within a day or two instead of a week or two, like I used to when I was a little bit younger and trying to get into it. So that's been fun also, trying to learn from my mistakes and trying to get community gardens in, vegetable gardens, trying to figure out how to go about saving money on because there's a lot of people now who are doing raised beds, and that's going to be my topic this morning, about raised beds. And raised beds are great. They're convenient, for people who have bad backs, who are just not able to, just plow up or have a tiller or anything. So this morning I'm talking a little bit about trying to fill a 18-inch box of, because it could cost you anywhere from $200 to $300 to, trying to fill a raised bed. So what you have to do is think about the things that you have around your yard. You have leaves, you have, different branches of, dead sticks, and, if you've got a compost bin, you could throw some of that in there, because you're not going to be using the bottom half. I would say that first 9 inches. Say if it's a 18-inch box, what you want to do is try to fill the bottom of the 18-inch box with all kinds of just natural stuff that you have laying around the yard. You want to put that in the bottom, and while you're at it, go out and pay $7.95 for a bale of straw, and layer that in there really good, about 3 or 4 inches high, on top of maybe, if you've got some composted soil, and then you come back, you can put some topsoil on top of that, and then, because what you want is your last 4 to 5 inches, you want that to be, say, in composted soil of some kind, whatever growing material that you're going to use. You want that on the very top, say up to about 2 or 3 inches from the top, so this way when you water it doesn't spill over or anything like that. But I was watching a YouTube video last night on how some other people fill their boxes, and there's probably 8 different ways to do it. And like say this one guy, he had 18 inches. He had 6 18-inch boxes, and they was probably like a 3 by 6 or something like that. and he used everything he could find in his yard, say from pine needles to pine cones to he used cardboard. He used like I said, the broken sticks and grass clippings. Because if you've cut your grass and say you got a bagger on the back of your lawnmower, what you can do is you can cut your grass, turn around, and when it gets full, take it off, go put it in that raised bed. You can make a nice thick layer in there for that. Because what you want to do is you want to build all the nutrients that you can get, natural nutrients that you can get into that bottom half, and this way you can just have the really good soil on top. Because if you go out and you try to spend $300, say on 4 boxes, that's $1,200 that you done spent on just soil. And if you do it the other way, you might be able to do it for say 45, maybe $50, which is the better way to do it because you have all the natural stuff on the bottom, and you've got the last 6 to 8 inches on top of the good stuff. Because this guy, what he was doing sometime is he would buy it by the truckload. Now, if you got the money, hey, that's one thing. But like I said, what he did a couple of times was he just got a truckload for, say, $300 to fill all his beds. But what he found out was as time went on, that soil started breaking down, and now you got to go out and spend another $200 or $300 to keep that box full all the time. Well, you can avoid that by just what it's called lasagna gardening. You start from the bottom with all the natural things that you have around your yard, and just start filling it. And in the end, you'll be better off, and your garden will have everything that it needs, except for your plants. And then after you do that, you're ready to plant the same day. Say for 45 or $50 compared to $300 or even $200. That's quite a bit. Don't spend all your money in. Don't spend all the money on the bottom. Spend the money on the top. That's how you do that, because if you're doing carrots may grow 6, 8, 10 inches. So you want to make sure that at least you have enough. Just using a carrot as an example. Because if you got a nice sized carrot and it's say 10 inches, you want to make sure that top 10 inches, 8, 9 inches is available for that carrot to do what it's supposed to do. So he also used hummus. You can probably buy a bag of hummus for maybe $4, $5, $6, $7, and sprinkle that around and within your soil. Like I say, he used the compost. But like I say, but you have leaves and you have sticks, and you've got all kinds of different things may be in your yard. So use those things first to fill that bin up. If you've got an older garden and you've got some vegetables, because you hadn't cleaned out your garden yet, you could take that and add it into the soil. Say if you had some old broccoli or lettuce or whatever, and it's dried up and it's not coming back, take that and throw it in there, because now you really don't need a compost bin, because you're using the vegetables and different leftovers in that bin, in your new bin, that'll bring on some new nutrients. So I just want to make sure people understand that you don't have to spend $300 or $400 to fill a raised bed bin, because it's going to cost you, a nice little penny, and you haven't even got the first tomato yet. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back. We're back in the garden, and like I said, today I've been talking about trying to save money. Trying to save money on raised beds. Because, like I said, there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. Probably the top 10 ways are expensive, because you're going out and you're buying all this premium soil and all this good stuff, and you're putting it on the bottom. That's not where you need it. You need it on top. Put your fillers in there, like say your grass clippings, leaves, anything you got left over from the winter. That looks like it's still going to break down. It's kind of like, let's say, composting in your bed, but it's actually called, I forgot already, lasagna, a lasagna garden. A lasagna garden is putting all the fillers in the bottom and put your premium stuff on top, so this way your seeds, your starter plants have a really good start. And like I say, because, when you think about it, because I've seen people who have like 8, 10 beds, and they've spent that money. I'm almost disappointed that they spent it. But, somewhere along the line, I did have a chance to talk to them about how they was doing it and how they could save some money. And they said, I wish I'd have did that first, because I spent $500 on soil. Because and this one spot that I went to, the elementary school, they've got 30 by 30 size plastic bins, and they've got 6 of them. And so I went over there to start cleaning them out, trying to get things together. And after I got it cleaned out, I found out that only maybe 15 inches of the box had soil in it. The other 15 inches didn't. There was nothing. It was just empty space. So first thing I did was I went over to Southern States, and like I said, I paid I think it was a total of $14 for 2 bales of straw. And I came back and I put that in there, and they had a bunch of leaves that was nearby. So I got my rake and I raked it all up, and I put that on top, and then I was able to come back with the soil that they needed, and it raised it right up, right where I needed to be, because I thought I was going to need 2 bags of soil to go in there, but come to find out, I only needed a bag and a half. So that raised those 3 bins exactly where they needed to be. And I had went out and got the school a 2 metal bins, the horse troughs. It was 100 gallon, and when it came to 100 gallon, how am I going to fill that up? It wasn't going to be with soil, all that soil, because I knew it was going to cost an arm and a leg. But I was just using the stuff that was around the school to put on the bottom to get it up there to where it needed to be, and I was able to do that for say $15 instead of 35 or 40, filling a 100 gallon bin up, actually 2 of them, with natural material on the bottom, and the last, like say 2 or 3 inches, from the top. Yes, that's where I raised it to, the last 2 inches on top of a 100 gallon bin. And like I said, it cost me about $15 to get all the stuff in there that I needed. So that saved quite a bit of money. So that was pretty amazing after I got to doing it, and then started watching some more videos about how they did it. So that was pretty neat. So really think about what you're doing when it comes to your beds, and try to save money. I was let's see, this week I was able to get permission from the housing authority to put a 75-foot long sidewalk, 75-foot by 4-foot sidewalk from the back of their office into the Batewood Gardens. It'll go under the fence all the way to the handicap bed that we have to the back, and we got some other great ideas after that goes in to put some small raised beds along the sidewalk, so people who have wheelchairs, they could roll by, and they could just roll up to a bed and plant on the way back there to the handicap bin that we have back there. Because like I said, one side is 29 inches, the other side is 48, and those it's been 3 years, and that box is looking really good because we was able to get a grant to have someone make it, and they use 4x4s to build this box, and it's 3 foot by 18 foot long. So that bed is still looking great. So we're really happy with that. But the Kentucky Adapt folks who are part of this, like I say, a lot of them in wheelchairs, and they just cannot get out to that garden because you have to cut through the grass. And excuse me. So I found someone who's really good at it, and they're going to start here in the next week or so putting that garden in. So the folks from Kentucky Adapt, they gave me permission. The housing authority gave permission to make sure that this happens, so this way those folks can get out there. So we're really happy with that. And let's see, Centenary Methodist Church out there at Millennium Park, their garden kickoff starts at 11 o'clock. So, I know it's a long way from Mercer County, but if you know somebody in the area that's closer who wants to do a little bit of gardening, Centenary Methodist Church has 10 by 10 plots, free. All you got to do is just come out there and work it. They'll give you the information that you need to get started, and how everything is going to work. But so far, they've got at least 15 people that are signed up for a 10 by 10 plot. And like I said, they're just working out the details on how to, finish that up. And but if you know somebody that's in the area near Millennium Park here in Danville, they have a space for you. Family, a family plot. If you need one that's a little bit smaller, I'm sure they can accommodate that too, because I think they're trying to get at least 25 people to get some type of plot in there. So this way, on the backside, what they're going to do is they're going to grow food that will go to Salvation Armies and different places that need food. So it's a really exciting week that we've had, and from this point on, things just going to get a little bit busier. Well, look, my time is just about up. I hope you folks have a great weekend, and it's all about trying to save money. Don't spend a lot of money before you get your first tomato.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
My name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room. They can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our 1-bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
James. If you have a question for James, call him at 734-4321 or email James at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Now, let's go in the garden with James.
Okay, here we go on another great Saturday morning. Sunshine, blue skies. I guess it's going to get up to about 90 today, but there's plenty to do outside. This is going to be a 90-degree weekend, so like I say, have to go out and try to do things as early as possible, as soon as possible, so this way you can kind of get back in the evening to go sit in the shade somewhere and keep your weekend going. But today I have a guest. His name is Jason Bissner. He's from the Daycrest Farm down in Lancaster. Jason, you there?
I'm here, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, doing all those things you said. Going to be doing some work outside, already been up and out on the farm, and we actually will be under a shade tree just shortly, selling our wonderful produce.
That's right, because as we talked before the show, now you do a farmer's market, you say on Saturdays, is that correct?
Yes, we do, usually Saturdays, Sundays, and then in between during the week, we like to deliver harvest and deliver a lot of our produce that we have on the farm directly to the customer during the week, usually just by direct pickup. And so we're always delivering and harvesting, but our farmers market is our primary way to deliver a lot of our great produce that we actually grow ourselves. We don't sell anything that we don't grow. So everything that we sell at the market that you see is grown right here on the farm, and we have just a wide variety of produce and vegetables and some fruit as well.
Because I talk all the time, when you grow your own vegetables, it's a major difference between going into a grocery store or picking up that tomato or picking up that corn or whatever it is, and you cook the store-bought, it doesn't taste the same. But when you grow it out the ground, that farm fresh veggies, it's a lot better.
Absolutely, and that's really what our focus and our mission here at Daycrest Farm is to provide that exact thing you just said. We want it to be fresh. We want it to be homegrown. Everything starts out with seeds, either in our greenhouse or seeds that go directly in the ground, and all that process started way back, even in probably late winter when we order our seeds and kind of decide on what staples that we grow in the garden, and a lot of those things start in our greenhouse. We've got a float system that we raise a lot of our own plants, all of our own tomato plants, everything that we set out as soon as it's good enough weather to begin gardening, we do that, and now we're starting to reap some of the benefits of all that hard work we did in the early spring, and we've got tomatoes. We finally have corn, so today's going to be a big day. We picked corn late last night. We'll pick some even during the market as we sell to customers today. So yeah, we like to pick it fresh, and very often we also process it fresh. So last night I was up till about 12:30 processing our first batch of homemade pickles. So when we pick it, it doesn't sit around. We get it right in the jar, or we deliver it to our customers, or sell it fresh at the market.
Okay, well, I've got a question for you when it comes to pickles. Because I've never grown a pickle before, and I've always only seen it in the jar. I mean, is this something, do you get like starter plants, or you get seeds? And
we grow our cucumbers. We grow a pickling variety of cucumber, which is a little bit smaller than like a straight 8 that people usually slice up for salads. So these are real small pickles. Usually we almost have to check them every day because we want them the small size. We have an ancient 8-day pickle recipe that we've had that's been passed down. I don't know how long. It's written almost like it's on paper that's so old it about falls apart.
Right.
But we use a number 5 stone crock. We actually have 2 of those. And basically, my wife and I, we harvested those cucumbers at a really nice small size. We dipped the ends of those off, and we put them in the crock with hot water, and we changed that out for several days. And then there's some other recipe as far as the seasoning and all that. That we put in on one of the final days, and then we can it up, and all those are sealed, and all those jars. We're really, really good at canning. So, one thing about the farm is whatever we don't sell or whatever we do sell, we actually pretty much put up ourselves. We can for our family. We put up corn every year. We put up green beans, probably about 60 to 70 quarts of green beans. We cut off corn late at night, and we put it in the freezer. We make our own jams and jellies. So, back to what you said about being fresh and so good, that's why we do it. We just want to share that with our customers. So.
And that's really important because, because once people figure out that they can get the fresh stuff, you can't beat fresh. But, I did want to mention that I'm looking at your Facebook page, Daycrest Farm Facebook page, and I'm looking at, some of the tomatoes and some of the other things, some of the sneak peeks that of the pictures that you put up, I guess, last night. They look really nice. And,
thank you.
Because let's see here. Let's talk a little bit about your cut flower program.
Yes.
So how does that work?
Well, that's another. We're always kind of venturing out and doing a lot of new things here at the farm because we've been here since 1983. My father-in-law bought this farm in 1983 along with his late wife Sue Evelyn Day, and just built it into a wonderful. It's just a beautiful property. Great. We're blessed with very, very good ground. And so it's been a dairy years ago. He no longer does any dairy. Also, has been a tobacco farm, as most of the farms around this area have been,
right.
And also cattle production. So we still do that, but we're trying to venture out into some new things because we're really blessed with that good ground. So my wife and I are particularly interested in cut flowers, and we travel around to places like Biltmore, North Carolina, and we just fell in love with having fresh flowers. So last year, the past few years, but really last year, we grew a large amount of cut flowers again, started in our greenhouse, and we set out. We put out anything from zinnias. Last year, primarily zinnias. We have a long, many rows of cut flowers that include gumbrina. We have sunflowers that are coming on right now. We have dahlias. We have fresh basil. We have zinnias. We have just a wide variety of flowers that we have folks that come out. We usually do a workshop because it's kind of new to this area. We have workshops in the evening from 7 to 9 in a nice shaded area, and we kind of instruct our guests how to go out and cut flowers, how to arrange flowers. We give them a choice of a vase, and just have a lovely, relaxing evening that's social distance because we have plenty of room out here on the farm.
Of course.
And it's just wonderful. It's a really neat experience, and you can see that on our website, daycrest.com, as well.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, Jason, let me go ahead and pay the bills here with a few commercials. You hang in there, and I'll be right back, okay?
I sure will. My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, we need to go ahead and get our break in. This is Jason from Daycrest Farms there in Lexington, and they have a Facebook page, daycrestfarms.com. And like I say, go check them out. See what some of the stuff that they have for their farmers market today, and maybe you want to go out there and join them for one of their programs. Tell you what, let me get the breaks out the way, and we'll be back. I've got a few more good questions for him.
If you have a question for James, call him at 734-4321 or email James at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Now, let's go back in the garden with James.
Back in the garden. Like I said, it's going to be a really nice day today to be able to get out and do things. And like I said, yes, it's going to be hot, but like I said, it's still the weekend. We want you to go out and enjoy it. Today I have Jason from the DaycrestFarms.com, or if you can go to his Facebook page, that's Daycrest Farms. And if you go there, I've been looking at it since we've been sitting here, and he's got some really interesting things. And if you're looking for a ride, because Lancaster's not that far away, go out and see him and see what they have to offer, because I'm going to make a trip out there myself and go out here and check him out, because from what I see on his Facebook page, he's got some really good stuff. Jason, you still there?
I sure am, yes.
All right, let's get right into the You Pick Garden, where you can go. I guess you can pick your own vegetables and different things.
Yeah, well, we really only have the U-Pick cut flowers program,
okay.
but the vegetables we harvest for you,
Okay.
and we do have as you come to the farm for our weekend markets that we have, you'll see we've got little gardens pretty much all over the farm. We've got some smaller gardens that we can just go right up and if somebody needs some green tomatoes, we'll just go right up and pick them some green tomatoes out of that farm. Right out of that farm garden.
Okay.
But we're spread out all over the farm. We raise a little bit of everything all over. We're blessed with about 106 acres here at our farm. So
good stuff.
Got plenty of gardening space.
Okay, and you was telling me that you also do garlic. You just cleaned up some garlic last night, or processed it or something?
Yes. We last year we did. We're always testing out new things and just trying to find out some new avenues for gardening, and also just products that we love ourselves and that we hope our customers will like as well. Last year, but the year before, we grew a small test plot that yielded about 250 garlic bulbs. It just turned out amazingly well. And so last year, we decided just to go really, really big with it. So we put out about an acre of garlic, and we put out just one variety, German Red, which we really, really liked ourselves.
Okay.
And we started that back in October and just finished it up really this week. So that's available.
Okay. And now I know you guys, do you guys start like in February? Is that when you kind of get started in the greenhouse, or is this just
absolutely. The greenhouse gets going in about February. We put a lot of those flowers out in trays to start as seedlings about mid-March. But yeah, the greenhouse, we flood the greenhouse with water. We have float trays, 72 cell trays that we plant all of our seeds that need to start out as transplants, seedlings.
Right.
And so we get busy. We get busy really in February and March on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I was sitting here thinking, I said, man, you got to get started really early in the season in order to, like, say, harvest, as in like this month, in order to be ready.
Yes, yeah, and that's what's great about gardening. It's a long venture.
Yeah.
But the rewards, like right now, as we talked about, when you see all the harvest and the yield and the bounty that we get from tomato plants, and we have about 400 tomato plants out, and so we get quite a yield of everything from some yellow heirlooms to just some nice, good red slicers. We've got peppers, we've got zucchini, and then later on we even have some other things like watermelons, and I mentioned we have some specialty pumpkins coming up around Labor Day.
Right.
And I also grow about 400 field mums as well for the fall. So there's always something growing here at Daycrest, always.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys stay busy year-round. And, I tell people all the time, gardening is one of those things. It's a therapy, and you get and you get tomatoes, or
that's right,
or you get flowers,
right.
or you get whatever it is, because once you see it start coming up, and it really makes you feel good. And I also tell people that it's okay to fail. I tell them all the time, I've killed a lot of plants in my days. But once you get past that part, like say, it can really become a really nice therapy in your exercise. And so we have a few more minutes. What else do you want to talk about that you want to?
Well, I just want to comment on what you just said, because sure, we've done the same thing. We try things out. Some things don't work, but everything that we are growing here, we've gotten better at growing. We change things every year to make the process better, grow better produce, and so we're always experimenting. We have some wonderful soil, and that's where it really starts with.
Yes.
Is just good soil.
Yes.
And I think we're really blessed with that out here. And so just experimenting, like the garlic experiment. Now we've got about 3,000 pounds of garlic, and we're selling it already to. We delivered to several really, really nice restaurants over for sales. But that's an experiment, just like you mentioned a while ago. And we a lot of people aren't really aware of garlic. There's not a lot of garlic producers in Central Kentucky. There's one or two, I think, in Richmond, like ourselves. But we're really excited about that. It's something, if people haven't tried fresh garlic, you mentioned that at the beginning of the program. It is just absolutely wonderful in anything. Once you learn to cook with garlic, you just won't go back to buying it where it's not fresh, or if it's in a jar. Even you'll just fresh is just incredible. That's why we do it.
Yeah, because and I talk to people because since the pandemic's been going on, there's been a lot of people who has had to learn how to cook.
Absolutely.
During this time, and now's a great time to, like say, get in the kitchen, teach your kids how to cook. All those things, because fresh vegetables and fresh food, you can't beat it.
That's exactly right. When people very often will call us back, or they'll comment on our Facebook page, they just say the freshness of your produce, and that's we pick it, and we want to get it right to our customers, and that peak freshness. And where we're still pretty small, I mean we're not that small, but we're still small enough to where that's the way we do it, and that's the way we want people to come get it. We don't let anything go to waste. If it doesn't get bought up, we process it. And my family personally has a lot of great stuff that we can eat that's jarred and canned, and we'll enjoy that all the way through winter and even into the next year. Especially with things like green beans, we've got a lot of green beans coming on. That's probably what I'll be harvesting today is Roma 2 green beans, or a flat Italian bean, and they're beautiful, right?
Oh yeah, I love me some green beans. Okay, so tell folks how to get to you. What's the address there?
Well, we've got a great location. We're in Garrett County. We're on the northern end of Garrett County, just about 3.5 miles from the Kennedy Mill Bridge. If you're coming from Harrodsburg, you can cross the lake, and you'll be to our farm in about 3.5 miles. We're located at 1449 Kennedy Bridge Road, but that's on the Garrett side.
Okay. And what's your phone number?
Our phone number you can reach us at is 859-339-4385.
And your website for your regular web page?
Yeah, our regular web page is daycrestfarm.com.
Okay, and
you can also search Daycrest Farm, and then also our Facebook page is also listed as Daycrest Farm.
Okay, well, Jason, I really do appreciate you calling in today, telling folks what it is that you've got, and like some have to make a trip out there and see it and introduce myself. And
well, we would welcome that. We would look forward to you coming out and seeing in person what all is going on out here, and we love it. We love gardening, and it's been a pleasure being on your program this morning.
Okay, Jason, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, you have a wonderful day, and everybody enjoy the garden today.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye now.
All right, yeah, that was Jason at Daycrest Farms there in Lancaster. That is 1449 Kennedy Bridge in Lancaster on the Garrett County side. Phone number is 859-339-4385. Well, that's it. My time's up. If your needs have been met, share it with someone and come back to you tenfold. Have yourself a great, great day. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James. If you have a question for James, email him at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Now until next week, may the sun shine on your garden.
A strong sense of tradition, culture, and history shape the character of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. As America's oldest English settlement west of the Allegheny Mountains and Kentucky's oldest town, Harrodsburg is well known for its numerous historical sites. An air of Southern hospitality weaves its way throughout the town, where visitors are invited to sit a spell or admire the historic architecture that accents downtown. A visit to Old Fort Harrod State Park transports you back to the town's early history as costumed craftspeople perform pioneer tasks such as weaving, basketry, and blacksmithing. Fort Harrod is home to the Lincoln Marriage Temple, which houses the original log cabin where Abraham Lincoln's parents were married in 1806. It also boasts an impressive collection of Civil War artifacts, guns, Native American artifacts, and Lincoln memorabilia. Each year, the fort throws a birthday party for the city of Harrodsburg, a family-friendly gathering with live music and a birthday cake. The town will celebrate a landmark birth date in 2024 when Harrodsburg turns 250 years old. There's no better place to experience Kentucky's signature welcome than at the gracious Beaumont Inn, Kentucky's oldest family-operated country inn. Named an American classic by the prestigious James Beard Foundation in 2015, the Beaumont Inn blends the best of traditional Kentucky hospitality, age-old family recipes, and historic charm, with modern amenities sure to make any traveler feel right at home. A personalized bourbon tasting with the innkeeper is the perfect way to become acquainted with Kentucky's finest bourbons. Be sure to sample the Beaumont's very own bourbon, Kentucky Owl. A short walk from the inn, visitors will find themselves on historic Main Street at the heart of downtown Harrodsburg, greeted by a streetscape filled with buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. A visit to Dedmon Drugstore will invoke a bygone era. Dating to 1860, this charming building maintains all of its original cherry cabinetry and soda fountain. Next, enjoy a self-guided walking tour through Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, America's largest restored Shaker community. This 3,000-acre landmark discovery destination is filled with dynamic and interactive programming, while still preserving the heritage and story of the Kentucky Shakers. Here you can visit the Historic Center, the farm, the Nature Preserve, browse the shops at Shaker Village, enjoy classic Southern cuisine at the trustees table, or board the authentic Dixie Belle sternwheeler for an up-close view of one of the most unique ecosystems in the country. Hungry for more? Join Central Kentucky Tours. These tours are a great way to savor the landscape, culture, and intrigue of the Bluegrass region. Harrodsburg combines the best the Bluegrass State has to offer: stunning scenery and signature Southern hospitality. A visit to Harrodsburg will truly fill you with Kentucky's unbridled spirit. Come find out what makes Harrodsburg the coolest place in history.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now. 321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. It's going to be really nice outside most of the day today. So, take the time to go out and enjoy yourself. And then, because winter is still hanging around, the next week, there's going to be some low temperatures this time next Saturday, so I think it's going to be 37 next Saturday. So we're going to be up and down in the weather, and as the season tries to adjust. And but somewhere along the line, the sun's going to come out, and it's going to be 85 degrees for about a week, and burn us up, and then we'll be off and running, because usually it's kind of crazy right about this time of the season. I look forward to spring, but I don't look forward to the weather that comes with it sometimes, like tornadoes and different things like that. So I'll be weather aware on a regular basis. And let's see, today I'm going to talk about some things that basic gardening terms. These are probably some of the things that some people might know, but for me, a lot of these terms I didn't know, and but now that I have them in my hand, and I can look at them, and I can study them, and start to understand what some of these people are talking about. So let's start off with the garden term. The first one would be botanical name. That's the scientific name of one specific plant, comprised of always in capital letters, and when they talk about the common name to it, it won't be in capital letters. Let's see, that's the botanical name. Common name, a name given to a plant. Almost anybody can name a plant. There's a lot of like heirloom plants that has names from, that people have given them, that's been passed down for years. Let's see, an annual plant, a plant whose life is complete in one season. That means they're a one-time wonder, and they won't come back. You have to replace them again the next year. A biannual plant whose life cycle is complete, it will last up to 2 years. So that's a biannual plant. A perennial plant that could live more than 2 seasons and beyond, even in cold weather. So perennial, usually they'll come back and they'll last you a good long time. I've seen roses, some old roses, and I've seen some old hydrangeas that have been around for years. So that's what a perennial plant is. They will come back, and for me, it's like getting paid, 2 or 3 times. I buy the plant one time, and it comes back and it flowers for another 4, 5, 6 seasons. That's just like being repaid for that plant. Let's see, a woody plant with bark and older stem. Woody stems usually survive over winter and increase in size every year, like some hydrangeas. Then up in, like say, Constitution Square, there's a bunch of hydrangeas up there, and they don't cut it too far back, because if you do, like say, you will lose the bud for at least 2 years, because some of those plants up there, the bud grows on the woody part of it. Let's see, an evergreen. Most people know what that is. That's a plant that keeps keep the leaves green throughout the year. The pine and some of the other trees, they like I said, it'll stay green 90% of the time. Ground cover, that's something that you plant that's slow growing over your garden or over your flower bed. Usually they don't grow any more than 18 inches or so. Let's see. And, well, we all know what herbs are. That's the term usually applied to plants for culinary and aromatic medicinal purposes. Let's see, a lot of the herbs are just ornamental. So that's just a few of those. And let's see, I'll do a couple more and then go ahead and get my break out the way. The other one is hardening off, slowly exposing the plant to cooler temperatures to help it adapt to being outside. So in other words, you say you've got some seeds growing and they're starting to get pretty big. So on a nice sunshiny day, you can take and you can set it to the side, not in direct sun. Someplace, because of the cool weather that we're having now, like say, you want to make sure that it's a decent day when you send it out and when you set those plants out. So this way they'll start to harden off. I don't understand hardening off part, but I do understand acclimate into the weather. I understand that, that tells you that it's just like, you're going from winter to spring. You have to acclimate your body back to the warm weather. You don't have to put on 3 layers. You only put on 2 and you'll stay just as warm. So kind of the same thing. Let's see. I'll tell you what, let me get my break out the way and I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back. back in the garden. Like I said, today is going to be really nice, at least most of it. So go out and enjoy it. And congratulations to the Mercer girls for playing a great game and continue to move on in the tournament. Because now it's crunch time. For high school, it's crunch time for college, and I guess the NBA will be next. That tournament probably won't be any baseball, so sit back and relax and do other things for a while because they can't figure out their money situation. But there's plenty of basketball on just about almost every day now. Basketball, baseball season's off and running. So let's get kicking because the weather's going to get nice. But I don't understand because spring training, sometimes they get really cold. And I've seen those guys out there playing. They've got long johns on and everything but a jacket. But I've seen them up there covered up real good because some of those temperatures are like 36, 38 degrees, and they're out there playing baseball. That's pretty early in the season for me. I don't think when I was a kid, like say, we only played when it was hot, and after that, we'd have to wait till summer come back around because it was a little too cold. But let's see here. Today I've been talking about the basic gardening terms. Like I've talked about the botanical, the common name, annual plant, once a year, biennial, 2 seasons, perennial. They'll come back over and over if you treat them right. Talk about the woody plant, plant and bark, where the buds grow. I said, let's see, and the evergreen, they stay green 99% of the time. And just a few more here. Pollination. Pollination in flowering plants. Pollination is the transfer of pollen from one bug or deer or animal that passes by plants. It passes on to another plant, which helps it to grow. That's one of the reasons why you should always mix flowers and vegetables together. So this way you can have, the pollinators come in and you have good pollinators, you have bad pollinators, and you want to have more good than you do bad. So you want to read up on companion planting because there's a lot of good tips in that. Let's see, and to transplant. Transplant is to move a plant from one place to another. That's pretty simple. Bald and burlap. That's preparing the plant for transplanting by digging up the root ball, wrapping it in burlap to protect the root ball and to help you in moving it. So they dig it up, they put a cloth around it, tie it up, they put it on the truck, take it home. They use the bag to help them pull it on it off the truck to get it to the hole that they need to. Let's see, dormancy. That's just like all winter long. Most of the trees, bushes and shrubs, they've been dormant. But now the spring is starting to come through and the weather's starting to get warmer. Those plants they'll start to come back. Loam soil. This is one that took me a while to figure out. That's soil that contains relatively equal parts of clay, silt, and salt. That's in your soil around your home or whatever. Humus, that's the organic matter that was once living. Because the organic matter usually has bugs and all the bacteria, has everything in there that it needs, and that's what helps your plants thrive, your vegetables and everything. But after a while, it just wears out. So that's the reason why they tell you to, at the end of every season or at the beginning of every season, you want to make sure that you add a little more organic matter to your garden so this way you can keep those plants to thrive. Let's see here. The last one is, I think, evasive, and because that's a big word, and pretty much what it means is that evasive is something that once you plant it in the ground, it takes off and it just gets out of control. That means that every time you look up, it's bigger and bigger, or it's going into places it shouldn't. Their seed is cell seeds, and it just keeps right on spreading like wildfire. That's what evasive is. And if you have some of those plants that are evasive, to your plant or to your garden, to your yard or something like that, and it's just out of control. Need to cut it, dig it, whatever it takes to get that plant out of there and find you a plant that you won't have so much high maintenance on. That's what evasive is. Let's see here. Pinching and deadheading is a process of removing the tip of growth of a plant in order to encourage new growth. Deadheading is removing the spent flower to encourage new growth. So after your flower has bloomed, what you want to do is just go back behind it and just pluck them off there. So this way your plant won't be feeding something that's dead because, the flower itself is gone. So you want to make sure that you pull it off and that you give that plant opportunity to grow new growth. Let's see, horticulture, as someone who specializes in plants and their culture. Arborist, as somebody who does trees. And a landscape designer is a person who comes to your home and he'll look at it, go over it, and then come back with some ideas on how to improve your home. Yesterday I was I had to go out to Boyle County to do a judging on, they have a landscape class out there, so had some kids who had the presentation. I was assigned to go to one of the groups, and the kids, they did the presentation. They did a PowerPoint, and they did really well. These kids, after their presentation and everything, what they're going to do is, like say they took my home address, and what they'll do is Google it. They'll come back with a design of the flowers and the different things that I told them that I'd like to see change. Say I've got big bushes out in front of the house. I'd like to have those changed, either put a planter box in or some type of bush or shrub. And then on the right side of the house, there's nothing. So I told them I would like to have, some plants there with the color and nothing outrageous, just to have something go all the way around the house, all the way to the almost to the back door. And I told them that they asked me, are there any kids? So I told them, say the grandkids, they're around, and they said, okay, well, we'll try to make sure that we find something that won't be poisonous for the kids, or they'll find something that will draw pollinators, but not a whole bunch of them, just in case the kids get out there and get to smacking around the bush and then a bee chase them. But it was a really neat class. It was like an hour long, and they had, I think it was 10 groups that was presenting. They all had different things. Some was lawn companies. Some of them were tree specialists. Some of them were who specialize in fruit trees and bushes. And then some some of the presentations had people who built decks, who actually contractors. So they're all practicing to learn how to do a presentation, for a client. So they brought in us to be their fake clients, but they did real well. And so, like I said, when it comes to a landscape designer, like I say, best thing to do is to have them to come and look at your home, and visualize it, draw it up, so this way you can see it, and this way you can also make changes if you need to. But it was a nice class, and I'm glad they asked me to come out and be a part of that, and it was a lot of fun. It's been a busy week. I was told that the plants for the Constitution Square arrived, must have been Thursday afternoon after I left. So we'll be separating those, putting them in the bigger containers sometime soon. So she told me that there was 1,000 plants that have arrived that'll take up a whole table, because one of the tables that they have is at least, hold at least 45 of the containers that hold the plants. So it's quite a few. Well, look, my time is about up. But like I say, it was a fun week. Got to meet some people that apparently listen to the show, and thank you for introducing yourself to me yesterday, and it was nice conversations, and I got to talk to somebody from the forestry. They was there as a client, so it was a really fun day. Got to meet quite a few people, and looked like some opportunities may come out of that. So that was a lot of fun. Well, my time is up. I will get back with you on Tuesday with Radio Rick. Talk to you later. Bye.
My name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living, if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room, and they can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our 1-bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
Hi, Mike Archer here. Jeff Jacobs down there, and we just finished shooting our very first episode of All Mic'd Up. First guest was Larry Vaught, the legendary sports writer. And how'd you think it went, Jeff?
I thought it went great. It was good to have him on it's a pretty good guest to have on for the first time, and told a few stories and got his insight, and it was so good. I think we're going to run 2 episodes of it.
2 episodes, Larry Vaught. More stories. He's probably forgotten more about sports, certainly UK sports, than any of us will ever know. And he told a very, very interesting story about none other than Dan Dockich.
A personal favorite of this guy right here.
Who's that? Well, we're going to find out. So without further ado, let's meet Larry Vaught. Greetings, Mike Archer here. This is Main Street Media Television, and this is the All Mic'd Up segment of the station. Larry Vaught is my first guest, the legendary Larry Vaught. How are you, Larry?
I'm great.
Yeah?
A little pressure on there, but that's good.
Jeff Jacobs is off the camera right now. He does have a microphone. He will be adding his 2 cents wherever necessary.
Yes.
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing good, and yes, I will. I'm excited about this. This is great, Larry. Thank you for coming in. This is why I'm excited. Okay, you ready? Don't blush over there. 7-time winner of the Kentucky Sports Writer of the Year Award. University of Kentucky Sports since 1975. You're on over 30 newspapers and websites across the state. High school, I like this one. You got to tell us about this. A member of the Kentucky High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame. Is that for athletics or for your skills as the writer?
No, it is. We'll just say it is not for athletics.
Very good. And finally, this is really cool. You actually helped found the Kentucky Sports Writer Association and helped start Mr. Football. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I did enjoy doing that. Yeah.
What year are we talking? First Mr. Football.
Back in the late '80s, I believe it was.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah, right. You wish you weren't born yet.
That's true.
You were only 23 then.
What else you got over there, Jeff?
Well, do you need more?
You look like you were reading something, so I thought you would want to add that. Again, that disembodied voice, that's Jeff Jacobs. What would you call yourself? The producer? The all-around good guy?
I've said this before, the guy who paid for the microphones at this point. So, yeah.
The guy that paid for the microphones.
I'm just a guy off in the corner, usually in your seat, but we are obviously being COVID-friendly here, and so excited to have Larry with us today, and decided this is how we'll do things.
Well, whether it's COVID or not, I'd like to keep at least 6 feet between myself and Larry at all times. All right, Larry Vaught, first thing, very simple question. How in the world did you get started as a sports writer?
Oh, that's an easy one. I've always just liked to read and write.
Yes.
And so I worked at the newspaper a little bit even when I was in high school. But
Which newspaper are we talking?
We're talking about the one in Danville.
Danville Advocate Messenger. Wow. Was it the Advocate Messenger then as well?
Yes, it was the Advocate Messenger then.
Very good.
But I was also I've been involved with the newspaper business since I was 8 years old.
In what capacity?
I delivered papers when I was 8.
Gotcha.
Wow.
I had a route of about 137 papers. Got on my bike, slung them over my shoulder, and went and threw them on the porches, and tried not to break glass doors, which happens a few times. That cuts into the profit margin at 30 cents a week.
Sure.
Did you know at that point this is what you want to do, or was it just literally a job at that point?
It was just a job at that point. I mean,
sure.
my dad had worked at the newspaper, and so I dabbled around with writing some. And when I first came out of school, I was a business major, because at that time at UK, to be a journalism major, you had to take 12 hours of foreign language. And I couldn't see any reason at all to spend 10% of my college time taking foreign language. So I was a business major, and then took my extra subjects I could take, my electives. I took those in journalism. So when I came out, I thought, well, maybe I ought to try the business world. And so I tried it for about 9 months and decided, if I'm going to work all these hours, I might as well be working the hours and do something that I enjoy a little bit more.
Yeah.
Even though it took me about, I think, 13 years when I came back to the newspaper to make what I was making after 9 months in the business world.
That's a labor of love.
It is, and nobody writes to. It's not like musicians that make a huge amount of money. Newspaper writers, you don't make a lot. You make enough to live a nice life, but you're not going to get rich and have homes in 3 states.
Which musicians are you talking about? So how many years were you at the paper, the Danville Advocate Messenger?
I was at the newspaper full time for 41. I actually started out covering. I was a halftime sports writer and a halftime just writer for the paper. So 2 of my first assignments were the Bergen City Council and Houstonville City Council.
How'd you end up with UK sports? Just
I thought
same
that
way?
was something that would enhance the newspaper sports page a lot.
So that was your idea. You were the genesis of that.
Well, I had to push to be able to do it because they weren't going to take anything else off my plate. But I also knew if I was ever going to, kind of get my name out there any, it was going to be more for what I could do for UK sports than just local sports.
In the years that you covered high school sports, now speaking as a former athlete myself, that's a big deal because the athletes, we read that stuff. Parents read that stuff, families and such. How's it changed over the years that you've covered high school sports, whether it be the athletes themselves or the games themselves or anything in particular you can think of?
I don't think it's changed a lot other than there are just more sports now.
Okay.
I mean, I was working at the newspaper when girls basketball started.
Mm-hmm.
I was working there when we first had high school soccer. I've been around for a lot of the things that started off like that, and I kind of took the pride in wanting to get out and cover a lot of female high school sports because there were a lot of sports writers, and to be honest, still are, that don't really enjoy covering female sports.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure why, because one lesson my dad taught me was that there are no minor sports to the people involved in them.
Absolutely.
Amen.
And I always tried to remember that.
With your VaughtsViews.com, you don't just cover men's sports. You also cover the women's sports.
Go back to when you first started writing. What was the big first piece where you thought to yourself, okay, I made it?
Probably the first time that I can remember that I thought, well, my UK stuff's being paid attention to is when Joe Hall called me to chew me out about something, and then made the same point in practice, which at that time he let you come to practice, made the same point in practice that he didn't really agree with something that I had written. I thought, well, it's nice to know that he's reading.
I'm interested in technology. Does it make your life as a writer? Does it make it easier, harder? I mean, back in the old days, were you on a computer or did you start with a typewriter? I mean, seriously.
I started with the typewriter.
I figured, yeah.
Linotype machines.
Yeah.
At the newspaper. I mean, Mike, wouldn't he know what a linotype machine
No,
is?
I don't.
Yeah. You have to do things. I mean, I would go to games with a portable typewriter and have to call the story back in, read it word for word. I can remember the first dream game. You were like this down in Knoxville. See, these are the kind of things I remember.
First dream game?
Between Kentucky and Louisville.
Oh.
They haven't played fair. And we're down in Knoxville. It's a great game, goes to overtime. Louisville wins. I got my little portable typewriter and the computers that just came out, the laptops, Radio Shacks and all, but the newspaper here hadn't bought one yet, so I'm banging around typing my story. All the power goes off in Thompson-Boling Arena. It's the greatest thing ever because everybody that had a laptop, it didn't store anything. When it goes off, it's gone. And there's no way no way for them to get back on, and they're all going nuts. I'm just sitting there hitting my keys as hard as I could hit them then, and also. But so I went from that stage to, I mean, I remember I thought the greatest invention that mankind had ever known was the fax machine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I thought when you could fax a story you were going to send somewhere, or somebody could fax you stats, I thought my life could never ever be any easier.
And here we are.
And then when the stuff came with the internet, if you'd ever told me I'd been on Twitter and doing blogs and.
Do you miss the good old days, or is this better, really?
Well, I miss it a lot because it used to be when you got through with work, you were through. Now you're never through because anything can happen and you're expected to be back to it. Not so much for me the last few years, but for a lot of years you just were never off and you just had to always be on call because something was always breaking. And now, as soon as you put something online, and 10 minutes later, it's old.
Count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic and let the gig begin. Go to GoKinetic.com for details.
Congratulations! You have been rewarded with a $25 restaurant cash certificate. This certificate entitles you to $25 off your very next meal at thousands of participating restaurants nationwide. In addition, you will also have access to an unlimited amount of the latest and greatest fast food and restaurant coupons that you can use to receive free items, BOGO deals, and discounts at your favorite food spots anytime you want. How can we do this? We drive a ton of new diners to thousands of restaurants nationwide to fill their empty tables. The majority of customers that we send to these restaurants spend around $66 with a $25 cash certificate. You will receive a $25 restaurant cash certificate. Choose from thousands of participating restaurants in virtually every city in every state of the USA. So redeem your certificate before it expires. Eat up to 50% off of your bill and thank the business who gave you this special offer by doing business with them again and referring your friends and family members. Katrina from Grassonville, Maryland said, "The process to redeem was super easy. Find a certificate for the restaurant and redeem. It really was that simple. So what are you waiting for? Activate your offer today."
With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand anywhere. Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream.
when you're covering high school sports or college sports, you've made some friends, I'm sure. You probably made some enemies. That's just the nature of the beast. What are some of the favorite memories that you have as far as dealing with coaches? Is there a certain memory that sticks out?
Well, I really like Joe Hall. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he was good. He was very fair, whether you were from Danville or Sports Illustrated. He basically treated you the same way, which meant a lot of the bigger market people didn't like that.
Same guy that chewed you out for the one article?
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, he's entitled. I mean, I've never been one to take it personal if you disagreed with him.
He didn't take your credentials away or anything like that?
No, never.
Have you ever had that happen?
It's been threatened a few times.
Wow,
has it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but again, it's just kind of part of what you go through. But Joe Hall was really good to work with. I mean, I loved working with Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
I mean, Rick was really good. Now, Rick could maybe call you at 2 a.m. if he didn't like something that you wrote or disagreed with you. But what I liked about Rick, if he disagreed with you, and once he cleared it off, yelled at you, screamed at you, told you how you were wrong, this and that. But once it was over and done, it was over and done.
How about players? You got any players that stand out?
Oh, they've all been good.
They've all been good.
I mean, they really have. I don't have any big issues with any of them. I'm still friends with a lot of guys that played at UK for many, many years, and still consider them friends.
What about parents? Any dealings with them?
Some, not as much now as you used to have, because they don't like you to interact with parents as much. But there's been a lot of great parents. I mean, Patrick Patterson's mother, Twana, she's the one that kind of enlightened me on what Billy Gillespie was doing to players.
Oh, really?
I mean, she's a lady that got Billy Gillespie fired, because she basically went in and told the administration that if you don't straighten this guy out and get rid of him, then my son is leaving, and everybody else on the team's leaving too.
Wow.
And we're going to make sure, because that's when he was trying to play Patrick with a broken bone.
If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've mentioned before, obviously off the air, that Matthew Mitchell was quite easy to get along with. Is that correct?
Great guy to get along with. He was very personal, always willing to reach out and talk with the media. When I used to do a radio show in Harrodsburg, he came down several times to be on the radio show there. One time went with him to Eddie Montgomery's home when him and Eddie did a little singing in the studio they had set up right there. And, he always walked out to My Town, which was a Montgomery Gentry song. But Matthew was really, really easy to get along with. It was really sad when he had to retire.
Are you at liberty to mention a story that happened a few years ago? I want to say 2014. Might have been the year before, involving a certain ESPN radio host, former Indiana University basketball player whose son was playing for Michigan at the time.
Oh, that guy.
Are you allowed to tell that story?
Well, I guess we could.
The guy's name is Dan Dockich. He played basketball for Indiana back in '80. I want to say he came out in '84. I know he played on the team, the Indiana team that beat Carolina, which was Jordan's last game. Now, his claim to fame is that he claims that he stopped Jordan, which is, if you watch the game, that's not the case. Dean Smith stopped Jordan.
Really?
Yeah, it's the truth.
Dockich embellishing? Dockich has a, I guess, daily radio show in Indianapolis. Is that right?
Well, I'm not sure where it's out of, but I know it's on ESPN radio.
Yeah, I think it's out of Indianapolis. And he had a son that was a walk-on who also played at Michigan. So during the UK game, he came in wearing his Michigan sweats with his press credential and sat on press row, which, you're pressing a little bit there because you're really supposed to kind of be unbiased if you're in the media and sitting there. But that wasn't. But then he was openly cheering for Michigan on press row. And I just kind of went on Twitter and said something about the fact that, hey, talk about unprofessional. Here's the definition of it. Yeah. Guy wearing his Michigan suit.
Yeah.
And cheering on press row for his son. Nothing wrong with cheering for his son.
Just do in the stands.
Just go in the stands and do it like everybody else is.
Yeah.
Well, he took exception to it and tried to do a few things, poked a little things, and got in my face a little bit, and all like that. Kind of reached out and stole a few of my stats that I had written, laying there and all. We might have exchanged a few words that my mother and probably Jan Archer wouldn't be proud.
Jan Archer's my mother. Growing up in Indiana, as I did, I started to become friends with guys that played for Bob Knight, and they had this unbelievable sense of entitlement. And Dockich, I think, epitomizes that. Didn't he bring you a drink or something and tell you to cool off, or what was that? How'd that go?
He brought, well, first he made fun of what I was wearing. I don't even remember what it was he made fun of.
I make fun of what you wear all the time.
I know
though.
you do, so
Okay.
that's what I say.
Okay.
So
No
we
big
thought
deal.
that was going to bother me. And then he brought me a cup of coffee and said, "Hey, old man, somebody's maybe this will help you stay awake," or something like that. And I might have accidentally dropped it on him.
Oh.
When I went to hand it back, I can't remember, but it was accidentally.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sure it was
something like that. And then the next.
But he
day,
chested up to you, didn't he?
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
See, look at this, maybe a little bit.
Then the next day, he spent 2 hours on his radio show talking about
at least 2 hours.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I was kind of yeah. So, but yeah, just one of those things that happens. 2010, down in New Orleans, when Kentucky was playing in the Final Four. And I needed to get a feature on John Wall, not just for the paper here, but for somebody else I was doing a freelance story for. And so I was trying to get in there with everybody else and just to be able to make sure I could hear and get a couple of questions I wanted to ask. And there might have been a TV cameraman that kept kind of swinging his camera over and hitting me, trying to push in and get tighter. And I might have finally had to kind of take and push the camera back out of the way and exchange a few words. And what I didn't know is that DeMarcus Cousins came back in from, he'd been out at the I think at the podium on the press conference out in the open area, and he came back in and was watching. And when it all kind of ended, he came up to me and said, "Hey, Mr. Vaught, don't worry. If that guy tried to push you again, I had your back."
Oh, nice.
And I was going to take that camera away from him.
Tell me a little bit on your thoughts on the college players being paid. What is your opinion?
Well, I think the scholarships and benefits they get are pretty nice, but I also think there's so much money made on college athletics that there ought to be a way they can make some. Now, I know different schools have to deal with it in different ways, but businesses have to deal with it in different ways. So I think there's no reason that a college athlete, if he can find a way to make money off his image or likeness-wise in school, yes, go ahead and do it. And I know people will say, well, that'll just lead to cheating because some schools will have more to offer than others. You think they don't offer more than others when they get out of school now anyway? So I don't think that'll change anything. The same schools that you're worried about recruit the best, they'll probably still have the best to do, but I'm all for it myself.
You have a favorite moment, obviously being associated with the UK, and especially basketball. Is there something that stands out?
My favorite sports moment would be real easy. That was getting to watch my son win 2 state championships in football.
Did he play?
Yeah, he played. He won 2 state championships.
I mean, like a starter and all that?
Yeah, started
Very good.
At receiver and at defensive back or linebacker.
Had no idea.
That was easily the best memories right there. I mean, the best. Mostly because you're trying to cover the game and trying to be a dad and trying to balance both of those, so you can't sit there and go, yeah. You're just kind of writing it down, and the inside of you just kind of busting out.
What I like to do at the end of my All Mic'd Up segment is ask some trivia questions.
Oh, I'm not very good at trivia.
No, well, I'll keep them sports related.
I'm still not very good. He's just going to embarrass me now, Jeff.
The greatest game that I ever saw at Rupp Arena did not involve University of Kentucky at all. Do you know what game I'm talking about?
Georgetown, Villanova.
That's exactly right. Here's the question, trivia question. Villanova shot over 80% to beat Georgetown by 2 points in one of the greatest upsets in the NCAA championship history. Who was the MVP of that game?
I got no idea.
Really?
I mean, that's 35 years ago.
Yeah, but you were there, weren't you? Were you there?
I can't remember what I did last night.
I was going to say me either.
The answer is Eddie Pinckney. Remember Ed Pinckney?
I do, but you could have let me have 1,000 guesses and I would not have got that.
All right. Who was the coach of Villanova that year?
Oh, that's Raleigh.
Raleigh Massimino is correct. Did you know that, Jeff?
I did know.
You
yeah,
did
absolutely,
not.
I did.
Well, Larry, this was our very first All Mic'd Up segment of the Main Street Media Television channel. You are our first guest. That was painless, wasn't it?
Yeah, boy, it's really set a high standard, too.
I'll tell you what.
Yes, it could intimidate a lot of people.
I would think so.
It will.
So, Jeff, the disembodied voice over there, Jeff Jacobs, thank you very much for all that you do, Jeff. Larry Vaught, thank you very much for being in here today and being my first guest.
Proud to be the first one.
count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic and let the gig begin. Go to gokinetic.com for details.
Yeah, I mean, you get to talk about you for about 22 minutes.
Get on TV.
This is the all mic'd up, right?
My mama's so proud anytime I can get on
No,
TV.
well, no, he's a musician, right? No, this is let music play.
Oh, let the music play.
Remember, all mic'd up's it's not so much based around the music.
Okay.
See, he has so many shows, he doesn't know which one.
That's true.
Which one Danny's plugging.
Welcome to the Let the Music Play show on Main Street Media TV. My name is Mike Archer. Jeff Jacobs, the man who makes it all go, is over there.
Make it all go.
They're coming after us.
They're coming after, yeah. There you go.
Dane Sadler is our guest today. He's a local musician. We're going to learn a lot more about him. And you are Facebooking live right now, aren't you?
I'm Main Street Media auditing.
It seems like we're the time continuum thing where you're filming us while we film you is we're gonna lose it here. But Dane, let's talk a little bit about music.
Okay.
And I always start with the easy question: where are you from?
Me?
Yeah, where's home?
I'm originally from Richmond.
Richmond, Kentucky. So you went to high school at Madison?
Madison Central. I graduated in '83. I am that old.
83.
Wow.
Tom Sneven won the Indy 500 that year.
Yeah, '83.
You know who won the World Series that year?
No.
Baltimore Orioles.
I know. I wished it would have been the Reds.
That baby.
There's a lot of people who wish that a lot of times.
So 83, Madison Central High School. Musician at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I was, I played sports coming up. There's three things I was into when I was a kid. It was baseball, music, and gangster movies.
Gangster movies, wow. Like The Godfather, or?
Yeah, John Dillinger, just.
Okay, very good.
Stuff. Just,
So,
I gotta ask you before you go any further.
Continue.
Since you said Richmond, did you get to play any of the T-Bone, some of the great classic places down there at in Richmond on First Street?
Oh yeah, Phone 3 and O'Reilly's. The last gig I did before I left in '85.
Okay.
Took off, was headed to California, stopped in Denver. But the last gig I did before I headed out was O'Reilly's, which is the paddy wagon.
There you go. Yeah.
I didn't think you were talking about the
Man,
automotive parts
just
store.
a classic era of rock and roll on
First
First
Street,
Street. Man, it was the
live.
place. Yeah.
So what instrument? Guitar?
Guitar.
When did you start?
Probably. I think the first time I picked up one was like maybe 7 or 8. My grandfather got me one, like at an old auction. It was just a little beat up acoustic, but the action was too high and the strings were too big. He didn't know much about it, so it hurt my hands. I kind of gave up.
Tell me about your family. Musically inclined?
Nobody like directly. I kind of just learned on my own.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, on my mom's side of the family, they were kind of a bunch of hippies, so there was music always around.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle, who's only 5 years older than me, that was my earliest memories of music. He had the room upstairs with the beads and the black light posters and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And first album I remember seeing was Grand Funk Survival.
Okay.
Because it had
Yeah.
the cavemen, and they were dressed like cavemen, Mark Farner and them. It's the first album I remember. So music was always around, and even at my grandmother's, my dad's parents raised me, and even there, she had an accordion in the house. She always listened to WCBR, and they were always playing Charlie Rich and all that stuff on the radio, going to...
By the time you get to 1983, when you graduated high school from Madison Central, how good a guitar were you?
I
Were you
don't
in
know.
bands?
Everybody thought I was, everybody thought I was good. I thought I sucked,
Well,
but
how supportive was how supportive were your parents?
Oh, I mean, they were cool. My dad's the kind of guy though. He's interesting. He's he's a bass freshman too, and played basketball. He's into sports, and he's a tall guy. He's about 6'3", 6'4". But he's one of those guys that's like he never listened to the radio. It's like, music could disappear from the planet, and I don't think he'd ever realize it was gone.
Possible?
That's just like Dad is. That's why he's always been. And I remember one time I figured out this is a funny story. I'm getting pretty good. People knew who I was, and this, that, and another. And I started teaching at a local music store when I was like 16, 17, taught me music in Richmond. Guy moved down from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and started a little music store. But anyway, they asked me to come play in the choir and jazz band. But then I had long hair, and it's like I
hate
cool
guys
for
with
that.
long hair.
So I go too cool for that. But I remember one time, man, I like just figured out, a piece of eruption or something, and I went out there to show my dad, and he's like, "Well, son, can you play House of the Rising Sun? When you can play House of the Rising Sun, you're doing something."
Wow. I hate that song.
Now you say you were self-taught, but could you read music?
No, not exactly. I took lessons from a guy named Owen Grice, who's still around.
I know Owen. Yeah.
I took lessons from him at the old Couriers when it was out in the University Shopping Center.
Well, I hope he's watching.
And that's
Good man.
where Owen knew his theory, and he taught me, a lot of the theory. And finally, one day he just said, "Man, I've taught you everything I know," And he said, and when I met him, I hadn't seen him in 30 years because I was gone. I left in '85. But when I saw him, he's like, "Man, you were one of those kids that just soaked it up like a sponge.
Yeah.
But I loved it, man. I mean, it's like that's what called to me. I knew it from the beginning.
Yeah.
It called to me. It's like I had a conversation with my dad the other day, and with COVID hit me hard because I was flying under the radar, and there ain't much money in it anymore. But that's where my heart's at. And that's what I wanted to do. So I lost all my gigs and everything, man, in a blink of an eye, and I didn't get no stimulus or nothing. So my dad gave me that speech again, like he always does. Well, I don't know, son, why you can't be responsible. You've had good jobs and this, that, and another. And I said, Dad, man, I'll be 56 soon. You're like 73. I said, you just got to realize now that I keep coming back to this. And I just happen to have a guitar in my hand. And I said, no matter what I do, I said, I know I've had a lot of good opportunities. I said, but I always come back to this poverty stick. That's what Bugs Henderson called it. Blues guy, met him in San Antonio when I lived down there. Called it the poverty stick. I said, I don't know why. I said, it is what it is. But I always come back to this. No matter what else I do in life, I get bored with it. And it's like, that's enough. And I come back to this. So
back to music.
It is what it is.
What were your goals and dreams at 18 as far as music
is concerned?
I was
going to L.A. I was going to be a rock star.
Yeah. Did you go?
I got stopped in Denver. The guy I left with, I left in the middle of the night.
Is this 83 or is this 85?
85.
Okay.
February of 85.
Gotcha.
It was winter. We left in the middle of the night. I had a 76 Charger, took all my guitar equipment, took my albums, took some illegal substances probably we shouldn't have been traveling with. It took us 2 weeks to get there. Should have took 2 or 3 days,
Man, that's living the dream. What are you talking about?
It was the 80s,
Yeah.
I wrote a note on my parents' windshield and said, I'm gone,
Wow.
gone to California, call you when I get there. But stopped in Colorado. Saw this 200 herd of elk up in Estes Park, And I fell in love with Denver. Had a great music scene. So I never made it to L.A.
When you first started, you're in Denver and you're hitting the music scene. Were you like, I've got to play this kind of music and I'm not open to this, or were you just jamming with different kind of folks?
This, looking back, it was never like that with me. It was like there was certain styles of music that didn't hit me, like country. I was born, raised right here in the bluegrass region. We weren't hearing New Orleans music around here. I was hearing black music because I grew up right in front of the projects, my buddy's house when we go play basketball up on the hill under the tower. But I was really just hearing country and rock. And all that's, just steady, 4/4,
Sure.
8th note, 16, 32. It's not syncopated, it's not funky, you know what I mean? Wasn't exposed to that. But I started getting little pieces of it, like with Captain's Journey. I remember I took that to one, I said, man, show me how to play this, because my ear hadn't developed yet. So I realized then, looking back, that was pulling me. But it wasn't until I got to Denver and I got around a vibrant R&B jazz, community, that I started hearing the funky stuff. All the stuff that you don't hear because there's a bubble outside of Nashville that encompasses everything.
Sure.
How long you were out in Denver, San Antonio? How long was that all? 5 years or so?
No, I was gone for 38 years. I left in 85 and I came back in 2014.
Yeah. Gotcha.
See, I got in trouble, man. I'm going to be straight up. We've talked about it before.
Yeah.
And I know we was going to get around to it. And I told you it wasn't off limits. And I have no problem talking about it. But, I was wild, man, when I was a kid. I'm half Irish. I'm half Cherokee. I got Cherokee and Irish blood. I tell people I didn't have a chance, and people around me didn't have a chance. My parents definitely didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
So I was wild. I've calmed down a lot.
Yeah.
But I got out there, and it was the 80s. Cocaine was everywhere. And, I got in trouble. I got in big trouble, I kept getting in trouble. So I ended up from the age of 20 to 32, I was incarcerated. I did 5 years in the state joint. Colorado, I did 7.5 in the Fed joint.
What was your crime?
I had bank robberies and stuff. I got 5 armed robberies.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Wow.
I was robbing banks.
So, and you were in how long, you say?
All told, I did 12.5 years, and I was in Leavenworth. I was the second youngest. When I hit Leavenworth, I was the second youngest guy out of 2,500 people because the drug laws had just changed, the war on drugs under Reagan. I was 24, and when I hit Leavenworth.
So, when you were incarcerated, were you able to play any music
yeah,
at all?
Man.
Yeah?
See, that was the other thing. So when I got incarcerated, that's when I started getting exposed because this dude next to me, like when I was in Buena Vista, when I was in the joint in Colorado, this old black dude next to me, he had a life sentence, and we could have cassettes back then.
Yeah.
So we're talking music and stuff, and he's like, hey man, check this out. He's handing me the Intruders and the Shy Lights, that old soul music.
Right.
And I was like, oh, damn, you know, I'd never heard that, you know. I got more of an education in the kind of music that I'm really playing now, old soul music and funk, really in prison, and then from guys, you know, when I got out that I played with.
So when you did get out, is that when you came back to Kentucky?
No. Funny thing is, there's a lady in Denver called Hazel Miller, and she's originally from Louisville, Kentucky. She's like the queen of soul in Denver. She always has been.
Yeah. Hazel Miller?
Hazel Miller, yeah. I had a year left. I was in FCI Inglewood, which is a federal, medium security federal prison just south of Denver in Inglewood in a suburb. It's really in the city. And they hired a band to come in for the holidays, like, you know, the Labor Day and 4th of July. They'll, you know, we'll have intramural sports and they'll feed us well. It's like that in every prison. So this band comes in, and I forgot what I think I was playing pool or something. And these guys come and get me and say, hey, man, they want you to play with them. So I got the amp and my guitar from the band room, went outside and sat in with Hazel Miller. I just sat in, did one song, and I went to sit down, and she's like, don't leave, just keep playing. So I played with them the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, she talked to me, and come to find out we're both, she's my homegirl, she's from Kentucky, and I told her, I said, well, I'm getting out about it. She said, when you getting out? I said, about a year. She says, you come and see me when you get out, I'm going to get you a band to play in. I get out, a dude that I was my cellie, he'd been telling me about the Freddie Hinchy band, right? And I'm like, okay, whatever. I got out, got a job doing CAD drafting right out of the joint. I learned to do it in the joint.
Doing what?
CAD drafting.
CAD drafting. Yeah.
What's that? I don't even know what that is.
AutoCAD, drawing blueprints.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I drew the blueprints.
Did you know? I didn't know.
I drew the blueprints for. I actually ran the CAD department in the joint there. So I got out, was doing CAD drafting, had a job. Mike calls me up one day. I ain't been out like 8 months. He's been out. He got out about a year before I did. He says, hey, man, remember me telling you about the Freddie Hinchy band? I said, yeah. He goes, well, they're playing down at Herman's Hideaway, which is a big rock club in Denver, you know. And I just lived right down the street and off Broadway. He said, we're going to play. So why don't you come up? He goes, I'm going to introduce you to him. I said, okay. So I go up there that night. I'm on parole. And walk in, and there's white, black, brown, young, old, and from the downbeat till the time they stopped, man, everybody was moving. I mean, they were an old school, you know, R&B show band. They knew how to lay it down, you know. And I'm like, well, that's cool, you know. And so he introduced me and went down the green room. So went our separate ways. A couple months later, he says, man, Louis leaving. Louis going to go play with Hazel Miller. He said, I told him about you. He said, they want to audition you. And I auditioned and got that gig. And that gig was like the biggest, coolest, best paying gig in town. I went down and seen Hazel, and I'm like, hey, you remember me? Because it's been like a year later. She goes, yeah. And she goes, well, I'm going to find you somebody to play with. I said, I already got a band. She goes, who? I said, Freddie Hinchy band. She goes, you're kidding me. She goes, that's the best gig in town. She goes, how the hell did you get that? It's like,
was music your lifeline in there?
Music, I mean, the thing about music is, you know, I went in there, and I went in young. And but the cool thing is like, I had a, like, respectable crime, I guess you would say, you know, bank robbery, you know what I mean? So
Wow,
the old
yeah.
timers,
Wow.
are like, you know, they respect that.
Wow.
It's like, that kid's got a lot of heart. And I would fight at the drop of a hat. I wouldn't
Yeah.
take no, you know. But music, man, is the universal language. And even in prison, I noticed it helped me cross fences in there that normally you can't cross.
Yeah.
Like in Leavenworth, maximum security prisons, man, the races are divided.
Sure.
You eat with whites, you eat with black, you know what I mean? It's divided. And then we had a talent show in 92, and it was when they had a riot in Leavenworth in 92. It was bad. But the day before the riot, it was 4th of July, we had a talent show, and I put together a band, and it was a Chicano dude, a black dude, and the drummer was a dude named Antonio Fabiano Jr. He had a lightning bolt on his face. They called him Shock. He was my drummer. He was an AB. He was a enforcer for the AB. They do all the hits, like for the Mob and this, that, and other. But I didn't care. I wanted the best musicians, right? And I didn't even think about it. And I wasn't even thinking about what I was doing. It's like, I'm going to get this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. I'm going to put together the best band. We played the talent show. Afterwards, the guy that run rec come up to me and says, Sadler, and he like never talked. He's an old timer, man. I mean, he's the kind of guy that had retired 15 years ago but wouldn't quit. And he knew everything about leveling. He says, man, I want to tell you, Sadler, I'm going to take my hat off to you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, in the history of this prison, he goes, this was built in 1911. The Rotunda Dome is second only in size to the White House Dome. And he goes, I can tell you everything about this prison. He said, in the history of this prison, there's never been an interracial band play on that stage until today, and you did it. He says, you got to stand in ovation from the whites, blacks, and Chicanos.
So
that's really one of my proudest moments, believe it or not.
Who's some of the guys you looked up to as far as, famous professionals?
This is how much it's changed. I'll show you how much it's changed. When I was a kid, I was into the rock and stuff.
Yeah.
I never was into Clapton, Page. I liked Hendrix. Then like Michael Schenker of UFO, I liked him. Rick Derringer, Johnny Winter, and those were blues cats. They're really good blues guys. And it's through them that I went backwards and found the blues guys, right? And really when I heard really started understanding New Orleans music and hearing a lot of that and the Neville Brothers and stuff like that, that's when it started hitting me. And all that syncopated stuff, it's like, that's where my heart's at. So that's when I got away completely from the rock and metal playing. And when I got to Freddie Hinchy band gig, when I got out, from then on until now, I became like the token white guy in black R&B bands from Denver to San Antonio to Austin.
So you end up coming back here in what year? 14?
Yeah.
Okay. 14, so what are the bands you're in now? You're in more than one band, right?
Yeah, but it's really the one I started. When I came back, I hadn't lived here in 30 years. My folks were getting older. My dad's got stage 4 COPD right now. It was time to come home. My aunts and uncles were dying. I just felt like an absentee son. And it's like, it's time to go home. And I left Austin. I came back. And it's like, okay, what am I going to do? And I'm looking around. It's the same old stuff. It's nothing but country and classic rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm like, well, I can't do it. I'd rather just be a plumber and deal with, it's just not my thing. I said, screw it. I'm going to start my own band. So I said, what are we going to call it? Well, we're a bunch of white guys, hillbillies that like to play funkabilly. That's where the name came from.
Okay. All right.
Started that, and that's what I'm still doing, but now it's with Bootsy.
Okay.
But we weren't together. That first year we were together, we were actually nominated Best R&B, funk band, whatever.
What?
Lexington Music Awards.
Oh,
that first year we were together.
Was it tough to get the gigs in the beginning, or did people kind of just start listening and go, "Wow, these guys are good. I don't know what they're doing, but I love it."
It kind of was,
Yeah.
Because we're taking, funky. We're taking James Brown and stuff like that into some of these places, these honky tonks that really wasn't having that. But we were getting away with it.
Yeah.
If you're good at it.
Well, that's a compliment to the musicians.
The thing is, I'm playing, Funkabilly now is with Bootsy because I found her at a gig. A jam. She just retired. I thought she was singing with somebody, Yeah. This was when I was breaking the original Funkabilly up. And I said, I'm going to put a band around you. She was phenomenal. And I said, who you singing with? She said, nobody. I said, well, I'm going to put a band around you. So that's when Bootsy and Funkabilly came about. But now it's just that. The thing with Big Shug, Matthew Polishek, Big Shug and the Jazz Funkers we're doing. And then Central Kentucky Blues Society. Like Saturday night at Creole, it's just Central Kentucky Blues Society.
Is there a website or anything somebody
Central
can follow?
Kentucky Blues Society, Trifecta Barbecue on Friday nights, or Creole, Big Shug and the Jazz Funkers. And that's pretty much it. That's what I do.
You ready for some trivia questions?
Sure.
Now I'm not doing well today because normally I have our little sound effects thing that goes ding 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 or if you miss it.
Boy, lessons too. I give lessons too. He's a student.
I'm always trying to learn. Yeah. 3 trivia questions. You think you can handle it?
No, I told you not to ask me no sports questions.
It's not sports.
No. Go ahead.
They're just trivia questions. All right. Question number 1. You were around when Kiss was
that's what got me going, man.
Okay. Other than Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, who are the other 2 members of the band?
Ace, man.
Ace
was
Frehley,
my dude, and
who was
Chris.
Very good. Yeah. Ding 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 ding. So
there you go.
So far he's all over.
So far, look at that.
I saw him at Rupp when they came to Rupp for the first time.
The Bar-Kays, back in 1968. December of '68 was in a couple of their members were in a plane crash.
Otis Redding,
There's
Phelan Jones,
bing, bing, bing,
which
bing,
brings
bing,
up Phelan. Go to Stax Records in Memphis. Everybody goes to Graceland or Hotel Lorraine, which they should because it's where King was killed. But they don't realize, man, there's a gym down there, and for $14 you can spend all day. It's the best. It's actually $13. Best $13 you'll ever spend. Stax Records is now the American Soul Museum.
One more trivia question. Are you ready? All right. Back in the '70s, Elvis. He put together a band. They played out in Vegas. Very, very famous. Right, before he died and everything, with the jumpsuit and everything. Yeah. Who was his lead guitar player?
Oh, that's God. Why'd you ask me that? I knew this, and I'm sitting here thinking, it's. I know.
Do you know his original lead guitar player that started in the '50s? Scotty Moore.
Scotty Moore. That's who I was going to say.
No. Scotty Moore. For whatever reason, he got rid of that band, and he got a guitar player in this band that started out with Ricky Nelson when Ricky Nelson got popular in the late '50s. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Oh, no.
James Burton.
James Burton.
You remember James Burton? He was 2 out of 3. That's pretty darn good.
That's pretty good.
You asked me Red's questions from the Big Red Machine days.
Okay, then we'll give you a
give him a bonus.
We'll give him a bonus
give him one
question.
quick bonus.
Okay.
Yep.
The Big Red Machine. What was George Foster's jersey number?
Oh, dude. Why didn't you ask me Joe Morgan?
Because that's too easy. That's why.
Man, this ain't real leather, is it?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sweating.
It's the best leather money can buy.
Sticking to it, Jacob.
Oh man, I love this guy.
So you got it? You got a number for me?
14.
You're close. That was Pete Rose.
That was
though.
Pete.
Damn.
Do you know what Foster's number was?
I don't.
It's been a while.
15.
I knew Pete. 15.
15. Yeah. That's pretty darn good.
Dave Concepcion, bench.
What was
Morgan.
Concepcion's number then? I'm not sure. Oh, I do remember.
32?
No. 13.
13. Yeah.
Johnny Bench, what was his number?
4.
5.
5.
He's always one off. He's one off.
Yeah. One off
People at home right now were yelling at you, going, 5. Well,
My
thank you so
dad's
much for
gonna-
being here.
My dad's going to be disappointed.
Was this painless or what? Was it all right?
Man, everything's painless anymore.
No, fair enough.
It's a lot of fun to have somebody on like Dane because he's exposing what we want to do. People with all these great names and all these outside what most people would associate with mainstream music, and I think I want you to go check some of these guys out.
I will. It's unbelievable because you think you know. I mean, as a performer myself, you'd think you've heard of everybody. You haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a lot of musicians out there that you haven't heard of, I haven't heard of, and we need to explore. So thank you for bringing that to me.
Yeah,
Dane Sadler, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Jeff Jacobs makes everything go.
Oh, yeah.
He is the man, and my name, Mike Archer. Thank you so much
Go
for
see
hanging
Mike,
out.
too.
Hey, yeah, why don't you? Thanks for hanging out with the Let the Music Play show on Main Street Media TV. Hey, Mike Archer here with Main Street Media TV. This is the All Mic'd Up Show. Jeff Jacobs sitting right over there, and we just finished a very, very interesting interview with former University of Kentucky basketball player Cameron Mills. Now, for those of you around the area, you probably know who he is. If you're not from the area, well, you're going to learn real quick. And it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Jeff?
Oh, he's great. You could just talk for hours to Cameron. He's got great stories, shared some about his time under Coach Pitino, and again, a lot of things going on in his life, and he shared it with us, and it was great to have him here. We had a lot of fun.
Now, if you've ever wanted to know what it was like to be a player under Coach Pitino and then into Tubby Smith, well, you're going to find out real quick. So stay tuned. This is Cameron Mills, former University of Kentucky basketball player.
Find new roads at Bob Allen Chevrolet in Danville. Check out Bob Allen's Dealmaker pricing on new 21 Chevy Silverado 2500 Crew Cab 4x4s. Shop online at boballenmotormall.com.
My name is Mike Archer. The disembodied voice you're going to hear over there is Jeff Jacobs. Well, we have a very special guest today, maybe even more so than anyone we've had so far.
Oh, I agree.
Number 21 in the program.
Number
one in your hearts. Cameron Mills, how you doing?
I'm well, man. How are you?
Well, you know what? I'm very, very well because as of Friday, I knew that I was going to get to actually sit down and talk to you. So this is very exciting.
I think as of Friday, I knew I was going to get to talk to you all. So
this is big for us, man. I mean,
I don't think so. Y'all had the great Larry Vaught on here.
Well,
and that's odd that you would say great. Because not everybody would say that.
I would.
Let's start us off with the obvious. Tell us how you ended up at UK.
I ended up at UK for, I always say for two main, maybe three main reasons. My dad played at UK in the 60s, played for Coach Adolph Rupp. Family joke is that he always, when it is a joke, it is sincere though. It's what happened. When Kentucky played LSU back in the 60s, late 60s, 60 to 71 is when he played.
Era?
He had to guard Pete Maravich.
Oh, wow.
And so, as a matter of fact, it came up this week. One of my dad's best offensive games, because it's one thing to play against Pete Maravich, okay, and it's another thing entirely to have to guard him.
Oh, of course, yes.
And Dad had to guard him. He, along with Jim Dinwiddie, who played for Kentucky.
Right.
So they would split assignment. Dad was a starter. And it's one of the greatest, funniest things. For my dad's 50th birthday, we went to the UK archives down at the library and got two games, both against LSU. Both of them happened to be two of Dad's best offensive games. But the family joke is that, you know, my dad had to guard Pete Maravich when they played LSU, and my dad held the pistol to 65 points a game, which is exactly what happened.
You went to which high school?
Dunbar. I went to Paul Ernst Dunbar. My freshman year was the first year it was open.
I was going to say, I didn't know it was around.
I got to be a part of the team of kids that created. We decided on the mascot. We decided on the school colors. We decided on the school fight song. Went to two Sweet 16 championship games with Frank Watson as head coach, and was going to go to Georgia. Had a full ride offer from Georgia, and my heart wasn't in it. And my heart wasn't in it, but I wasn't going to turn down a full ride at an SEC school.
Was Tubby Smith there at the time?
No, he wasn't. It was Hugh Durham was still there.
Durham, okay.
So I was getting ready to start my senior year of high school, and Georgia was putting pressure on me to sign. They wanted to go ahead and get me signed as their two-guard for the 98 or 90, because I'm in 94, 95 class.
I mean, were you holding out thinking that you might?
I was holding out with hope.
Yeah.
Not with reality.
Okay.
There was no reality. UK was never going to come recruit me. But my fear was this. My fear, Jeff, was if I have a great Georgia's saying sign now before your senior season.
Right.
I'm thinking, what if I just explode this year? Yeah. And I've signed with Georgia and Kentucky comes calling. Yeah. Now, in reality, that was never going to happen no matter what, because they had signed a gentleman by the name of Jeff Shepard. And because they'd signed Jeff Shepard, they were in no need of me. And that was kind of a constant joke on some level between Jeff and I for years.
Right.
And on some level still to this day, he and I, in a fun way, compete over everything. But Dad, because of his connections with Bill Kitely, went down, and I knew he was doing this one day. I was literally going to sign with Georgia the next day, if it would, depending on what he heard from UK. He went down, talked to Mr. Kitely, told Mr. Kitely what my fear was, just wanted to see, is there any chance UK is interested in Cameron if he has a great year? And the answer came from Billy Donovan, from Coach Pitino, to Mr. Kitely. And Billy Donovan even came down and spoke with my father, said, no, we're set at two guard. We love Cameron. We've seen him play at our camp. I'd gone to Pitino's camp every year. We're not going to be interested. We're good. But, and I don't know who mentioned it, I don't know if it was Dad, Mr. Kitely, Coach Donovan, someone said, if he wants to come here that bad, why doesn't he just walk on? And that had never occurred to me. It never occurred to Dad. In-state tuition at the time wasn't that bad if you lived in Kentucky. And they said, you're on the team. If you want to come be a Wildcat, you are on the team. You don't have to try out. You're going to be what they called a preferred walk-on, which is the only difference in me and Tony Delk, other than talent, was that, you have to pay for your tuition, and Tony doesn't. Right. But I was on the team, had a number, had a slot in the lineup, a very, way down in the lineup, but a slot in the lineup. So, but all I heard was they want you. Because to me, it was the same thing. It was the same thing. It was, you're not good enough to waste a scholarship on, but you're going to be on the Kentucky basketball team. What difference does it make to me if mom and dad are paying tuition? And fortunately, it didn't make a difference to them either. I did play. I had moments, not many, freshman, sophomore year as a walk-on, but I got a scholarship my junior and senior year.
That's what I was going to ask next.
Yeah, I did get a scholarship my junior year. And then Tubby renewed it for my senior year. Because what a lot of people don't realize, these scholarships are not 4-year scholarships. They're 1-year scholarships. Every kid has a 1-year commitment to the school and let me correct that. The school has made a 1-year commitment to the kid. The kid has made a 4-year commitment to the school, which is why they can't transfer without penalty for the most time.
That's probably going to bring up something we're going to talk about in a little bit.
That nonsense?
So you played for 2 different coaches. Is there any way you can tell us just a little bit about how different the practices were, say, from one to the other?
One of them, Coach Pitino kind of coached out of this fear. You were afraid to disappoint him. You were afraid of what he was going to physically do to you if you did not live up to your expectation or perform the way you were supposed to, which wasn't he didn't beat you. But
it sounds abusive to me.
Some might have seen it as abusive, but it was basically, you're going to run until you throw up kind of thing. I mean, there was a physical aspect of it, but he never, but to be clear, he never laid hands on us.
No. I get that. Yeah. But did you actually run till you...
No, that wasn't even an odd thing. If you weren't pushing your body to the point where your body was ready to quit on you, then the problem that creates, as far as Coach Pitino was concerned in his aspect, and I believe there's some truth in this, is that it's not that he's worried about you being able to physically perform in games, because games were off days for us. The games were breezes for us because practices were what was grueling. Practices are 4 hours. Games are less than 2 or 2 and less, and you're not even playing that whole time. And Coach Smith was like that to a degree, but the difference is that I truly did. I feared Coach Pitino. I loved Tubby. Now, what's funny is I love them both now. But I was terrified of Coach P. As a matter of fact, I had Mark Pope on my radio show about a year ago, and I asked Mark this long-winded opening question, because as I tend to do. And Mark he ignored my question. He goes, Cam, do you remember how terrified we were of Coach Pitino? Yeah. And I'm sitting there thinking, that's all we were, was scared of Coach Pitino. I thought Coach Pitino hated my guts. And I've learned kind of some perspective in the long run of, no, he actually cared about me a great deal. And it's the whole thing of, if Coach doesn't say a word to you, that's when you should be worried. Right. If Coach is yelling at you every day, he's driving you. If Coach is ignoring you, then you need to leave.
So was this fun? I mean, was playing basketball then what you envisioned it to be when you're sitting in the classroom and getting the walk-on offer at Dunbar?
Not even close.
Wow.
It was the exact opposite. It was miserable.
Really?
It was class at UK was respite. I could not. Some kids come. Are the kids going to class? Well, I went to class because class was quiet.
Wow.
What you are allowed to see as a fan is 5% of what these kids have done in the last 2 weeks or the last week.
I was getting ready to take this.
I'm
glad you brought this up.
That's all you get to see. You get to see. You get to see. Hopefully, them at their best. But chances are, just because the TV's on, the lights are on, even the lesser capacity fans are in the stands, you don't get to see what they've gone through to get to this point. Yeah. You get to see them in their uniforms as a team, and you get to see the excitement. Yeah. What you don't see is them throwing up in trash cans in the middle of practice when their body says, I can't go any further, but their coach says, oh, you can and you will. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled I played at Kentucky, honored to have played at Kentucky. It was one of the best periods of time in my life, but at the time, I hated life. I'll tell you this, Jeff. I don't think I've ever told anybody this story, because we were talking about things that we wanted to talk about that I've never talked about before.
Yeah.
I was so miserable my freshman year at UK. I never was suicidal, but I was thinking about self-harm.
Jeez.
So you wouldn't have to practice.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's exactly right.
So
I remember driving under New Circle Road and Harrodsburg Road, driving under New Circle on Harrodsburg Road, South Broadway. I remember one time I was driving home and I'd had a particularly rough practice, meaning I had been run till I puked. I had been beaten up emotionally, mentally by Coach Pitino, which that's how he coaches. And the greatest thing you do as a player is you learn not to take it personally.
Oh, yeah.
And once you do that, you're good. Mm-hmm. You'll let it all fall off your back, and that's what he wants you to do. Mm-hmm. But I hadn't got that year. I was still a freshman. I hadn't learned that lesson yet. I remember driving home thinking. Now, it never got any more than just the thought, but it's still a scary thought. The thought was, I could ram my car into this bridge embankment right here and just break my leg and have some peace.
And just break my leg.
That's all I wanted to just break my leg. If I break my leg, then I have some peace. That's how hard it was. Now, clearly I wasn't in a great mental state. That's as far as it got.
I understand.
But I had that thought occasionally because it was so hard. The pressure's there from the fans, but there's so much more pressure from the coaches and your teammates, and that's the thing. You forget the fans are there. Everyone's hard playing in front of 24,000 or 40,000 at the Final Fours. No, it's not hard because practice is what's hard.
Yeah. That's what's
disappointing your teammates is what you fear. You don't fear disappointing the 40,000 fans. You hope you don't. But I'm more worried about, am I letting Jeff Shepard down? Am I letting Wayne Turner down? Am I letting Antoine Walker down? Am I hurting my teammates? That's what you fear. Coach Pino never turned off. He was always your coach. So you could be in the bus, and if something struck him, he'd be on the bus back in your face, reaming you over something.
Wow.
He never turned off. But he also, to his credit, never had a doghouse. He had no doghouse ever.
Really?
There's a rumor he had one for Scott Padgett during the year when Scott wouldn't go to class, his freshman year where he got thrown off the team and then he came back. There's a rumor Scott was in his doghouse, but he doesn't have a doghouse, which means he doesn't hold a grudge for his players. If you continue to screw up, as I did many times, as long as you give him, as long as you keep going, as long as you keep – now, if you quit on him, he's done with you. But as long as you keep giving him what he asks for, even if you mess up, that's all he wants.
So that brings up my next question real quick. If you can kind of continue this, was there a hierarchy? Would he leave the guys who maybe was the high scorers alone and then pick on the walk-on?
No.
So it was equal. It was equal.
All right. So there's no hierarchy. That's a great question. We were all maggots to him on some level. You know what I mean? I mean, we were all
Full Metal Jacket.
He never. So all right, he didn't have a doghouse. He didn't have a penthouse either.
Wow.
There was no place that he put a player that said, "I will not be as hard on you as I will this person because I don't want you to leave." Antoine Walker was one of the biggest recruits he brought in during the 4 years I was there. Mm-hmm. He was, brutal to Antoine and that's the thing that the brilliance of Coach Pitino is he is going to treat you in a way where you want to quit daily. But if you don't quit, what have you become? Tougher. I'll tell you this quick story. So Ron Mercer, it's one of the funniest stories. Y'all may not find it funny, but my teammates and I, when we think about this,
we'll laugh hysterical. Anyway. So don't
at least give me a fake laugh. Ron Mercer was a freshman having a tough time because that freshman year with Coach Pitino is just brutal. And so Ron apparently went to Coach P privately to tell him that very thing, to say, "Look, Coach, I don't respond well to this kind of coaching. Can you take it easy on me?"
Oh,
now, I don't know that he put it in those words, but that's what he said.
Yeah.
So Coach's response to him in the moment was, "Sure. I'll take care of you, Ron. I'll take care of you." So the very next practice, and we're talking like 3 hours later, right? We're in the afternoon practice. We're down stretching. Coach P comes down out of his office, and we're down there, and we all huddle up. Coach goes over a couple things. He says, "Oh, by the way, guys, Ron has asked me to take it easier on him, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to treat Ron differently than I treat the rest of you." And we don't even know what is this? Is he serious? Because if he's serious, we all now hate Ron. And if he's not serious, which he wasn't, it was basically he was so, I don't know how to describe it, but hysterically manipulative. Yeah. And that, Ron, I'll go easier on you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go down and tell all your teammates that I'm going to go easy on you in front of them, and then I'm not going to go any easier on you.
No.
He could have, to your point earlier, Mike, he could have, because I was a walk-on, because he didn't waste a scholarship on me, because there was no guarantee he was ever going to get anything beneficial out of me that would help him, his career, or the team. Mm-hmm. he could have just left me alone. Because I even told him when I walked on, my first meeting with him, I told him, he said, he didn't really try to talk me out of coming, but he said, don't you want to go to a school where you're going to play? And I said, Coach.
Wow, did he really?
Yeah. And I said, Coach, what you don't understand is this is my dream. And if I sit the bench for 4 years, but I get to wear that uniform, that's my dream. My dream is, yes, to play for Kentucky, but playing in my mind counts as sitting the bench. So I'm sitting there sincerely thinking, if I sit the bench for 4 years with that 21 on my front and Mills on my back, that's going to be a dream come true. I wound up playing. I wound up having a career that I'm proud of. I wound up setting 3-point shooting records. I wound up hitting big shots. I wound up winning 2 national championships because of him. And so it wasn't because of me. It was because I had a coach who would not let me have small-minded dreams.
Well, you hit a shot that every kid in the state of Kentucky and outside of Kentucky has dreamed of making, that shot against Duke, which has to be something.
Absolutely.
Do you even have dreams about it? I mean, is it still vivid?
No, actually, it's funny. The dreams I have are dreams about being late to practice.
I have those.
That's
and,
awesome.
and if I'm in a game, by the way, I don't know if you know, but I played at IUPUI.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. And every dream I have, I can't make the basket. It will not go
I've
in.
never had that dream, but I have the dream where I'm late.
Yeah.
Because being late is worse than not
It's
making a
worse than
basket.
not making a basket,
Because being late means you have not planned. Miss a basket, you miss a basket, right? Miss a shot. But being late means you have not planned, son. He is a lot nicer now. I think part of it is because he's mellowed. I think everybody mellows out. You know, if they're intense and driven, I think they mellow out as they get older. I think every coach does to some degree. But I think what it is it's not he's nicer to us because we won these games for him. He's nice to us now because he trusts us to give him everything we have. And I think it's more of a respect thing than I think it is anything else.
Okay.
Are you glad to see him back into coaching?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he never left coaching.
I know.
I mean, he went to Greek.
Yes.
Look, this is a man who
college, I guess.
Yeah, I am. I'm worried about, is the NCAA going to come down on him up at Iona? Not Iona, but up on him because of the Louisville stuff. I'm worried about this. I don't know what's going to happen, but. Yeah, heck yes, I'm glad to see him back. Look, that's the thing. It's one of those things where I couldn't stand him when I played for him, and I adore him now. It's weird, and I think part of it is you just grow up.
Hey, I'm Maria Montgomery, and you're watching Main Street Media TV.
Count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic and let the
a member of the Chamber of Commerce is very simple. You ask. A lot of folks ask to join to be a members, and we ask folks to be a member as well. It's really important to a chamber that we have a good cross-section of the businesses and industries in an area. Sometimes we need to reach outside of our immediate area. We do counties in Kentucky, but we're actually very regional in our chamber. So sometimes we have to reach out into our region to get a member that serves in a particular area for our whole community. Business is welcome to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can be a business in good standing, and we're glad to have them. And we have nonprofit divisions of membership. We've got, of course, manufacturers that are members. The meat and potatoes of any Chamber of Commerce is always going to be the small entrepreneur, the mom and pop style shop. That's always the meat and potatoes. But of course, you've got financial institutions as well. We have individual members of the Chamber. Sometimes those are retired folks that are looking to still be active in the Chamber, or just make sure they're part of community and economic development as well. Types of memberships for the chamber. So it just is similar to what I've just said. You can be an individual member of the chamber. There is a certain pricing for that. A lot of memberships go by number of employees. Most chambers do that, not all, but we go by number of employees. We also have, what we're very proud about, is we have a junior chamber membership, and if that is a young person under 18 years old and they want to be an entrepreneur and have a small business, they have a free membership with our chamber until they're 18 years old. Events for business owners that are members. So all chambers have monthly meetings for their membership. They're usually called a networking session. So in our chamber, that will be a monthly breakfast meeting that we call Perk Up. And that Perk Up is held from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We host those now in the warehouse district. We go between a couple different businesses there. And we invite different speakers to come and different sponsors to sponsor that breakfast. And they get to talk on a subject that is of benefit to our members. That's very popular. We also will do some other meetings during the year. We do career and job fairs. We have one coming up here in June that we're going to partner with our Mercer County Public Library on. And of course, we do an annual meeting. All chambers will do their annual meeting, which is their end of the year, so to speak, report. And in our annual meeting, as in many chambers, we also do all the community awards. And that's my favorite part. So we have several different kinds of meetings. We also have separate business meetings. We offer shop small kind of business meetings. We partner with the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Administration to offer those classes, among many others. If anyone is interested in the Mercer Chamber, you're welcome to come visit us. Our office is at 101 South Main Street, right in the heart of downtown Harrodsburg. We serve all of our county and community. They can also reach us on our website at www.mercerchamber.com. And on the top right, it says Business Directory, and you can find all the businesses that are members. And then on the left, there is a tab that says Events, and that is our event calendar for our members and for our community information. And so we're glad to do that. We also run several Facebook pages. We have the Mercer Chamber of Commerce page. We have the Kentucky Heritage Jazz Festival page, Pioneer Days of Mercer County page. Both of those are our festivals, and we run the Volunteers of Mercer County page as well. There's just not a bad way to reach us, and you can actually text us to our phone. It is a cell phone, and you can call us at 859-734-2365.
My name is Laura Montgomery, and I am the Community Service Representative for Walker's Trail Senior Living.
Hi, I'm Becky Ware. I am Guest Relations for Walker's Trail Senior Living. We currently have 29 residents, including our personal care side and our memory care side.
The difference between personal care and memory care is personal care is similar to assisted living if you're familiar with that term. However, we do run off a clinical model, so we are able to administer medications, do injections for diabetes, things of that nature, but then also do like blood sugar checks or blood thinner checks if they need that. So it's a higher acuity of care than assisted living. And then memory care is very similar, except that it's a secured unit. So individuals with memory deficits are able to have their own environment that is safe that they cannot get out of. So the difference between personal care and assisted living is there's a licensure involved from the state. So assisted living cannot administer medications. They cannot assist the individual with getting dressed, taking baths, things of that nature. So personal care, which is what we offer here on both sides, does allow for the clinical staff to be hands-on and involved, administer medications and that thing.
So out of just the regular room rate, he's going to get a licensed nurse, usually an RN or an LPN, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get an aide that's always here and available. There are call lights in each room. If he needs assistance, he can pull it. Or he'll also have a necklace on. If he needs assistance, he can push the button, and it alerts the nurse to come to this room. It takes care of 3 meals a day, snacks in between times if they want it. Activities that's planned throughout the day, they're allowed to have all of that. It includes laundry, housekeeping.
Another big one that I think is a good selling point for us is it also includes cable, internet, and an external phone line. So most of those services are a la carte with our competitors.
No, we only ask that if you decide this is not the place for you and you want to move out, that you give a 30-day notice.
We are so confident that they will love it here. If for some reason in the first 30 days a resident hates it and they move to a competitor within a 10-mile radius, we will pay that first month rent to the competitor. So we guarantee, it's called our Trilogy Guarantee, and we guarantee that they will love it here.
About 50?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have scheduled activities. It comes out to our residents on every Sunday. They get the following week to check out their schedule and see what they want to attend and what they don't want to attend. We have Wind Down Wednesdays. We have Happy Hour Fridays. A fitness room. They can go in there and get on the bicycle. They can do the treadmill. There are chair activities that they can access through the TV in there and do chair exercises and stretches anytime they want to.
Hello, welcome to Walker's Trail. This is our one bedroom. As you can see, there is a kitchenette, mini fridge, and a mini microwave. This is the living room space. As you can see, it's plenty spacious. Each room does have its own heating and air conditioning unit. Through this barn door is the bathroom. All handicap accessible devices. And then a huge walk-in closet. So as we mentioned earlier, we do run off of a clinical model, so there are the nurse help buttons. So that way our residents always have the peace of mind of knowing that staff and anyone can help them when they need it the most.
We were talking about the blue chippers.
Yeah.
Kentucky, Duke, North Carolina.
Yeah.
They're having down years. Do you think that COVID, because the Rupp Arena is not as full as it normally would be, and it's lost the intimidation factor, you think that has something to do with it?
I don't think that has anything to do with our record. I do think that's affected the players somewhat, but it's hard to say because that's the thing. These kids came to Kentucky in part. I think the majority of the reason they came here is because we fast-track them to the NBA, and I'm sorry.
Well,
that's what all these kids want.
Yeah.
I mean, none of these kids want to come and be in college for 4 years. They want to live out their dream and play pro, and I don't know how we can begrudge them that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the Kentucky meant so much to you across your chest.
But I was a Kentucky kid whose dad played at Kentucky and who never had dreams of the NBA. This was my stopping point. I knew it pretty early on in my, late in my high school career. It's definitely early on in my college career. I knew I'm not playing pro ball.
So are you saying that you wanted to play for Kentucky and have that across your chest more than, say, Sam Bowie? Because he stayed for 4 years and he was an NBA guy early.
I'm sorry,
It's a good question.
It meant more.
I don't know how much it meant. I think it meant more to me because I don't know what it meant to Sam. Most people who aren't from Kentucky, who didn't grow up Kentucky fans, their reasons for coming here, as they are for going to any college that they choose to play basketball, that they get scholarship, is they like the coach, they like the program, and they feel like they're going to get playing time early. That's their reasons, most of them. And in Kentucky's case, you can add maybe all three of those together, but that Coach Cal has a reputation. He's got more kids in the NBA right now than anybody does. So that would add in too. My reasons for coming to Kentucky had nothing to do with going to the NBA, nothing to do with Coach Pitino. Didn't matter what coach was here, I wanted to come here. Didn't have anything to do with, I guess it did have to do with our tradition because that's why in part I loved it. But so I don't know if I'd say it meant more to me than Sam Bowie. I will say that my motivations for coming here were very singular. It was one thing. It was that it's Kentucky. So it could have been during the probation years. I would have still wanted to come to Kentucky.
It means more to the fans that you care, though, and that's why some of you guys are fan favorites through the years. Let's face it. Richie Farmer, let's go down the line of everybody.
And part of the same reason going into Dante Allen, why Dante is that, why everyone was chomping at the bit for Dante to play.
Yes.
Because I get that. I get that the fans want they want Kentucky kids represented on the Kentucky team. The problem with that is that the Dante Allens, the Darius Millers, they're few and far between nowadays. Now, part of it is, too, Cal's getting the best 20, 25, 30, 50 kids. Maybe not this year. Maybe this is an anomaly, though. He's been getting the best kids in the country to come here. We don't have the best kids in the country here every year.
But the
that's
fans
why,
are
that's
fickle.
What makes it Dante,
What do the fans want then? Quite frankly,
it seems to me, and you can.
I'll tell you what they want.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
They want a team full of Kentucky kids to win a national championship every year.
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
Want. That's all they want.
And not only that, they want them to stay 4 years, and they want them to love Kentucky, and they want them to play in the NBA in Kentucky. Is there an NBA team? No,
you're right. You're right. None of that will ever happen.
Right, but that's
that exact scenario. Yeah. But no, and I understand that they want that, but at some point we got to get pragmatic about it. But here's the other part. There's also, and I know college is, golly, so much more expensive than it was when I went. But where are the kids that are willing to walk on? Where are those Kentucky kids that could go to another school? Now, that's unfair for me to say because not every kid's parents could pay for tuition the way mine could. But where are the kids that say, you know what, the fans want a Kentucky kid. Well, you know what, I'm a Kentucky kid that's getting recruited out of state, but you know what, I'd rather walk on Kentucky.
They have less chance of play than ever now.
So do you think
Fine.
You think I missed out?
I had zero chance of playing, though, Jeff. I had zero chance of playing.
Okay.
Dante's proving that they don't have zero chance of playing because Coach Cal has no choice but to play Dante if he keeps shooting like.
Your opinion, I asked you this the other day. Your opinion on paying players in college.
Yes. Now, I'll be specific. Paying football and basketball players. The basketball team and the football team, they are revenue builders. The women's basketball team maybe on the border, I'm not exactly sure. But the basketball team, just 5 or 6 years ago, I saw data. They were profiting after Cal had been paid his $8 million. They were profiting 12.
Yeah.
$12 million profit. Now, that goes to help with the scholarships for the non-revenues.
Absolutely.
I get that part of the argument. But my issue is the basketball team and the football team, they are bringing in millions and millions and millions of dollars for the university, specifically athletics department and both. These kids are not I want them to be paid ultimately, but the mere fact that they cannot benefit of their own likeness is what really makes me mad. And those are the laws and things that are going to be changed sooner rather than later, and will be, and have to some degree, because of Ed O'Bannon and lawsuits. And because so EA Sports was allowed to put a person in their video game with number 21, had brown hair, he was 6'3", 190 pounds, and could hit threes all day long.
Exactly.
Played for Kentucky, part of the 98, whatever they called it. You could play as the 98 championship team or whatever. That was me. It was clearly me. Every guy that had been video, it was clearly all my teammates. The NCAA had to give EA permission to use our likeness. They never asked us. Right. As a result, Ed O'Bannon sued, won. I got a $900 check. It was an issue when all of a sudden WTBS and CBS started paying $11 billion for the rights to air the Final Four. That's or the NCAA tournament. $11 billion, $1 billion a year.
Right.
Well, why? Because people want to see the coaches coach, or people want to see the players play?
Exactly.
Well, then why are the coaches the only ones allowed to profit? Why is everyone at the university, and I love everyone at the University of Kentucky Athletics Department. Some of my best friends are there. I love them. I adore them. But everybody there gets a paycheck every other Friday except the players.
Yeah. Your career at Kentucky is just like a drag race, man. It goes, and then all of a sudden it's over.
And gets faster as you go.
Absolutely.
And then it's over, yeah.
So then it's all over. What happens? Where does Cameron Mills go from there?
So fortunately, as I alluded to earlier, I knew pretty quickly my freshman year at UK, any hopes of the NBA are shattered, because I didn't realize, I thought I was good. I thought I knew how to work hard. The leap from high school to college is enormous, especially if you go from where I was to Kentucky, not even to Division I, to Kentucky. Right. And my life from the time I was 7 years old and 12 years old has been about ministry, and been about church, and been about Christ, and been about what I see as the most important thing in my life, and the thing that has changed my life the most. And so, with the exception of Christ and my parents, there have been 3 youth pastors that have influenced my life more than anything else. And I wanted to have the same impact that they had on me, I wanted to have on others. And so when I was 12, I decided I was going to be in ministry on some level, because Kentucky gave me this platform that I got to share my faith, I got to share about my faith, and then I started getting invitations to come speak, which is what I thought I would do, but just at a small level. And so Kentucky basketball gave me this opportunity to, by the time I was a senior, and it stopped, as you say, because it stops quickly. Fortunately, it stopped on a win for us, but it stopped.
Absolutely.
When it stopped in 98, I took a month off, made some money, because, for the first time I'm allowed to make money on my name after I'm done at Kentucky. So Jeff Shepard, Alan Edwards, and I, we went around, did autograph sessions, we did barnstorm tours, so did that for about a month. June 3rd of 1998, I spoke at Binghamtown Baptist Church in Middlesboro, Kentucky. And that was the first church I spoke at under the auspice of Cameron Mills Ministries, and that's what I've done for 23 years now.
Yeah. You've done some ministry in prisons?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I've done ministry in prisons.
How did you get started with that?
I get invited by a prison chaplain to come speak. You don't know what you're going to encounter, but you feel like, but you have to. You can't do ministry and not do ministry to those in prison. But what's interesting is, and this is one of the things that I grow frustrated of. This is why I got involved politically with this bill that came out a few years ago about felony expungement.
That's where I was taking this.
He was going. Okay. That's where he was going.
So the reason that happened in LaGrange, I'm in the library. I'd already spoken. Now I'm getting a little tour of the prison, and I'm in the library. And there are a couple guys who are working, right? They're working in the library. That's their job in prison. And these two guys they weren't dangerous. They had robbery or breaking and entering or something. Nothing violent. Both of them were getting out within 3 months. They had been in prison for 5 years. Both of them were getting out within 3 months. And so I'm like, I bet you can't wait, can you? They said, we don't want to go.
Wow.
And I'm like, what?
Really?
We don't want to go. I'm like, you've been in here how long? And it hadn't been 5 years for both of them, but one of them at 5, one of them for like 3. I'm like, you don't want to leave prison. No, we're scared. I'm like, okay, so it's the whole Brooks Hadlin thing from Shawshank Redemption,
much
right?
more difficult on the outside than,
It is so much harder for them.
Absolutely.
Once they've been in.
Absolutely.
To now get out. Now there's so little chance for rehabilitation. To go into your neighbor's mailbox and take their mail. That's a felony.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you about my life, okay? I grew up with a very conservative mom and dad who allowed me to get Sports Illustrated, but not allowed me to see the swimsuit issue. That swimsuit issue every year was gone, right? It was I would get every Thursday, new Sports Illustrated would be there, right? The swimsuit issue Thursday, I couldn't wait to get home and grab it. It was never there.
Wow.
I had thoughts about, you know what, but my friend Josh across the street, he gets Sports Illustrated too. I could have walked across the street, grabbed that Sports Illustrated out of there, I'd have been a felon.
It'd been a felon.
Yeah. And I would have never been able to be employed gainfully. Wow. That's what that whole bill was about. It was about, wait a minute, we've got to give, if we want people to rehabilitate, we've got to give them a chance to get their full life right and put their past behind them. And there are some laws that really, really disable people from doing that.
What is Cameron Mills doing now, and where are you headed?
I don't know where I'm headed. It's one of my favorite questions is people ask me all the time, where do you see yourself, and what's your 5-year goal? And I hate that question.
I didn't ask that.
I know. But I hate that question because it implies I know what I'm going to do. And where I want to be is so what I'm doing now, I'm in full-time ministry. Of course, I haven't had a speaking engagement in over a year because of COVID. COVID has just completely. I had 18 events cancel in March. I had 18 events in March, April, and May of last year. They all canceled. Of course, they had to.
You're talking to a working musician.
Yeah,
I feel your pain.
Gigs. You call them gigs
Yes.
too. I'm saying I call them gigs too.
Yeah.
So I had 18 gigs cancel. Finally have one coming up this March. So a full year of no ministry, or being able to do ministry the way I do it, which is travel and speak. But that's going to bounce back on some level. And I've had up and down years in ministry, so I'm not worried about that. What I do, though, as far as what I feel is very ministry, is the job I have now that came as a result in 2004 of me being a former Wildcat. I got offered a job to work for, to be a sales executive for a company called Lifeline Home Healthcare. And my job was the door opener. My job was to be Cameron Mills to visit, because when home health, you got to have doctor's orders. So it's basically like a prescription, right? Except in order, instead of going to a doctor saying, please use this pharmaceutical, it's ours, we manufacture it, here's what it does, it's please use our home health. My job was to open up the doors, to get my sales teammates past the gatekeeper, right? The person behind the sliding glass. Mm-hmm. My job was to befriend them and to make relationships with doctors and to get in front of them so we could sell Lifeline Home Healthcare. They love that I'm in ministry, which to me means I love that we're on the
two-way street.
We're kismet, right? We're on we're simpatico. So founders of the company are still the chairman of the board and CEO, Keith Myers, and his wife Ginger Myers. They started the company back in 1994, and their hearts are in the right place. And I firmly believe that sometimes you can do something successfully in some cases because your heart's in the right place. You learn everything else along the way, but if your heart's in the right place, you can be successful. What matters to Keith and Ginger is right now I think we've got 103,000 patients on censuses. Are we taking care of 103,000 people? Including our 32,000 employees. 2 years ago, I was named Vice President, Chief Culture Officer, because that's it to me, is that I want people to know about our culture. And if we have an issue with a culture at one of our agencies, I want to be a part of the solution. Say, you know what, this is what our company was built on. It was built on service. It was built on serving people and loving people. Because one of the things that home health does, that healthcare does, when it's at its best, is it takes someone who is scared and in some cases has lost their dignity, and it gives them both back, right? Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this story real quick, and then I'll shut up, I promise. Because this is the story when I saw this, I was like, I have to be involved in this industry for the rest of my life. Yeah. We went, my very first day of work, September 9th of 2004. We are heading towards, I thought I'm going to go hang out with the two other sales execs, right? My branch manager said, no, today, first day, I want you riding with our clinicians. You're going to go visit patients because you have to know what we do before you can go sell what we do. So we pull up, I'm with the CNA, a certified nursing assistant. And we're pulling up outside of this home here in Lexington, not in a great part of town. An elderly woman lived there who could not take care. She had health issues. She could not take care of herself. A lot of our patients, our clinicians are the only people that visit them every week. They because they're shut-ins in a large sense. Yeah. And so the outside of the house was beat up. It wasn't clean. It wasn't together. It was a mess. We knock on the door, or the aide walks on the door. I'm just got anxiety about this whole thing. Knocks on the door, and the patient doesn't come to the door. She yells at the aide. Who is it, right? So they start having this running conversation. And that conversation basically is the patient trying to get out of the visit. Patient doesn't want to be seen. The CNA, No, she did her job. She kept the conversation going and eventually talked the patient into letting us in so she could do her job. And as soon as we walked in, I was overwhelmed with two things. I was overwhelmed with the sight, because the inside was worse than the outside. And I was overwhelmed with the smell, because that's what I didn't expect. This is the reason the patient did not want to be seen. Because that night, an older woman with incontinence issues had lost control of her bowels and had basically pooped on her nightgown, pooped on herself, and pooped on her bed. It's now 9:15 in the morning, and here we come. We're the first visits of the day. And she is so embarrassed. She doesn't want us in the house. And I am overwhelmed. I'm nervous already. Now I've got this. I'm overwhelmed. Fortunately, the aide introduced me to the patient. This is Cameron. He's just here to observe, which gave me permission to excuse myself over into the corner and observe. The next moment is it's one of the biggest moments of my life. This aide. Now this is a hurting, hopeless, broken, embarrassed woman who is wearing a nightgown that she has dirtied, right? However you want to say it. She's pooped on. She answered the door with it. This aide puts her arm around this woman, grabs her by the hand, leads her back to the bedroom. Now, what I saw come out of the bedroom, though, is what changed my life, because I saw two women walk in, one with a purpose and one without one. I saw two women walk out, both with purpose and both with dignity. And that changed my life, because from that point, I'm like, I have to be in this industry. I have to be a part of this, because this is ministry. Because I'm not clinical, I don't get to do what the aides do. So my attitude is, I've got to support my aides. I got to support my nurses. I got to support my therapists. I can't directly love on the patients, so I better be loving on the people that I know are loving on the patients.
And we could use a lot more of that these days, couldn't we? A little more dignity and respect.
That story needed to be told. Thank you. By the way, we always finish with some trivia questions.
Oh, perfect.
I host trivia on Wednesday nights in Versailles.
Oh, he loves us. Here we go.
At the Versailles Brewing Company.
Okay.
And we just started back
Wednesday
up.
nights.
Wednesday nights.
Okay, because my wife and I have been looking for a trivia.
Come on, baby.
Night.
There you go.
All right, here we go. I mentioned earlier I played basketball for IUPUI. What does IUPUI stand for?
Indiana University, Indianapolis. Dang it.
You're close.
Okay. Can I answer it fully before you tell me no?
IUPUI.
Indiana University.
Yes.
Indiana University. I don't know what the P
Purdue
is.
University.
Purdue University.
At Indianapolis. Okay. You mentioned the fact that you played for two coaches.
Yes.
Delray Brooks, Billy Donovan.
Okay. Never played for Billy Donovan.
Oh, I thought you mentioned Billy Donovan.
He was that way, and he never coached me. He was there the year before I got there.
Fair enough. They both played for Patino.
Yes.
At Providence.
Yes.
All right. They got beat in the Final Four, 1987. Who beat them?
Michigan.
No.
Was it not?
No.
Seton Hall.
No.
What year?
87.
87. Indiana.
Indiana won the championship.
IUPUI.
I wish. No, it was Syracuse. Ronnie Cycli and Derek Coleman.
Oh.
And they would have won the championship if Coleman could make a free throw.
Who won that year? Who won it?
IU.
That's why. Okay. All right.
Okay. One more. You got one more question in you?
We can go all day with this.
Well, we could, but unfortunately, time. Now, this is a question that I.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm over right now, right?
So
yeah, he is.
He is. Isn't
I'm
he?
over. So you got to. I got to get one right.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
So you're gonna make this one easy.
I asked Larry Vaught this question, and
All right.
somehow he balked at it. He was there.
That doesn't mean he remembers.
First of all, what year were you born?
75.
Okay, then you should get this. The greatest game I ever saw at Rupp Arena did not involve Kentucky basketball at all. Villanova versus Georgetown.
Villanova versus Georgetown in 84?
85. I was going to ask you what year. It was 85.
It's
You're right
84, we were in the Final
That's
Four.
right.
There you go.
85, Rupp hosted the Final Four,
That's
right?
exactly right.
Okay.
Mike Archer here, Cameron Mills. This has been a pleasure. I know we can't shake hands, but I wish I could.
That's okay. I know.
right.
It's awkward, too. I don't even know what to do anymore.
Yeah, I don't
Thank
either.
you, guys.
And thank you all for joining us. This is Main Street Media TV.
Count on Kinetic to deliver ultra-fast internet for the ultimate at-home experience. Get raw speed with refined performance. Sign up today and experience gig speed free for 3 months. That means more binge-worthy moments, classroom chats, gaming at another level, no matter how many devices are connected. We've made massive investments in our rapidly growing fiber-backed network. So count on Kinetic and let the gig begin. Go to gokinetic.com for details.
So at AT&T, everyone gets our best deals. Aren't others doing that? Others say that, but not everyone gets the best deal. Like, what if I give you a lollipop? Then I give you our best lollipop. That's not fair. At AT&T, we think it's only fair that all customers get our best deals. And you get a choice of plans.
She said everyone.
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives both new and existing customers our same best deals, like up to $1,000 off our most popular smartphones.
Oh, that's not the place. Take me home, yeah, to the place where I belong. Kentucky River, Kentucky Caves, and all the places. All right, guys, it is Saturday morning. Wake up, wake up. It's time for some fun. You're listening to Let's Talk with Sid on our Saturday morning version. It is a beautiful day. As my technical guy here, Mr. Jason Wilder, has got us together today. Jason, am I doing all right so far? All right, guys. Good morning. It is April the 16th on the day that the Lord has made in the year of 2022. Rise and shine, it's morning time. My name is Sid, and I'm gonna be your entertainment for this morning. And I got my man Larry Johnson, the Kentucky Cave Creeper, in the house with me today. Here we go. Coming from a cave deep, deep down in the bottoms of Kentucky, Larry Johnson with the Kentucky Cave Creepers. Larry, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Sid. Thank you very much for having me on your show this morning.
Oh, man, Larry, thanks for coming on. You know, I'm a true believer of God works in mysterious ways. Hold on real quick. 9-9, guys, make your wish. Go ahead. It's 9:09. Wishing time. You got about 30 seconds to get your wish made. So, Larry, usually when I come on, it's around 10:10, 9:09, 11. And it's always a time to make a wish.
Uh-huh.
So I always want everybody to make their wish for today. Have you made a wish yet?
I haven't made a wish.
Make one real quick. Go ahead, make one real quick. Don't tell us, though. Don't tell us what the wish is, Larry. All right. So why you guys got your wishes out there?
I got my wish.
We wanted to say good morning to everyone out there. If you guys want to be a part of the show today, you can give us a call at 859-734-4321. That's 859-734-4321. I hope you got your Captain Crunch ready, because we are going on a treasure hunt today. Yes. We're going to take you all the way down in the bottom of Kentucky, and we're going to lift you up to the bright shows and the big screens of the Kung Fu Ghost out there. That's right. The Kung Fu Ghost is a show, a movie, an Academy Award winner that Larry is going to tell us about when we come back after our break. But we just want you guys to enjoy today. Remember, tomorrow is Easter. And I want y'all to have fun tomorrow, get the lidlings out, and remember what Easter is all about. It's Jesus coming back and raising for the promise, but then also, too, I put a spin on it yesterday, it's raising up your family. You know, Larry, it's raising up everybody, bringing your family together, and even if they're not literally blood family and they're best friends, they're like family, too. And it's just raising that positive energy up. And just moving forward and learning to share that. What do you think about that, Larry?
I think you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, definitely we need to have Jesus in our lives.
Right.
You know, it's important.
That you are right. And then some people don't believe in Jesus, and that's fine. And if you don't, believe in positive energy. Yeah. Right? Believe in something that created us. We was created by something. We didn't just pop up out of nowhere.
No, I think we're too complicated not to be created by something, don't you?
I think we're a third grade science project. What do you think about that, Larry?
It's possible.
And some of the stuff that Larry has found in these caves are quite amazing. And you know what? With further ado, let's go ahead and get it started, Larry. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Larry. Who is Larry Johnson?
Well, I worked in law enforcement a whole lot in my life as a police officer in many years, and as a deputy sheriff, and have some college. And I've worked a little bit in the television and film industry some too, you know, as a production assistant. And now I'm working as an associate producer in the film industry. So I'm really enjoying it, you know. I mean, and I've always liked archaeology. It's always been a hobby ever since I was real young, like 12 years old. I think I found my first arrowhead in Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
And I've been in that all my life. And then I've cave explored all kinds of caves, you know, in Kentucky. And I really get into that, finding things. And I collect some artifacts and things like that. and I really love it. And I was born in Ohio, actually, and lived there like 5 or 6 years. And then I moved down here, so I've lived in Kentucky the rest of my life because my parents were originally from Kentucky.
Okay.
And that my father went up there to work, so that's how come I ended up being a native of Ohio.
Oh, an Ohioan.
Yeah.
So when you first got into Kentucky, right, what made you go into the ground of a cave?
My brother, one of my older brothers, first took me to a cave, and he was all about nature. His name was Mike, and he got me started on, I think, the American Indians and everything like that. Wow. He just kind of sparked my interest. When he took me in those places, it was amazing for a really young person to go in these caves, you know.
Right. And so the Indians, because see, you know, Harrodsburg is the first settlement east of the Alleghenies.
Yes.
And they were going through 68 through the Palisades. That was a major native area there. And what I'm not the best in history, but I know a little bit enough to get me in trouble. But what was it with the Indians that was it, I know they had to get permission to come to Kentucky to hunt?
Like, you mean,
like, was it like, what was called the group of Indians that met like a mafia? They all met together.
Like they had a council, a council. So, a lot of them did have councils where they met and talked to each other and everything like that. But Kentucky was, I mean, it was a hunting ground too. But they always just say they came here to hunt. They call it like the bloody ground or something. But but they actually lived here too. You know, the prehistoric Native Americans would have lived in Kentucky long ago. And when Daniel Boone and all of them came in, of course, you know, it was the Shawnees and Cherokees, and you know they were, they had their wars and everything with them, but.
Go ahead, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big history fan too. I like the old forts and all that stuff. I'm really involved in it. I mean, I like it. You know, just
so before, like what I was saying is coming through 68 through the Palisades. There are a lot of caves there, and let me turn this on. Sorry about that. My phone just keeps ringing. But there are a lot of caves there. Some that Colonel Chin has. Have you ever explored any of the caves of Colonel Chin?
I haven't been in that cave yet, but I know who you're talking about. I've read about it, you know, a little bit and stuff. And that's one I just haven't been to yet. But
wow.
Yeah.
I've always, when I was a kid, I've always wanted to go through it. And really, it was a cave. Yeah. It was a hidden cave. No one knew it was there because they had it like a store.
Yeah.
It was like a storefront.
I've passed by it and you know, kind of pulled in front of it and stopped, but I just haven't been in that.
Yeah, so they had the front like it was a store. So you thought that was just like a gas station store, but really it was a secret military base underground, a cave in a big mountain developing weapons for the United States government.
That's a possibility. We don't know what's underground, do we? I've heard about the lizard people being underground too.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh man, we're gonna have to get Jason in towards the end of the hour on a conspiracy theory on that. All right, guys, we're gonna have a lot of fun with Larry when we come back. We're also going to talk about this movie, Kung Fu Ghost. Man, it's a new movie that's about to come out. I heard it is hot. It is straight out of California, and I was able to take a sneak peek yesterday, guys. So when we come back, we'll be getting the inside scoop on this Kung Fu Ghost and more special information about exploring this great nation of Kentucky with our man, the Kentucky Cave Creeper, Larry Johnson. All right, guys, you know what time it is, and you hear that sound. It's the morning time. Let's talk. It's the morning time. You're listening to Let's Talk with See It. And it's our Sunday, Saturday. Oh, gosh, I'm all over the place this morning. It's Saturday, y'all. Saturday morning, get your cereal, fill it up with milk. Ooh. What you got there? You eating on Raisin Bran, Captain Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, Cheerios, Cheerios, howdy ho, howdy ho, howdy ho. All right, guys, I love cereal. You eat cereal?
Yeah, I love cereal.
I'm a Raisin Bran guy.
I love Raisin Bran too, but Captain Crunch, the Crunch Berries, is probably my favorite cereal of all. But then I like the Raisin Bran second.
Yeah, I'm a Raisin Bran Crunch guy. I like the crunch with the oats and stuff in it. And then the best part of the cereal is the milk afterwards.
Oh yeah,
oh man, sugar milk.
I love the hard raisins in Raisin Bran. You know when it's after it sits in the milk a while, they get kind of hard. That's great to get one of those in your mouth.
Now the ones that I can't stand is the it's got the marshmallows. They give me cold chills. Oh Lord,
I like those marshmallows.
No. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Well, guys, if you're tuning in, we got a good friend in today, Larry Johnson with Kentucky Cave Creepers. He's explored a lot of caves here in Kentucky. He's got some very interesting stories, but most of all, he's going to tell us about the movie right now that's about to hit the theater, Kung Fu Ghost. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Tell me about this movie, Kung Fu Ghost.
Yeah. It's actress-director Jennifer Lynch, who lives in San Diego, California.
Mm-hmm.
And she's involved in the film community out there, been on lots of TV shows out there and everything, well-known out there. And she's won a lot of awards, some awards in her filmmaking, independent films.
Yeah.
And so she produced her first independent feature film a couple years ago, and she's been working on it for about 2 years now to get it all perfect.
Right. Because people don't understand. After you film a movie, then you've got to edit it, put it together, review it, and final touches, and it's a lot to it. I mean, the movie could have been made 3 years ago, and it still hasn't came out yet. And because you just want to fine tune it to critique it to its best.
Oh yeah, she's definitely a perfectionist. It's got to be good, and she's probably I can only imagine how many hours she spent in front of that computer trying to get this thing right.
Right.
For the budget we had and everything, you don't have a whole lot of money. You have to do your best.
Right.
So
she's got it completed now, right? It's done. The trailer's out. You can actually. Yeah. The trailer just came out yesterday.
Yeah,
I looked at when you sent me the information, I pulled it up on YouTube. So you guys out there, go on YouTube, type Kung Fu Ghost. Watch out, Larry. I love Kung Fu movies. I love them. And give us. It's a comedy. It's got a little thrill in it. Tell us a little bit about the movie.
Yeah, it's definitely a comedy. It's got action, fight scenes in it, and it's a romantic film as well. And she the character Daisy comes and inherits a mansion in the
United States, right?
And she's got to stay for like 7 days to get
in order to get the mansion. Yeah, right. It's like a game. You have to stay here in the mansion for 1 week.
Yeah.
And if you can stay here for 1 week, you will obtain your grandfather's mansion.
Yeah. And I don't want to give too much of the movie away first, but she meets Ghost and then there's bad guys involved and a bell that controls life and death. And so it's pretty interesting,
When I was watching it, because I got the piece, you know what I'm saying? I got the hook up. I got to see it before it came out. And it reminded me of the movie with Whoopi Goldberg, and the guy was a ghost and she fell in love with him. I can't think of the name of that movie right now. Jason, help me out if you know, Jason. The name, it's Oh Lord!
I remember the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze.
I guess that's it, right? The movie's called his Ghost.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze and
right. That's
the pottery thing they did.
Yeah, because she does some stuff with him. And cut it out, guys. Yes, it was the movie Ghost. All right, we got it. But it kind of reminded me of that, but with the little. They're gonna have to clean the mic when I get finished. Hey, no, you don't. Hey, take me. Leave me alone. I will revenge my father. I love it. I love it. So when is this movie is going to come out to the public?
I'm not sure the exact date she's going to release it, but she's getting just about ready to. You know, it's and it'll be available soon. You know, and I think. What I did was I went out there and I worked 18 days on the film with her. So I was in San Diego, California as a production assistant then.
Whoa!
And now I'm working as an associate producer with this film.
Man!
So she's kind of upgraded me a little bit. You know, now we're doing a little distributing and a little promoting it and everything. And here in Kentucky on this side, and we worked hard every day on set. We were there like at 8 o'clock in the morning or earlier, and then stayed till dark every day, and it was a lot of hard work. And she had people from Canada coming in here working on this film, stunt people that were involved in stunts, and black belts in karate. And she had her DP is a cameraman.
Now, what's DP for all my people?
Director of photography.
Okay.
He's the main one of the main cameramen of the film. Now he came from France.
Wow.
And he's a real great guy, and he worked did a real good job with her camera.
When I was watching the trailer and part of the movie, the quality of the picture is amazing. Like it's bright, it's got a nice welcoming feel to it. I mean, it really is. Whoever, like you said, the DP, or I don't know if it was the DP that won it, but the film itself is just. I was kind of worried what kind of picture I was going to get.
Yeah,
because you could tell a homemade film versus a real good production. And we had Billy Crank on, a good friend of mine. He was on a couple weeks ago, and he was on the set of The Walking Dead. The last thing, and he was talking about how when they get it all finished, how they can make you look on camera. How like when he said when I first seen myself on a major production, he said it blew him away. It didn't look. He said it just built his confidence, and it's just the being on the way that they can make it look is amazing.
Oh, yeah, she done a wonderful job. I was so amazed by the clearness as well when it starts out in Vietnam,
Right.
And she's got some footage in Vietnam, and because she's a Vietnamese film director.
Okay.
And she's, of course, now living in the United States, a citizen. But she, her roots are in Vietnam, so it starts out there. And
well, guys, if you're tuning in right now, we have got my man Larry Johnson on. He is with the Kentucky Cave Creepers, but also he is an assistant producer, correct?
Yes, I'm associate producer.
Associate producer on this new movie that's about to come out. It's called The Kung Fu Ghost, y'all. And it is an amazing movie. You can actually go on YouTube right now and get see the trailer of it. And if you guys have any questions or want to be a part of the show, give us a call at 859-734-4321. And Larry, tell us, Daisy, so she inherits this estate from her late grandfather, and she gets the letter, and then she travels to the United States, and she's got to get it, and then it's kind of a little twist. Okay, you got it, but you got to do this first, right?
Yeah.
And then all these things start having this romance, and it's a little comedy. And what's the ending? Tell us the ending of it.
I can't tell you the ending of it. That would spoil it too much.
I
had to let you watch the film first to see that. She might not like that too good if I told you the ending.
So, guys, you have got to go and check this movie out, Kung Fu Ghost. It's coming out, so go ahead and as you go IMDb, You can check it out on there, and then you can also go on YouTube and pull up the trailer of it. And I mean, you definitely want to see it. It's a great one to say I saw and to share. I actually shared some of it on my Facebook page too.
Yeah, I'd like to also tell you that Jennifer is involved in karate.
Okay.
So she does, you know, she is the main star in her film, you know, the actress.
Okay, that's
And
her?
Yeah, that's her. That's Jennifer.
Daisy is Jennifer?
Daisy is Jennifer.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
it is.
she's actually the star of her film, and she's doing all this kung fu and all this karate and getting all beat up and bruised on set and everything.
Yeah.
And she does a magnificent job, and her people, her stunt coordinator Shane Alexander and Jason Truong, Daniel Ford Beavis from Canada.
Oh, wow.
All of them came down, you know, and they all worked with her, and they played the bad guys. Noah Sargent, he's an actor from North Carolina, and he's William in the film.
Wow.
And was a wonderful person too. I mean, you know, he's just a great person. And Jennifer puts so much time and effort into making this right. Her scenes, and you know, it's incredible what she does. It's incredible how hard she works on martial arts. Because when I was young, I took some martial arts, like when I was for 3 years or something. When I was 15 here in Danville. I was like, you know, and I was pretty good at it. I got good then.
Yeah,
I was skinny. I was slimmer then, and I was in shape, and I'd fight in the ring. I could last for 50 minutes in the ring.
Wow.
And I know how tough
it is to do that. Yeah.
And now they do it every day at their ages, and you know that can't be too easy. So.
No, and see, my stepfather was a 3rd-degree black belt, so I
Oh,
know, all about
Yeah.
karate. I know the tiger style, the crane, the drunken monkey. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I've
right
heard
there.
of the drunken monkey
I
and the
well, see,
crane. I've heard. Yeah.
Well, I used to see they used to do that. I used to watch them spar in my backyard when I was a little kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all the time. So I know all of that. I've got the fly. I've seen my stepfather could do the flying angel. I got pictures of him. I've seen him in the air. And I was raised on karate movies. So yeah, I know all about it.
The drunken monkey. Now, do you have to be drunk?
No,
to
you
do
don't.
That, or you don't have to be drunk.
Not at all. All right, guys, you're listening to Let's Talk with Sid. And we've got my man Larry Johnson on, the Kentucky Cave Creeper, and talking about Kung Fu Ghost right now as we take a break. I want you to go to YouTube and check it out. If you want to be a part of the show, give us a call at 859-734-4321. When we come back, we're going down underground, guys. That's right, we're going to the caves of Kentucky and to find out who's buried underneath there. I guess I was waiting for the weather to come back on. But until then, guys, I got a little special something for you here. Let's see if we can make this happen.
It's never been played on the air before. There's not a possibility we could ever play that, is there?
It ain't got no vulgarity in it, does it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
All right, guys, y'all remember Banjo Man?
Backwoods and the legend of Kentucky's cave creepers. They crawl through the caverns down deep in the earth. Cave creepers, Kentucky's cave creepers. Join them on their journey to the center of Earth. Better than a mile back in an underground cabin. Dropped their only flashlight down off of the lake. Down total darkness, the flashlight in pieces. Praying for hope, now this fear became great. There in the pitch black, the hope for them free. The Lord didn't see it fit for them to die. What's a man to do but gather his soul and look the grim reaper right dead in his eye? Cave creepers, Kentucky's cave creepers. Join them on their journey to the center of Earth. It's all Murphy's Law when you're up against nature.
All right,
They fixed the flashlight as the story would tell. Just think where they was then and what
We made a CD of that too, and the CD is so much. I just put that. I did that, recorded that live in the studio, but the CD's so much clearer and so much better sound.
Of the perilous danger that lurk way down there.
Yeah, I have a Kentucky Cave
don't ever forget
there on my Instagram, my Facebook, my YouTube channel.
Cave creepers, Kentucky's cave creepers. Join them on their journey to the center of Earth.
All right, guys, check it out. That's the Cave Creepers song. Cave Creepers. And right now, guys, we have got in the studio with us right now the man himself coming from the bottom of Kentucky out of a cave, crawling through, Larry Johnson, the Kentucky Cave Creeper. Larry, man, this is awesome. So your circle, you like to hang out with Banjo Man, rest in peace. They're singing it again. Banjo Man, Kentucky Cave Creeper. He did a song for you, and so you hang out with Banjo Man and Turtle Man and them guys too?
Yeah, I hung out with Neil a lot, the Banjo Man, and I was good friends with him, and I really like the Turtle Man too. The Turtle Man's a great person as well. Everybody in Kentucky loves him.
Yeah. So when's the last time you talked to the Turtle Man?
I talked to him just a couple weeks ago on the phone. Me and him had a long conversation. He called me.
Whoa, what was y'all talking about? Looking for stuff
we just talked about Indian artifacts and things like that, and he was injured. What happened? He was cutting a tree, and the top fell out and hit him and broke his arm.
Oh Lord!
And I was worried about him, so I just contacted him to see how he was, and then he called me, and so I'm hoping to hook up with the Turtle Man and maybe do something with him, talk to him in the future.
Is he doing any filming or anything now?
He's doing the Bigfoot thing. He was doing his Bigfoot show that he had, and everybody liked it, real good.
So it's Bigfoot in Kentucky?
Yeah, he's hunting Bigfoot,
Have you ever, going into caves, have you ever found like a Bigfoot artifact?
I've not found any Bigfoot artifact, but I went in a cave one time, and there was like this body laying in there carved in the mud, and you kind of shine your light on it, and it scared you. It's like going into, I thought, well, we might have went into Hades, and we found the devil in here petrified as a mummy because he had horns on him, the figure did and everything. And I want to go back and take pictures, and this is in the cave where there's the legend of the giant worm that lives in this cave. There was like ancient sea worms, millions of years old.
No way.
They said would be like 8 feet long and as big around as a dinner plate. Was the scientists, some of them took samples of the worms on the wall, and that was supposed to be a a true story, you know, and even the owner of the cave told me about a lost treasure the Cherokees knew was in there. Said there's, if you ever found it, you wouldn't have to ever work again in your life, you know, kind of stuff.
So you got looking for this treasure.
But yeah, we're looking for the treasure. We don't tell the owner that though, and we got to sneak it out at night if we find him, because you know he'll come and get me.
You found a body carved in the ground with horns?
Yeah, it's like a mud glyph. And I don't know when it was done. It could be more modern. It could have been older, you know. But also, I'd like to let you know that we found ancient petroglyphs all over the wall, and I showed it to one of the leading archaeologists who worked at Mammoth Cave and places in the state of Kentucky, pictures and stuff. And he said it's 3,000-year-old petroglyphs the Indians put on the wall, and it was, and also a guy came. I won't mention his name because they wanted to keep it. He didn't want his name mentioned, but he came down from a society, and we took pictures, and he took it to another person in Michigan who examined it. One of the world's best geologists. It was on television before and everything, had a show. And he looked at it and everything, and he said there was an unknown writing in there, the ancient Cherokee or ancient Indian type writing, unknown writing and modern writing mixed.
What?
So the society was thinking maybe people had came before Columbus was here and arrived and possibly, you know, like the Vikings. You've heard those stories where they put runes in caves and stuff, that ancient Irish maybe, and they're thinking, you know, it's possible it could have been, some of that writing could be from some of those that intertwined with the Indians before the arrival of Columbus.
So what made people go in a cave and write on a wall?
Well, I mean, the Indians, I don't know, you know, I wish I could read what they have to say. Maybe they were drawing diagrams of places, you know, and it obviously meant something. I know, like your very ancient archaeology where they painted horses and all this stuff, that was magical stuff, you know, for the hunts, they would go out. It had a magic symbolity to it, you know.
Oh.
But yeah, but like,
what caves are you in? Where is this local? Or
yeah, this is local here. This is in between Somerset and Stamford. I don't want to mention the cave so anybody vandalizes it too much.
Right.
But this particular cave. But we also went to Sloan's Valley. It's like one of the most treacherous caves in the U.S. We went down a 60-foot pit on a rope when I was younger, and climbed down in the cave, and went and crawled for hours, me and my good friend.
Oh Lord, no!
And it opened up like,
I couldn't.
Oh yeah, it opened. It opened up like Mammoth Cave, you know. Wow. And then you've got these small passages you're talking about that I could barely fit through. Then that we went in, and there's no way out. If a rock had fell, we had been stuck. I think we probably would. It's called the Devil's O in one of them. We probably would have stayed there forever, you know, before anybody found us.
Oh God!
And it's up in the ceiling. You had to climb up, and then we jumped off into the water. We did some crazy things in these caves before, and went down and tied a rope on a stalactite one time and went down and what I think it's called the pit of death or something. I found out later, and you know, it's a good reason for that, you know. And we went down in there, and the rope got so covered with mud and slick. Me and my friend were down in there, and we tried to climb out, and we would slide back down the rope, and we're like, you know, this is not going to be good.
How'd you
know.
get out?
Well, we finally were able to get a grip and get out, you know, and if the stalactite had broke and slid down in the hole, you know, you would have had a rock, and they can break. So we weren't too smart. And we tried to get in a lake with a boat one time too, and I put my foot in there, and it sank in the water because the air pump just got stuck in the boat, and I guess it was just a sign from God or something. Don't do this.
Yeah.
And when I about fell in the underground lake, you know, it's really deep green water, probably 50 feet deep, where it had got up like a big gymnasium size thing. I kind of learned my lesson there, not to be too dangerous, you know.
Whoa.
A long time ago.
So is there like fish in these waters underground?
Yeah, there's blind fish in Mammoth Cave, but here I don't see any fish in these caves. We did find an albino crawdad in this cave in the Eubank area there, and one of the geologists told me that there wasn't supposed to be any white crawdads in that cave, you know, that in that area. So he was interested in one of the biologists in me getting a specimen for him.
Right now, have you ever been in any of the caves in Bergen?
I've seen some of those, but I haven't really did a whole lot of caves up in Bergen, the Bergen area.
We've got a lot of caves in Bergen.
Oh yeah.
It's full of, between Bergen and Harrodsburg, it's full of them.
There's so many caves in Kentucky. You know, it's amazing how many caves are in Kentucky.
Wow. Have you ever found a treasure or anything of value?
We found a body one time, but it wasn't in a cave. This was a prehistoric man. When I was 18, we discovered this prehistoric man, and we took it to the archaeologist and coroner in the state of Kentucky, or state archaeologist and coroner. And it was like 500 years old, they think, 400 to 500 years old. Yeah, so you know that was an interesting and we found stills. There's this old still in a cave.
They're making liquor down there.
And we've of course Indian artifacts here. Of course, I wouldn't tell anyone to go out and destroy archaeological sites. I'm against it now. You know, I do it on a controlled basis, you know, getting permission, looking in fields mostly. But we've found Indian artifacts in caves, you know, as well.
Wow.
That would be your treasure, I guess, you know, closest thing to a big treasure, you know, of any kind. But
my gosh. So when you found this body, right? So how did you remove it? Did you remove it piece by piece?
Well, yeah, he was kind of laying, you know, just a little bit exposed there in this like a stone type enclosure. Maybe it was a stone box grave or something. I don't know.
Oh, it could have been.
And we just, you know, kind of saw it laying there, and we just kind of took it out and then took it over to the archaeologist. We just thought we needed to report it to the authorities.
Yeah.
And then we find out it's ancient, you know. And it's at this really cool place deep in the Kentucky wilderness. And I won't give the location.
No.
But you know, it's so yeah. I don't look for bodies anymore.
No.
If I find them, I'm going to call somebody. I'm not going to touch them. I'm not going to remove them because they might put me in jail for about 25 30 years.
No, we don't want that to happen.
You know, yeah, I don't want to do that.
So do you ever take a film crew with you, or I guess it's hard to get a film crew in there, but with cameras now, the little bitty ones. But you got to have, I guess, light for them. Have you ever videoed any of this?
Well, I have a Kentucky Cave Creeper channel where I've done some things, but I would like to do more of that where we go in and actually like put a GoPro or something on and do more. I've got some good cameras, better cameras now. A lot of the stuff on there is not as good as what I would like to do now.
So, guys, if you're tuning in right now, we've got my man Larry Johnson with the Kentucky Cave Creeper. You can go to us. Oh, excuse me. Too much ginger ale in the morning. You can go.
Ginger ale's good.
I love it. You can go to his Facebook page and see some of the videos that he's got. He's also got a YouTube page as well, Kentucky Cave Creepers, and it's got some just great, interesting stuff on here. And it's amazing to see what is underground. It's like a whole nother world, you know, because some of these caves are just massively big, correct?
Oh, yeah. Some of them are huge and some of them are small. One time I went with a group of people to a cave and I weighed a lot more than I do now.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there and I was actually sick that morning. So I shouldn't have went. I went in there, and when we got to the smallest place in the cave, it was so tight for me, I really couldn't get through.
Oh, no.
And a lot of them couldn't, like some of them may have not even really ever been in a cave. So it was like the most embarrassing moment in my life. I had to turn around and go back out the other side because it was just a little too small. So I made them all probably mad at me that day. So I got to apologize to those people, you know. Wow. But that was my only bad instance that they didn't understand that we did a lot of caving, you know.
But I could see like the grass growing, and that's a beautiful picture right there. And there's a lot of caves in Louisville that are massive that you can go and take canoe rides through.
Oh yeah. I've heard about the one where you can do the ride on it, and that's a great thing. You're up pretty high in that, you know, and it's like a big quarry, I guess. Yeah.
Wow.
And there's another one that you can take a boat ride in a quarry. You know?
Yeah. And that's the thing. Not knowing what's underground, and so I guess you're not claustrophobic at all, then, are you?
No, I'm a scuba diver too. I mean, I have my potty license and advanced license, but I got that several years ago. But I don't do a whole lot of diving. But I went through the courses and got the open water and advanced. So no, I've been underwater several times.
How about over here to Harrington Lake?
I've not been in the Harrington Lake, but the Cumberland Lake down there area, you know, and I have, but
Yeah, you can find a bunch of sunglasses down there, I bet.
yeah, there's all kinds of. Yeah, they say you find everything down there, you know.
Oh, expensive watches.
Yeah, you could find. No, tell them. And I heard like some during the Civil War, down around toward Mill Springs, some of that place close to the lake, that there was some kind of ship, a boat sunk down there. And one guy asked me one time if I would dive down and look at it for him, but we never did. We never did do it, and I don't think the state of Kentucky would have proved of that. You know, too.
There was a guy that paid a lot of money. A story I heard to somebody. He had dropped something down in Harrington Lake, and he paid professional divers to go down there and look for it.
Yeah,
they never found it though.
Yeah, they get paid a lot of money to do that, and the FBI and everything has their divers, and they might even hire people to help me out. I don't know. I don't know about that for sure, but
so you're all around Indiana Jones kind of a guy then.
I'm kind of like an Indiana Jones, you know. I'm trying to get back in shape now. I've been going to the Planet Fitness. I'm gonna try to get back to my former glory. You know,
I tell you how you can do it. If you call your friend up, Jennifer Lynch, right?
Yeah.
Get with Jennifer Lynch with this kung fu ghost, and she can get you back into the karate classes. And then you can do it that way, and we can go diving.
that would be good to add the karate. Never know when we're running some bad guys like Indiana Jones did.
Right,
you know,
right.
And have to fight them off in these caves, you know.
And with that, we now not to switch subjects, but also to change the channel real quick to Kung Fu Ghost.
Yes.
For our listeners out there, Larry Johnson is the I can't get it right.
Yeah, I'm working as an associate producer with Jennifer on the Kung Fu Ghost film. Now, her studio's called Nameless Studios, and Robert Brooke Eldridge, he's one of the main producers, and he put up money for her film, and he's worked in reality television, and he's like really involved in the community in San Diego, and I stayed with him out there the whole time I filmed. So hospitable person, you know. He just a wonderful person. And he's a war hero. He flew like 1,000 missions in Vietnam.
Wow.
And it's a wonder he survived. And it's ironic, I think, that Jennifer, being from Vietnam and him flying and all these missions, that he helps her now, and they're so good, friends together and all. And Joe D'Amato, another producer, he passed away with COVID out there, and I stayed with him, and I'm he was a wonderful person too. I miss him as well. And she's wanting to have some film premieres up here in Kentucky. And Jennifer's wanting to come up here, her and her stunt coordinator and the executive producer, and Ivan White, the writer of the film. He's a really good screenplay writer. And she's talking about coming up and having maybe a karate demonstration, a comedy show, and them appearing at some of our theaters here in Kentucky. I've talked to theaters, I've talked to colleges and a school, and they want to do a red carpet event where she does a Q&A, signs autographs, meets the people, takes pictures, and shows her film. And I think it's a wonderful idea, and I'm hoping that we'll get to do that, before long, and she can do some premieres to promote it up here and get the people familiar with it in Kentucky.
Well, we're doing an event on June the 17th and 18th called Juneteenth. It's now a federal holiday. It's our second year celebrating it as a federal holiday, and we're having the statewide Juneteenth event in Harrodsburg. And on Friday we're going to do a movie. I would love to have her come that Friday for our Juneteenth celebration and do a premiere in Harrodsburg.
Oh yeah, I mean, if she could be up here during that time, I'm sure she would love to do that.
We got to make sure we hook up with her. I should get.
And can I read something about Jennifer real quick about some of what she's done?
Yeah,
I'll have to read because I can't. It's just too hard for me to remember all this. But I know it in my mind, but let me read this. Jennifer N. Lynch is an award-winning filmmaker. Her first movie, The Dream, won Best Newcomer at World Film Awards in June of 2015 and honorable mention at Lenore Film Festival, June 2015. Her second film, Flowers of the Night, won grand prize at the ICANNS International Film Festival on 7/7 of 2015. Best Action Picture, Best Actress in L.A. Neo-Noir Film Festival on 8/8/2015, winner of International Silver Award for Directing at International Film Competition Festival September 14, 2015, and winner of International Silver Award for Story and Screenwriting September the 14th, 2015, winner Best Action Sequence at Urban Action Showcase New York November 7th, 2015, winner, Filmmaker of the Year, Silver Award, and she opened up her company way back in 2015 the first time, and
wow,
now it's become Nameless Studios.
And so now she has got a lot of accomplishments that she has
Yes,
put together.
that's. I wanted to read her awards because people don't understand how dedicated Jennifer is. I mean, you know, and that right there tells you don't win, you know, awards like that unless you're really dedicated.
Right.
You know, she's putting time into this. She's not just somebody going out and throwing up a camera. She had I think the camera probably cost $50,000. You know, the red camera we used to film it.
Yeah.
And I worked with the cameraman a lot there. You know, on the set, and she's going to do more movies. Jennifer's going to grow. And do more, and I'm hoping to work more with Jennifer, you know, on more films and get involved in the film industry more and do more of this as I go along. I love it for a hobby, you know. I don't care if they pay me or not. It's fun, you know.
And that's what things are. You got to do stuff with passion, you know. And so, Larry, thanks for coming on the show today. Let's give a big round of applause to my man Larry Johnson with the Kentucky Cave Creeper and with the Kung Fu Ghost, guys. Make sure you go out and check it out. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed the show today. We just wish we had a whole nother hour, because we could have definitely did a whole nother hour with Larry. And hope you guys celebrate Easter tomorrow. Get outside, tell someone you love them, and if you have to, use words, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Jesus is important, so that's more important than anything I do. So,
That's right.
You know, tomorrow is going to be the most important day of all.
And guys, be careful. Don't go out there and explore a cave if you do not have proper equipment and proper training, guys.
Absolutely.
I don't want someone to get out there and get. I'm not. You ain't got to worry about me playing in the cave.
Now you can get killed real easy. I've had very close calls. You better know what you're doing.
That's right, guys. Well, you guys take it easy. Have a wonderful and blessed day. I'll see you on Thursday. Check out my new show, Throwback Thursday, on 105.1 in the afternoons. We're playing the top hits from the 80s and 90s, guys. All right, take it easy. Have a wonderful and blessed day. We love you. Get out there and enjoy life. Make a memory today. And remember, while we're here, Jesus rose, that you may rise today. And smile to share that along the way. Because that smile means more than you'll ever know. All right, guys, little CeeLo Green. Mary, did you know?
Your all-time hero. Your once-in-a-lifetime chance to finally ask that question.
Okay. Precious Baggins 25. Ask away.
Okay, I've always wanted to know...
What's that?
But if slow upload speeds ruin your only shot at that answer, just remember.
I guess we'll move on to...
You're not a bad fan.
Shire Princess?
You just need better internet.
Got my ears done and everything.
AT&T Fiber delivers 20 times faster upload speeds than cable. Limited availability in select areas.
Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Those are books that he had when he was studying at the university. Now we'll go down these steps and go right around here. Oh, good.
This was Ephraim's
medicine garden where he grew the plants that he would have used for medicine.
Got peppermint and Greek oregano, margarine.
Yes, these
hyssop.
Used
English lavender, women and children's health and nerves. Garden thyme for winter illness, immune support and digestion. Butterfly weed. Who is it that takes care of these medicinal gardens today?
The Garden Club of Danville.
Oh, the Danville Garden Club. Yeah. Good job.
The ladies, and some of them bring their husbands with them, and they have worked very
willingly, I'm sure.
Oh yes.
So the community continues to help support its history and heritage.
Yes.
That's great. It's one thing we love about small towns. We hear that. That's a theme we hear over and over again.
Yes,
the cooperation and the cohesiveness. It's great.
Yes.
Well, I'd love to go inside and even learn more about the apothecary and his shop here.
Ready?
You can lead the way.
And now we're going to the apothecary shop.
This is the original shop.
Yes, Dr. McDowell started practicing here in 1795.
So they had a scale for
The scale
weighing out their
that belonged
medicines.
to him. He bought that in Venice. Between his two terms at Edinburgh, and of course you got your bleeding input.
Bloodletting was.
When you were sick, they bled you. And these little ones, that's when they started using powdered medicine. This is where the doctor made pills. He would mix cookie dough, biscuit dough, and he would put it down on this. And then he would put some of his medicines on it. And then he would push it down like this and bring it back and then break it up. And it would be in these slivers, is that a good word? Yeah. And then they put it over here and slice it off into the dose size.
So
and then they would put sugar and whatever kind of medicines that they needed, sprinkle it on that and roll it up in their fingers, make pills.
That's how they do it. I'd like to know a little bit about yourself and how you came to be here and giving the tours. And
well, I've been working here about 26 years. After my husband died, I liked Danville, so I came here. I saw an ad in the paper one day, said they needed somebody, and I thought, I can do that job, I can talk. I had liked history in school and continued to read everything in history about Kentucky, learn more about it all the time. I've met so many nice people. I've met and got to know some of the McDowell family. I work with the genealogy too, so they're nice to know. We're on first name basis, which makes it nice.
I'd love to see where that historical surgery was performed.
All right, we'll go upstairs to the bedroom and see where it is.
Fantastic. Well, let me get out of the way and I will follow you.
All right. All right, we'll come here, go into Dr. McDowell's bedroom.
Oh, this is a beautiful room.
Here we have the chair that the ladies use for drying their hair.
One of the first things I know is a portrait of George Washington.
Friend of Dr. McDowell's father, Andrew Jackson, a good friend of Dr. McDowell. The trunk is interesting. The first trunks were really tree trunks. That one belonged to Jefferson Davis.
That one belonged?
Yes.
Well, I've noticed, Alberta, this small doorway over here. Can you tell me a little bit about what this is and where that leads to?
Well, this part of the house was built between 1802 and 1804. They, we think, lived in a brick house that was here, and then they wanted to make the bigger house, so they pushed this up against the old brick house, and this was a window.
Gee, watch my head. I have to watch my belly button coming through here. It's so low.
Oh, I know. And this is the operating room.
This is the operating room, so
we think he chose that because it was near his bedroom.
so he can keep a close eye on the patients.
While she was
And
doing that.
this is where medical history was made, right
Yes. Jane was 46. She had 4 children, and she decided she was pregnant again. But there was something about this pregnancy that was different. So she saw a doctor, and he told her she was big. She was going to have twins. She woke one morning early, told Thomas, "Must go and bring the doctor back." The doctor came, and they worked for days. They could not deliver these twins. So she asked Ephraim when he got there if he could do anything. So he told her, after an examination, he wanted to be sure that he was right, that he found the tumor there. He had told her before that couldn't be because the way she was fat all on one side.
So he knew it wasn't pregnancy.
And he knew that it wasn't a pregnancy. So she had to ride a horse. Took her 3 days to get from Greene County to Danville. He put her to bed to rest for a few days. Then he got up Christmas morning, and then he begins to get ready for the operation. He had 2 young apprentices who brought up a table of ordinary height. And that, we believe, is a big old square table in the kitchen. They put her on the table. They covered her face with a handkerchief. And then they began the surgery. There was no anesthetic. He needed her to be able to move to help him in some ways. And then he tells how they did the surgery, make an incision, the intestines all popped out all over, and they clean those out, and then they go to bring out that sac. It's too big to come out the incision. So now we've got to make the incision bigger. And they let out 15.5 pounds of an old, dirty, ugly, smelly fluid. And then they were able to bring out the sac. 25 minutes, she's back in her bed, resting kindly. 5 days after the surgery, the doctor knocked on that little door. She says, "Come in, doctor." And he walks in, and she's making her bed. That scared him. He told her that she must go back to bed and stay and rest a while. 25 days later, she did. She went back home, and she lived for 32 years after the surgery.
That was the first successful abdominal surgery that had ever been performed.
Yes.
It did not result in death. That's incredible when it happened right
Still ahead on our journey through Danville, Kentucky.
So this is the longest, I would guess, constant running business, commercial business district in America. It's hard to believe as peaceful it is out here right now. One of the bloodiest battles in Civil War history was held right here on these hallowed grounds.
There are about 10 summer stock theaters left in the country, and we are one of them.
In the beer world, they refer to a system of this size as a nano brewery.
Welcome to Mermaid.
Glad to be here.
It's part of the whole Kentucky Proud program.
Yes.
It took all we have to bring us here. We have arrived and the coast is clear. Happy days, my love. The villain he has left in fear. The angels come to keep us clear. Alive in a moment. All's not broken.
I think when you love anybody, you want them healed. And so many people are sick and so kind of just focus on sickness all the time. And I know that part of the sickness is affected by our attitudes, because our mouth, our words, either like you get poison or you get good things from your words.
So really pleased to be here on Go Be Good with Patty Grace Shiflett, who is not only an author, she's also a person who supports the philanthropic mission of the YMCA.
That's a hard word to say, and I have to stop and pause before I do it each time because it is a hard word.
Oh.
So I had written for things off and on there, and then as I was studying in my quiet time with him, I kept hearing him say that he wanted me to write a book, and I said, Lord, do you know how old I am? Because I thought, it's too late to write a book. And I thought, I don't want to go knocking on doors getting it published either.
Right.
But you don't, you either obey God or you don't obey him. So I thought, well, okay, and what's the name of this book, Lord? And he had given me the name years before that, and I used it for a Bible study, which is fine. So I started writing down some things, and then it was like I was flooded with information. So when I started getting the downloads, I knew I had to get serious with doing that. All the different chapters that I was going to write on, it all came as a download. And when I got finished, when I'd wake up in the morning, I would go in and write so I wouldn't forget it, because you do forget quickly. It's almost like a dream, you forget. And I don't think I changed a single chapter after that, because it was so vivid. Everything was so vivid. I felt such an urgency to get it written, because when I'd be in my quiet time, it seemed like the Lord would say, "Look up, your salvation draws near." And I'm thinking, what is that? Your salvation draws near. That's not something you hear in your head a whole lot. And what he was telling me is there's an urgency to get the word out for people. And the three reasons that I wrote the book, the first one was obedience. I had a dream a long time ago, and in the dream he said to me, bottom line, some of the things I ask you to do may not make much sense. I just want your obedience. Well, it doesn't make much sense to write a book at 79, does it? So that was one of them. The second thing was to encourage people. I knew that people need encouragement. I think one of the things he gave me as a gift in this lifetime is to encourage people. So the book encourages. And then the third thing is, if you were going to die and you wanted to leave somebody with something that you wanted them to remember about you, well, Jesus said, the last thing that he said was, go in all the world and share the good news, the gospel. So those three things are the three reasons I wrote the book.
When I hear you speak this way, it sounds like you have a really personal relationship with God. Yes. And a lot of people don't. And so if somebody doesn't, and you were trying to give them some pointers for how, which I think is a lot of what your book is about, because I read it.
Yes.
But how would you give them some, hey, here's how to do this, because God loves you. How would you do that?
Well, I think that life is an exciting journey. And I feel like that I'm like a prospector looking for gold. And so I'm seeking God's gold and changing it for the dross in my life. And as I allow him to work in my life, it makes a new me, and then I can get on his road instead of my own. So what I'm trying to do in the book is to share with people how to get in his presence. And I have specifics on that, because sometimes I spent a lot of time with that, asking God to show me how to get people in the presence. I'm seeking God's gold and changing it for the dross in my life. And as I allow him to work in my life, it makes a new me, and then I can get on his road instead of my own. So what I'm trying to do in the book is to share with people how to get in his presence. And I have specifics on that, because sometimes I spent a lot of time with that, asking God to show me how to get people in the presence. And there's several chapters on that. And I think that I have to go back and read my own chapters. Isn't that interesting? Because I think he shows me directly and others simple ways to do this, to incorporate him into life.
What are some examples of those simple ways?
I have a specific place that I make an appointment with him, and I go there and I spend time. It's kind of an altar, I guess, because I was reading last week about how important the altar is, and that's really what your altar is, to go have a specific place to go talk to him and get quiet and shut out the world. Those are the two biggest: have an appointment and shut out the world, and get really still and listen, and everybody can hear his voice. He tells us that we can, and sometimes it manifests in what we can actually hear, and other times it's like a gut level feeling. Sometimes it's your conscience, different things, but he does talk to us. And when we're in danger and so forth, he stops us sometimes. So we do experience him whether we want to believe it or not.
You had a stroke in the middle of writing this. Where were you in your process? Had you already finished the first draft? Or
no.
How far along
I
were
hadn't
you?
finished the first draft, but I was close. But I still didn't have it finished. So I had to have, well, I didn't know anything for 4 weeks. And God was always so faithful. And I just asked him and he provided. So that's what happened with that. I continued with it until it was done, and then I had it published. I spoke to a group, an older group at church just last week, and what I said to them was, if you think you're too old to get anything done, you're not. God's not through with you, and I knew he wasn't through with me because I was still living.
You're asked to be a speaker on a regular basis, and so people can have you come in and encourage them live, right?
Right, and I really, really enjoyed that. I didn't really start out with that, it just kind of evolved. But I love leaving them with something that they didn't have when I got there. It's mostly based on my book.
Right.
And the newspaper articles that I write for the Bourbon County Citizen in Paris. And I really enjoyed that.
She also supports the mission of the YMCA and helps people understand what contributions, monetary contributions, can make to our community. And you're specifically involved over at the North Side Y on Loudon, and you've been a dedicated member there for quite a few
14 years.
14 years. This year of all years, the Y is important, but tell me why the Y, in your opinion.
Okay, what we've been through, pretty obvious. Everybody's been through what we've been through. And many of us have neglected our physical, and that's an important part of it. But it goes past the physical. We know that you go there to exercise, but the side effects of everything else is so vital to our day-to-day. The camaraderie, the activities they have, the fact that it includes the whole family. But they also have the silver sneakers, which I'm very passionate about. And having that, I can see what it means to single, like widows and widowers, and just single people, or couples, whatever.
As you were saying earlier, when you think of the different generations that are impacted, it's everything from people who are in that silver sneakers program all the way down to little children who may be from a single family, a single mom home or a single dad home, and they just need that little extra bit of care.
Yes.
You know, or they're able to go to that summer camp while their parents are working, and parents know this is a good, safe place where my kid can be in a positive environment, really learn something while I go do my job.
We all need the fellowship. We need to come in contact with each other. We've been so isolated for so long, and we're not meant to be isolated. We are meant to have fellowship, and we are meant to know each other and be very social. I love being a part of something that I can share the Lord with, and let them know how important it is to me, that it's important to them. And they're passionate about it. And if you need a prayer or what else, we can do that. I mean, and we welcome whomever. There's not an isolation with that. You can bring in people and let them join in, and it doesn't have to be just Christian, but it is based on Christian principles.
The C in YMCA is actually Christian.
It is.
I think a lot of people have
that's
forgotten that.
Very unusual that you have that nowadays.
Right. There is actually a dedicated person at the North Side Y by the name of Tom Carey, and his job is to help people say, oh yeah, I want to become a member of this, and he'll give them on tour, he'll show them the facilities, and he's also the person, if somebody wanted to make a contribution, to reach out to, and he'll make sure that those funds are going to those much needed causes that the Y supports in our community.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song. 'Cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy. Great. Very happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one core.
Bro, wow.
Internet